Good morning and welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and this morning we are in Valemount, British Columbia. Yesterday we woke up in Penticton after having an event in Kamloops, in Kelowna, and then we traveled on to Kamloops and had an event at Nutters in Kamloops. It was standing room only. People are getting really excited about what we're doing and the momentum that's growing. And thank you for attending. Thank you for participating this morning. I know for those of us on the West Coast, this is an early morning. We'll see the sunrise while we're here. We actually have to be outside because we're staying in a cabin that doesn't have cell signal. So we're hoping the truck powers the equipment while we do this opening. And for those of you who are not aware of what we're doing, we're basically driving across Canada, starting in Victoria on October 4th, and now here we are in Valemount on our way to Grande Prairie. And we're doing this to bring attention to the Charter of Health Freedom. The Charter of Health Freedom is a citizen initiative. It's a law. It's a piece of legislation that we want Parliament to pass. And it's absolutely essential to protect our ability to make health decisions for ourselves and our family, and to have access to vital, essential nutrients that we need to be healthy. It's literally come down to we have to have a citizens initiative to be able to have nutrients that we can't be healthy without. So what the Health Charter does is it takes the health rights that the courts already say we have. We're not creating anything new, but we're setting them out clearly and saying, look at, Canadians have these rights, and these rights take precedence over government laws, and government actions must honor and adhere to the health rights that as Canadian citizens, our courts, our common law, have deemed as essential over the centuries for us to have reasonable control over our lives and to stay healthy. So it does that. Another thing is if you're watching this health show, you'll discover that actually we can't be healthy by eating the foods, even if you're trying to eat organic and all of that, the nutrients are no longer there because of our farming practices. So literally, to be healthy, we must supplement. We must take vitamins and minerals. If you're not already, get advice of a nutritionist or naturopath or some other person in the know. Get evaluated and get on a protocol. You'll notice the difference. You'll live longer. You'll avoid chronic illness. So we're in this world where we actually need these. It's absolutely essential. And yet Health Canada is in the process of taking them away. So what the Health Charter does is it removes Health Canada from the equation, creates a new Ministry of Wellness that doesn't attack. The mandate isn't to attack these products, these essential nutrients. Its mandate is to actually protect and promote. Well, that makes sense when you're talking about things that the population needs to stay healthy, to avoid illness. There's no dispute, this is essential nutrients. We should be protecting and promoting them. The citizens shouldn't be having to resist Health Canada restricting them. So the Charter of Health Freedom is absolutely essential for us to just maintain our health and to be as robust and vigorous as we should be. We're also doing something else on this tour. The Charter of Health Freedom is a citizen initiative, and citizens got together and they have a paper petition which just calls on Parliament, pass the health charter into law. Well, citizens have been gathering signatures, some just ordinary citizens, health food stores, people all over the place. And we find ourselves as the third largest paper petition in Canadian history, which is absolutely incredible, isn't it? We have over 150,000 signatures. We're gathering more as we're going across Canada. We invite you to go to NHPPA.org and find the petition on there, print it out, sign it, have your friends and family sign it. If you're a business owner, have it at the counter, get people to sign it, send them in to us. I appreciate there's a mail strike, but we will eventually get them and we'll have them entered. Let's make this even a larger petition. Let's send a clear and unmistakable message to Parliament that we want to have access to vital nutrients. We don't want to fight about this anymore. We want those rights that in theory we already have set out clearly and followed. These are simple asks, they're unobjectionable, they should be supported by everyone, which is an important point here. So we're driving across Canada and we're raising awareness. So please join us. Please get everyone watching. The things that are being discussed during this online health show are just fantastic. Ordinary Canadians sharing their stories, their forbidden stories, because we're not allowed to share success stories. People that in Canada that are suffering under the mainstream medical system, they're not allowed to know. They're not supposed to know that there's this whole natural health community, this whole branch of health practitioners and experts that can help them. So don't lose hope and share this with people. Now, I want to talk today about the media and censorship. And I'm not talking about Health Canada censorship. I'm going to talk about that in detail in another opening. I'm talking about media censorship. And I'm also wanting you to come to understand today that we're taught to trust the media. So all of us, some of us still trust the mainstream media, and some of us trust the mainstream media with our lives, with really important decisions. But even those of us that no longer trust the media or are skeptical towards the media will all remember when we did trust the media. So you would turn on the television and watch CBC or CTV or CNN, and there's this professional set. The quality of the production is first class. They've got good-looking reporters and anchor people that speak wonderfully. They're presenting as absolutely authoritative. And we believe we're getting fair coverage of the news. And we believe that that's always the case, and we placed our trust in them. We rely on them to tell us what's going on in the world. We rely on them to tell us what's going on in Canada. And just understand that we're actually taught to trust them, and we're taught to trust them by them. So the media, just think about that for a second. We are taught by the media to trust the media. The whole presentation, the whole delivery that makes us come to think that we're getting balanced reporting, that we're getting reporting of the truth, that message comes from the media, because if we didn't trust the media, we wouldn't watch them, and their influence would end and their business would end, and they'd actually be out of jobs. So, just come to understand that largely the message that you're receiving, that you should trust the media, comes from the media. And I think we need to be aware that there's a political agenda that goes into the media, and sometimes it's very strong, and sometimes it's less strong. We're in a point right now where it's really, really strong. But the media shapes us so that we will act certain ways, and that so that we'll be willing to take actions. And I just want to use an example for myself. I'm in my 7th decade, so I'm working on my 7th decade. You can do the math, and I mean I'm an early 60s person. So when I was raised, and I'm just this blank sponge, children just soak in the world around them. They soak in television, they soak in radio, they soak in what their parents say, and their parents were shaped by the radio, by the TV, by the newspapers, by the education system. So, I mean, they're already accepting the paradigm, most of us, and we just suck this in. And I was raised during the Cold War, and I was taught that the Soviet Union no longer exists. It crumbled when the Berlin Wall fell. But I mean, when President Reagan, said, we thought the mic was off, and he called them an evil empire, well, we would hear that publicly when the mic was on. I mean, we were taught they were an evil empire, that they were this awful police state that just totally subjugated their citizens. And we live in a democratic society. The Western world is free. We're democratic. We have representative government. We need to resist the evil empire police state. And this is the messaging. And true or not, this is the messaging. It's deliberate messaging, so that myself and other people in my cohort would hate them, would love our country, and would be willing to go to Europe and kill other men because they were raised in different countries than mine, and to be killed, to sacrifice my life for my country. I mean, I was raised with the fear. I actually had fear that I would have to go and fight a war against the Soviet Union. And I can tell you honestly that when that Berlin Wall fell, I'm in university when the Berlin Wall fell, I'm at fighting age. And I remember being absolutely relieved. I'm not going to have to go. I'm not going to have to go. I'm not going to have to go. So this is real. And people, men my age, they'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. And it's not a secret. It's not a secret that we were taught to hate them so that we would be willing to be cannon fodder. Now, it's not all bad. I mean, we have to have some narrative in our society, and the means for that is the media, whether it's radio, it's all print, it's radio, and it's television, and now it's social media. If you think for a moment that social media isn't influenced by the narrative, then you're just not understanding that governments have to propagate their myths. And I don't mean lies when I say myths. It's just a social political term that means, societies have certain beliefs that help us create this paradigm that, makes us a nation. So, in France, liberty, fraternity, and freedom. And so in Canada, we have been given these political myths that we're a democracy, for example, that we have representative government, that we elect MPs, just to stay federal for a minute, we elect MPs, and they actually represent their riding, and so that on important issues, they're going to represent us in Parliament. We'll have a voice. So these are national myths. And again, as a myth, I don't mean that means they're true or untrue or somewhere between true and untrue. But do you see how that makes us cohesive? So I remember, and again, when I was willing to go fight the Soviet Union, well, of course I would, because I was taught they were a police state, and we're a democracy, and we're a representative government, so we're free. We're not manipulated and controlled like the police states are. Well, we're not a democracy. Help me out. What democracy means is that the citizens have direct say on issues that are being decided. So they have direct say over issues controlling their life. On the federal front, you will never have a vote on an important issue. You will never have a direct say on even a small issue, let alone a big issue. So just so we're clear, it's an absolute lie. It's an absolute lie to say we're a democracy. But it's part of our national myth structure fed to us by our education system and the media. And I'm not meaning to be critical of our system. I'm just pointing out that it's part of our myths. So you understand what I'm talking about when I'm talking about myths that are used to help us shape society and be cohesive. We are taught that we're a representative democracy. Again, so we have local MPs. They're local. They have local ridings. They represent us. They represent our geographical location in Parliament, so that if our geographical location wants the MP to vote a certain way, that then our MP is representing us collectively as a geographical location, not individually, like if we were able to vote democratically. So they represent us, which in itself tells us we're not a democracy. We elect representatives. I describe us as an elected autocracy, but I digress. So we have MPs that we elect, but in our system, MPs don't get to vote according to what their ridings want. When's the last time your MP actually canvassed their riding to see how the majority of their riding would want them to vote on a specific issue? No, we have a party system, and the party whips in Parliament do not allow MPs to vote according to what their riding wants. They have to vote according to what the party wants. It is a rare exception in Canada where there's what's called a free vote, where MPs can actually vote any way they want, regardless of the way their party wants them to vote. Think about that for a second. When is the last time? I can't even remember the last time we had a free vote. And again, that's what we call them, free votes, where your MP's actually free to vote the way he or she wants to, let alone the way he or she wants, or, the way he or she's geographical location that elected them wants them to vote. So almost all of the votes in Parliament are not free. They're controlled by the party whips. They're controlled by the party machines. And again, not being critical, but just sharing with you, this is our reality. But we call it representative democracy. And the point I'm trying to make is that serves us as a polity, because then we all kind of share the same myths. Oh, we're a democracy. Well, isn't that wonderful? So I actually have a voice. I have a direct voice on important issues. Like, we just subconsciously think that, although we don't. And oh, we're a representative democracy. Well, we feel really good about this. Like, most of us will fight and die to protect all of this because they're such wonderful myths. So again, not here to be critical or uncritical. I'm just sharing with you that the media shapes our thinking, and sometimes they shape our thinking more, and sometimes they shape our thinking less. And it's not all a bad thing. So we kind of need to have some national myths to help us be cohesive. So understand that there's some positive to this. There's some things that are positive, and every country does this. so that we are cohesive, so that we do buy into the system. The downside is we end up just accepting this without thinking, and sometimes we have to have critical thinking. I'll share with you, well, it gets bad when we're totally being manipulated, like when we're totally being manipulated. And the wake-up moment for me was the first Iraq War. So I was really interested in the first Iraq War. So for those of you who don't remember or were too young, Iraq invaded Kuwait, and the U.S. led, tried to form and eventually formed a coalition to go to the Middle East and kick Iraq out of Kuwait. Not to invade Iraq, not to topple the Iraq government. That was the second Iraq War, based on weapons of mass destruction, which we later came to understand was a myth propagated by the media so that, the world public opinion in the United States and Canada, and that we'd support the war. But I'm talking about the first Iraq War. The government, the U.S. government and the Canadian governments, it was the U.S. government. They wanted to get a coalition together. They wanted their own citizens to support the war. And so to do that, you have to demonize the enemy. You have to create a myth, a storyline in the media so that your population will rally against you. And I clearly remember the story. And you guys can Google it. It's there. So we have, it's breaking news. I forget if it was CNN where I saw it. I mean, it was major media networks that broadcast the story about Iraqi soldiers going into a neonatal care unit in a Kuwaiti hospital and taking these premature babies out of bassinets so that the babies would die. And there was a nurse from Iraq testifying. I think she testified in the U.S. Senate or Congress about this. Like this was the story. So we have this nurse from Kuwait telling us the story. I can tell you, I remember being absolutely enraged about this atrocious behavior. Could you imagine anything more sinister than deliberately killing completely defenseless premature babies that needed intensive medical supervision to survive? I was horrified and shocked, and I'm ashamed to tell you I supported the first Iraq War. I supported us sending our young men to go and kill other young men whose crime was that they were born and raised in another country. So now that story was completely false. It was an absolute fabrication. The so-called Kuwaiti nurse was the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S.'s daughter. She hadn't been in Kuwait for years. The whole thing was a media fabrication to create rage so that we would support the war. I mean, the Vietnam War, it's declassified. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, that was the impetus that pushed the U.S. into the war. Oh, there's been an attack on our ship. What's declassified now, that was faked. It was a faked event to get the U.S. into the Vietnam War. This, Iraqi soldiers killing premature Kuwaiti babies. It was a fake story to get us to support the Iraqi war. I'm just citing it as examples. And for me, it was the example that kind of woke me up. So now here we are, the NHPPA marching across Canada, trying to get just us to have basic health rights, access to basic nutrition, and we're being censored by the media. And I just want to talk about some of the points. So, we did a professional news release about the charter tour. And when I say professional, we had a seasoned journalist, like somebody in the media that's been at it for decades and decades. They volunteered to write our press release. So we have a professional journalist writing it so that it'll be picked up by the media, making it interesting, understanding what points should twig them. And then we paid a professional media service. There's services that will vet will vet your news release and make sure that send it out on the news wire to all of the media in Canada. So we've had it professionally done. We've sent it out on a professional news wire. There's no question that it's been received. And then we also had another news release, not the one written by the professional, on our website that we've been asking people to share with the media, and they have been sharing it. And it's also really good, by the way, even though it was, drafted in-house, not professionally done. And this is a tremendous story. Think about this story. I mean, think about why you're watching. This is a citizen initiative. The Charter of Health Freedom, it's a citizen initiative. Citizens have banded together to figure out, well, how do we solve this? How do we protect ourselves? And they come up with a health charter. And then read the health charter. It is a fantastic piece of legislation. It's actually beautiful in what it does. I mean, even just creating a legal obligation to protect our access to vital nutrients and just setting out the health laws the courts already say we have so that it's clear, so that government knows, oh yeah, we need to adhere to these. The common law courts over the century have developed these as our kind of baseline rights that the citizens have to manage their own health going forward. This is the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. In the last 157 years for paper petitions going to Parliament, this is the third largest. Isn't that news on its own? Like, how could this not be on CBC? How could this not be on CTV? How can this not be in the Globe and Mail and the National Post? How is it possible? Third largest petition in Canadian history. They can call the clerk of petitions. That's where we're getting our information. How is this not being picked up? And then we've made it a fun story. Like, people like fun stories. We're traveling across Canada in an old VW van. I mean, right now we've got the truck with us because the van broke down, but I spoke to the mechanic yesterday and the van's running again. We're going to Edmonton. We're picking up that van, and my gosh, with some tools and duct tape, hopefully we'll make it to Ottawa. But that's a fun story. I mean, even that it broke down on the first, that's fun too. I mean, here it's kind of somewhat symbolic of a citizens initiative, an old VW van marching across Canada to bring awareness to the health charter and the third largest petition. So you would think the mainstream media would be all over this. What's the downside? Like, first of all, this is news. What's the downside? Why is there no coverage? And you know what? Let's talk about other things that there's no coverage. So we're doing this tour right now because Health Canada is bringing in this self-care framework. They're in the process of phasing in further regulatory structure that is really going to further harm our access to these products and price the ones that remain out of existence. And because of public pressure, they might have to pause a little bit because we're creating some waves. That's how they work. They have an initiative and they push and push and push. And then when the pressure gets too great, they just pause for a while, wait for the pressure to go down, and then they go ahead. But they've already done some awful things in the last year and a half that we need to turn back. Well, in the last parliament, so we just had an election, so we have a new parliament. But before the election, that last parliament, just through the NHPPA in the last 20 months on this issue, protect our access to natural products, we can track roughly 3.1 million communications to the 338 MPs. So, like, do the math. How many communications is that per MP? And many of these, most of these were actually paper communications by way of the postcards. And we would have MPs send us photos. Some of them are posted on our social media, literally of like these stacks, huge stacks of postcards. The standing committee looking at Bill 368, that some of them are holding up these postcards and saying, like, I've just got reams of them. And also e-letters and faxes and, handwritten letters. On e-letters, when Bill 368 was in the Standing Committee of Health and we had a week to put pressure on the Standing Committee of Health because there were amendments to the bill being proposed, in a week we had almost 250,000 electronic letters that we can trace sent to the 12 MPs on the Standing Committee of Health. The point I'm making is that the MPs know that this is the single largest issue affecting Canadians. The mainstream media knows this. Why is it crickets in the mainstream media? So why isn't there mention of this? Our children are getting sicker and sicker. And I think this is a US figure, but likely we can extrapolate it back to Canada. But roughly 20% of US children are now chronically sick. The rate of autism is going through the roof. And some of our it's going through the roof, especially in the male children. And some of our speakers have pointed out some really interesting things, like the rate of autism perfectly tracks the increase of glyphosate in our food supply. The rate of autism perfectly tracks the increase in Wi-Fi and cell towers in our communities. Now, I'm not saying that glyphosate and Wi-Fi, for example, cause autism, but when autism is going through the roof, and it's clear that we've got some strong correlations, shouldn't the media be talking about this? Shouldn't we be investigating so we can rule out those causes or determine whether they're contributing? But our children are getting sicker and sicker at an alarming rate, and it's not being discussed, and it's not being investigated in our media. During these openings and during this online health show, it is being brought out. Like, this malnutrition is absolutely real. The reality is our food supply has become toxic. Everyone watching this, if we tested you, you've got glyphosate. Just to pick one toxic chemical, all of us have glyphosate in us. I have glyphosate in me. Even though I eat organic, I try to avoid processed foods and GMO, all of this. It doesn't matter. It's now everywhere. And we have this toxic load. We probably don't even know what it feels like to be healthy anymore, because we all have so many chemicals in us interfering with our body processes. It's like we're on a walking journey up a hill and we've got a 50-pound weight on our back. We don't know what it's like not to have that weight anymore. And there's a list of vital nutrients that we need to survive. I mean, watch Udo Erasmus came to our Vancouver event unannounced, and we put him on the stage, and he's sharing with us he termed them essential nutrients, and he told us about them. And he says, well, we call them essential because without a single one, you will die. Like, eventually you'll die if you're not getting it. And if we're not getting, if we have enough to stay alive, we'll be chronically ill. Well, they used to be in our foods. The U.S. Department of Agriculture routinely measures the amount of vitamins and minerals in our food. We can no longer actually be healthy, even if you're eating organic, even if you're eating raw, even if you're eating, fruits and vegetables. You can't do it without supplementing. So we have a population that actually, even though we're well fed, we're chronically malnourished, and that manifests as chronic disease. This is real. Why isn't the mainstream media talking about this? We had Professor Alan Castles as one of the speakers on the online health show, and he shares with us, I already knew it, the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as directed, so not abused. Chemical drugs taken as directed are the third leading cause of death in Canada. And the chemical drugs are also one of the top 10 leading causes of death in Canada are highly preventable medical accidents in which the chemical pharmaceutical drugs play a major role in that leading cause of death. One of the most dangerous things that we can do as a population is take chemical drugs. It's a fact. But the mainstream media doesn't go anywhere near that is a leading cause of death. They tout and promote the pharmaceutical industry. We should be having a national dialogue about this. I mean, our health policy itself is it's a fraud. We don't ask ourselves, how do we get good health outcomes? Our drug approval process, I'm sorry, watch this health show. And I've already touched on it in some of the openings, definitely in the presentations that we do on the live stops. It's a fraud. I'm going to talk about that in some further openings. It's going to shock you. There's total censorship of truthful health information. Why isn't the mainstream media talking about this? We don't have an honest debate on crucial issues affecting our population. And the question is, why are we being manipulated? So I've just listed for you point after point after point after point of major issues that should be every day in the mainstream media. They should be on the top of our minds. But it's crickets, it's blank. For many of you, and certainly if all of Canada was watching this, they'd say, what? Third leading cause of death? What? The drug approval process is a fraud? What? There's censorship of truthful health information? What? Why do people not know about this? Why are we having to do a tour? But just, let's slow this down for a second. Why? The non-specific answer is it's deliberate manipulation of public opinion. Yeah, you live in a democracy. You have representative government. Our healthcare system's fine. Pharmaceutical drugs are wonderful. You know, just think about how many people are protected by them. Oh, and this program's brought to you by Pfizer. We're being manipulated. We're always being manipulated. As I said, there's that's not all bad. You have to understand that the mainstream media, which includes social media now, the media is the mechanism for governments and other groups or influencers over the path of our society as a way to move us in directions in a cohesive way. There's a purpose to it, but just understand that it's happening. Understand that as you're participating in media, including social media, that you are being guided, you are being manipulated, whether it's for good or whether it's for ill. Now, when I've been talking at these live events during this tour about the censorship of truthful health information, which truly is shocking. There's some repetition when we're going from place to place because there's some key points that I have to make. I haven't yet discussed on the opening that censorship issue, but I'm going to have to. And when I talk about the failed clinical trials and it being illegal for the pharmaceutical companies to share that, people are just absolutely shocked. Like, it blows the mind that that's happening. Now, this has to enter the discourse, but just my point is we're being manipulated, and these issues are being censored. And people are saying to me when I'm sharing this at the in-person events, oh, it's pharma. They spend so much money on advertising that it affects the media. And I don't know if that's true or not, and I actually don't know how much money pharma spends on advertising in the media, although I think it's a reasonable thing for people to say that, pharmaceutical companies paying for advertising will create an influence, and maybe a direct influence, where they can pick up the phone and say, don't do this, we want this narrative. I don't know. But you need to understand if that's real, and it likely is very, very real, but there's also government funding. There's Canadian government funding of our media. And not just, obviously, CBC, but the government gives all of the other major media outlets money. And if you want to be a democracy, if you want a government that acts for the people instead of unduly manipulating the people, it needs to be illegal. It needs to be absolutely illegal for the government to do any funding of any media. As much as you might like the CBC, it is not consistent with freedom. It is not consistent with, representative government. It's not consistent with a democracy if we want to actually have a democracy. That's actually what I want. I want us to restructure so that government doesn't have the power over life and death. The government can't, conscript me and send me, to go and kill other, people that just live in another country and have the misfortune of also having a government trying to get them to kill me. I think we need a reset here. So that governments represent the people again. But the point I'm trying to make is understand that the Canadian government is funding the media. So here we have the Canadian government that basically has structured our drug approval process so that the only treatments that are approved to treat anything but the most minor conditions are chemical drugs, synthetic chemical drugs that had a patent. Okay. So, watch the first opening of this health show. I spoke about that. So, the only drugs that are approved to treat, all but the most minor of health conditions, by and large, I mean, there's the odd exception, but are chemical synthetic drugs that had a patent. So, they're the only legal treatments. And then the federal government forces the provinces through the Canada Health Act saying, well, we'll give you these big piles of cash, but you have to run your health policy according to what we say under the Canada Health Act. So our mainstream government-funded healthcare system, controlled by the federal government, only treats us with synthetic chemical drugs that had a patent when they were approved. Okay, so we have a pattern here. So the only legal treatments, the only treatments they'll approve are chemical drugs. The only treatments they fund us using, because they're only legal treatments in our government-funded healthcare system, are chemical drugs. They have Health Canada, which is basically the enforcement arm that attacks our natural remedies, that censor truthful health information about all remedies, certainly natural ones. Okay, that's interesting. So they're almost like the enforcement arm of a drug cartel, literally. Oh, okay. And that's all by design. This is federal government. And then we have the provinces that really have privileged the medical doctors. I mean, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, we basically legislated out of existence other practitioners. I mean, a month ago in Quebec, the Quebec Court of Appeal affirmed a court decision saying that only medical doctors can diagnose and make recommendations and treat. Naturopathic doctors can't. This is all part of the design. Well, obviously, the federal government that funds our media is going to want the myth, the story, the narrative to support their agenda. And their agenda may be well-meaning, but their agenda is, I don't believe that, but their agenda is to have us taking only chemical pharmaceutical drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process, because they're the only ones that are approved by the federal government. They're the ones then, because they're the only legal ones in the government-funded healthcare system, by and large, which is run by medical doctors, which are only trained to use chemical drugs. They're not trained in nutrition. So it is likely that our leading cause of illness is malnutrition design. And so you treat malnutrition actually by giving the nutrients that the body needs to get well, but the doctors aren't trained to recognize nutritional deficiency. They're trained to treat the symptoms of nutritional deficiency with chemical drugs. So just understand that the reason why we're not being told about this by our media is that it's part of the myth. It's part of the manipulation. And whether you agree or disagree, the purpose of this opening is just to help you be aware that media is deliberately involved in propagating myths. And again, the word myth, it's just a a social political term. It doesn't mean it's true or not true. We need stories for us to be cohesive as a society. The difficulty is we're in a health crisis. We need to have access to vital nutrients. We can't allow Health Canada to take them away. We need to have treatment options. So if we want to choose to use chemical pharmaceutical drugs to treat symptoms, great. There's no danger of us losing that option, but there is danger in us losing other options. And as you watch this health show, you're going to see person after person who couldn't find relief in the medical system. They were suffering terribly, or they were facing death. And then they found life, they found health with natural healing traditions, with basic nutrition. And we need to protect that. And that's what we're doing. And because we're being censored, because we're not being covered by the mainstream media, it is essential that you help us. So subscribe to our newsletter, nhppa.org, and when we send you the newsletter, send it out. Send it out to your network. Participate in this health tour. Tell your friends, tell your families, put it out. If you stream yourself, live stream our feed. We have social media posts, like on our site. We have, kind of take action for the charter. We actually have social media posts you can repost, because we are throttled and shadow banned up the yin yang. Just help us. We have materials. We have posters. So where we're having live events, we have specific, city posters. But we have the more important posters are the not city specific, just saying, hey, there's an online show, watch. Put them up at your post office, put them up at City Hall, put them on telephone poles, put them in your grocery store bulletin boards, print them out, get them out. We have PDFs for postcards for MPs, print them out, give them to your friends and family. Let's participate. Let's understand that this message is being deliberately censored because it's not part of our national myth for us to have these access to nutrients. It's not part of our national myth for us to, be free to take these, to be free to be educated about them. And so we're just going to have to work and make this part of our national dialogue. It's okay. I mean, I'm just wanting with this opening for us to understand where we are so that we can adapt. This is what participating in your society is all about. It's about when you see the need for meaningful change to participate. So I'm inviting you to participate and watch the show. Thank you for watching. And I'm just waiting in case the Let's talk about sections 24 to 47 of the Charter, which all deal with Health Freedom Ombudsman. What these sections do is create a new position of a Health Freedom Ombudsman and then give that person the powers and procedures necessary to protect our health freedom rights. Now, this is crucial because I have been involved with case after case after case where Health Canada has been restricting access that either the person contacting me or a loved one requires, sometimes for their very life or for very serious health conditions, and they're basically ignored. and there's no mechanism. And if you have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and can hire a lawyer, even then, getting into court, you're not going to get access quick enough. And so there has to be some mechanism. What do you do when you're being threatened by the actions of a government bureaucracy? Any government bureaucracy in the area of health. If in any place there's need for an ombudsman, it has to be in the area of health freedom, the right to be exercising your choice of how you're going to treat yourself and considering your needs when your health is being threatened by the government. And so that's what this does, is we create the Office of the Health Freedom Ombudsman, and we give this office the powers needed so that you have a voice if your health is threatened by any government department, not just Health Canada, not Ministry of Wellness, but any federal government department. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to be here with regulatory consultant Bruce Dales. Bruce, welcome to the Health Show.
Well, thank you very much for having me here, Sean. It's awesome to talk to you. We've at times been through a lot together, but arguably it's given me some gray hairs, but it's been extraordinarily educational and informative and fun. So hopefully we won't stop doing that too.
I'm going to try to introduce you. And so I went back into, my archived files and pulled out a court affidavit where you were qualified as a court expert. And I will say to the audience, so I practiced as a lawyer for 30 years in the area of drug regulation. And when I'm in court against Health Canada, there are really only two experts that I came across, regulatory consultants, that I actually could get qualified as experts in court. You really have to be able to demonstrate you're an expert. I have to be able to demonstrate the person's an expert to get them qualified. It's quite a burden. And Bruce Dales is one of the two that I was always comfortable I could get qualified, and the courts would agree, oh yeah, no, I will listen to you as an expert. So Bruce, I went to an affidavit, and I'm just cherry picking here. So just, for time, because I'm not having to qualify you as an expert, but I want people to understand when we have this conversation that you've got a lot of history. So skipping ahead, in 1993 to 1998, you were the person in charge of regulatory compliance for a natural health product company called Flora.
That's correct, yeah.
In 1998, you went out on your own and you started Dales Product Development and Regulatory Specialist. I don't know if that's what you're still called. I think of you as Dales Consulting, but
in a nutshell, yeah. That's an extremely succinct and accurate depiction of my background. That's correct.
Okay, no, we haven't even got there. I'm just saying, since 1998, you've been a regulatory consultant, running your own business, helping companies navigate the regulations, and particularly natural health product companies getting licensing, product licensing and site licensing. In 1998, you were approached from the Directorate of Health Canada, the Therapeutic Products Directorate, to actually form a liaison committee of, industry members to basically kind of be a liaison with Health Canada. We're going way back here. 1998, you were approached to form a committee to basically have industry members give Health Canada feedback on things, because we all knew we were in a transition period then, with things being referred to the Standing Committee of Health. Another organization that approached you was the National Institutes of Health in the United States, asked you to join a panel of 120 experts worldwide to assist them with protocols to help incorporate natural remedies as cancer treatments.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and I'm just cherry picking here, but you also you were approached by the Russian Ministry of Health to help them develop their new drug approval process.
That's not quite accurate that way. What really happened was the Russians approached us to develop some new drugs, to go
Okay.
through a new drug process. Um, and they had specific protocol in order to further develop certain natural products into a new drug process. So I worked with them on that. Yeah.
Right, but actually helping them with their processes.
Yeah. Yeah,
With
that's
with
correct.
yeah, so you were basically helping them redefine the regulatory process to help incorporate natural health products through their new drug approval process.
Yeah, yeah, that's fairly accurate. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and then 2002 to 2004, you taught students doing research and development on directed studies at the British Columbia Institute of Technology.
That's correct. Yeah.
I've already shared that, you know, as a lawyer that had to have regulatory experts, you're one of two that I'm aware of regularly being qualified. And and in reality, there aren't very many experts out there that actually have the background and have the horsepower to be qualified in court as an expert. And most importantly, what makes you the most qualified is you're the first person I call when I have to go, what the heck? What do you think? Right? There's this happening. What's going on here? So, and we've had conversations for decades on regulatory issues with natural health products and drugs.
Yeah, that's correct. And I compliment you too, Sean, on being constantly on the natural health product company's side, um, under ethical situations, of course, and backing them in regards to fair and equitable treatment with Health Canada.
Right. Well, thank you, Bruce. And I want to go a whole bunch of places, but one of the things that Canadians watching this might have no idea about is they may not even understand that in a way our government funded medical system is gamed. And what I mean by that is if you go to the mainstream medical system to get, you know, treated, and I appreciate in the odd province there might be the odd exception, but by and large it is illegal to treat health conditions in Canada with anything but chemical drugs that had a patent, which is why the government funded medical system will only offer you synthetic drugs that had a patent. Did you want to share with, like, how does that work? How is it that the only legal treatments used in our government funded healthcare system are synthetic chemicals? Because the reality is, as you and I know, actually natural health products, especially for chronic illness, like, they're way more effective. So how is it that we've limited ourselves to chemical drugs?
Well, I'm going to touch on a couple of topics here, and the audience is going to have to, I hope, will bear with me because I am getting to answer your question. I am answering it, but the question is not simple and straightforward. So I'm going to bring up a couple of issues here. And the first one is regarding money and taxes. Okay? And when we talk about that, what I'm talking about is that the system is gamed, in my opinion, to have an advantage for the pharmaceutical industry. And now, what happens lately is the pharmaceutical industry or the Health Canada is claiming, hey, look, you know, we have to charge user fees for natural health products to have them registered. And we do that for pharmaceuticals already. And that's correct. However, what they don't mention is that the other taxes that these compounds are charged, which makes them problematic on the market as it is. For example, import duties, they pay higher import duties to get on the market. The markups at pharmacies are much higher for natural health products than they are for prescription drugs. In other words, for my understanding, for a pharmacy on a prescription drug, if they're paying $100 for that prescription drug, they're basically allowed to charge the dispensing fee only. And if it's a patented drug still under patent, the government already sets the price for that drug, so the pharmacy doesn't bring them down in price or anything, or they can't negotiate a different price. On natural health products, the markup of the products is higher. On natural health products, the import duty is higher. Plus, what happens is that within the pharmacy itself, the prescription drug a lot of this time is covered by the government. So in other words, they get a prescription at the pharmacy, they take home the diabetes drug or whatever, and they can either recoup it a lot of the time on their taxes, or it's fully covered by the government. So that's one of the first issues here.
Well, there's sales tax too.
Well, there's, yeah, the GST. You're absolutely correct. That's a very good point. And the fact that there's GST on these products,
Natural
as
health
opposed to there's no GST on the prescription drugs. So it's true, we're not paying the user fees to the government, but what's also true is we're paying a lot of other taxes, and a lot more taxes, and also to review these medicines, they're not, they don't take the same amount of time to review. So we have one dagger in our back right there for natural health products. The second dagger, I would argue, would be the enforcement fairness and reliability of Health Canada. So within the enforcement itself, the reliability is not good. In other words, from what I've seen, Health Canada, their enforcement practices for these companies, as bizarre as it sounds, is based on what they receive in the mail. I mean, this sounds strange, but they will not look at one company that's a natural health product company and have some sort of proper assessment on the safety of that compared to what else is on the market. So when they don't have a proper assessment, they spend all their time going after one company that may not be as, it may be much safer than the other options on the market, but they just focus on one company. And from what I've seen, this is another sword in our back. And from what I've seen, health food stores and pharmacies are specifically.
So can I just unpack that, Bruce? So
yeah.
So like the chemical drugs, the pharmaceutical drugs, my understanding is like they're extremely dangerous, and they're actually, you know, one of the top 5 leading causes of death. Like it's just chemical drugs taken as directed. And are you aware of, because you've been practicing in this area, my gosh, like over 30 years.
That's right.
Are you aware of any credible report of a death caused by a natural health product in Canada?
The only time that natural health products, from what I've seen, cause harm is if they're adulterated or contaminated. If what's on the label is in the bottle and they're made by good manufacturing practices, they're not, I haven't really seen any problems.
If you're adulterated, meaning somebody's put a drug in. So just so people understand, I mean, there's some people out there that basically will act criminally, and that's a separate issue. So that's adulteration, and that's a criminal offense. We don't need any regulations for that. We have the criminal law. And then also fraud. So if you're not putting in the bottle what you say is in the bottle, then actually even somebody who's relying on what's in the bottle could be hurt because it's not there. So and we're protected by fraud. And we're also protected against unsanitary manufacturing practices, just in the criminal law part. So is that right?
I'm going to hit you with something here, and that is that I agree for products made in Canada and manufactured in Canada.
You're not aware of a single death?
we're protected, just as you said. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
However, what's interesting is that Health Canada goes after health food stores and pharmacies and these manufacturers from Canada. But if I want to go on the web right now and find something for cancer,
but can I just hold off for a second though? Like let's just talk about the safety about natural health products, because you raised the issue saying there's kind of unequal enforcement, and I'm just wanting to, if you agree, drive home the point. We've got a really risky class of products that by and large seems to be left alone. In Health Canada, when they're going after a natural health product, really because of the mail, meaning somebody's complained, doesn't actually, it doesn't mean the product's dangerous or should be a focus. It's just Health Canada's enforcement is based on complaints.
They are, yeah. They are.
Yeah.
And what happens, I would agree with you. In as far as the pharmaceutical industry goes, when they go and approve a new drug, a lot of the time the clinical is not that extensive. In other words, the amount of people in the clinical trial.
Meaning a chemical drug.
That's
approval.
right, yeah. So they rely a lot on post-market surveillance. So they rely on the first, 10 million people taking the drug to see how safe it is. Now, in the case of, I agree with your point, in the case of peppermint, how many billion people have taken that over time? It's multitude of billions, so we know for sure that's safe. Whereas in the case of a chemical drug, most of them are synthetic analogs. So when the first thing gets first released, we learn over time the true nature of the drug. I'm not saying that they shouldn't release it. I am saying that we have to put it in perspective, in that we really, in my viewpoint, don't know how safe that drug is until it's out for a while and taken by a lot of people.
And I just want to unpack that again and just make sure we finish the other point. But you're basically saying, like, Canadians need to understand, when a chemical drug enters the market, it's usually approved with quite a small clinical trial. Like, they might think there's been all this grand testing, when really we're talking about small numbers for a short period of time. And really we're the guinea pigs, because the safety signal is, well, how many of us are hurt or are not hurt for the first period of time that a chemical drug's on the market. But the point I was trying to make, Bruce, is like, my understanding is the entire natural health product industry. So like, how many products are even on the market now? Like 70,000, 80,000, like there's a lot of products. The whole natural health product industry is safer than peanut butter.
I trust you. I am.
Well, just think about it. Peanut butter causes death every year. Are you aware ever of a death caused even by a spiked or adulterated natural health product? Like, I mean, where are the deaths?
Well, when you're talking about adulterated or contaminated products, they do make me nervous. However, you are correct. I completely agree with you. If what's on the label is in the bottle and it's taken as directed by as it is traditionally taken over centuries, and it's manufactured by good manufacturing practices, these products are extraordinarily safe. There's no question. And I don't know any compounds on the natural health product market that are synthetic analogs. And that seems to be where some of the issues lie in safety in some of the synthetic analogs that come out by the pharmaceutical industry. And given after a synthetic analog is out for a while by the pharmaceutical industry, a lot of them are safe and a lot of them are therapeutic, but we find out over time. Within the pharmaceutical industry, they do have to do safety and efficacy studies before the clinical trials on 2 animal species. But what happens in a guinea pig or a rat or a mouse or a rabbit doesn't necessarily happen within a human. And they're not that long, those clinical trials on the mice and the rats and the rabbits either. They're done for a short period of time. So I think your point is well taken. And I think that the thing that is most concerning to me when we're talking about natural health products, the only time I get worried about them isn't when they're manufactured in Canada and under the standards that you're mentioning, Sean. My concern is if they're imported, if somebody looks online and they're imported from a third world country by third world manufacturing standards, and they're just sent directly to the customer here without any testing. And these people can say anything what they want about the product. They can put anything they want on the label and nothing's really checked on it. So it's interesting to me that Health Canada is threatening and really going after natural health product companies within Canada that go by the standards you're saying, but at the same time, ignore the natural products coming over the border like that. Or they don't, in my opinion, they don't do a risk-based analysis compared to, as you're talking about, the pharmaceutical industry as well. To me, and I think you mentioned this in your charter, Sean, that there needs to be a risk-based analysis before taking a product off the market.
I want to get back to the import thing, but before we do, just kind of follow up on one thing you said, that they don't really do a comparison. And remember, not that long ago, Health Canada for quite a period of time took natokinase off the market. So, and so just so that people understand, what we're about to talk about. So natokinase is it's an enzyme derived by a type of soy, and it's widely consumed in, some areas of Japan. And, a number of manufacturers in Canada were providing natokinase. No one was licensed for it. Like, we've now got this licensing requirement, but the manufacturers had submitted licenses. So Health Canada knew, by and large, who was, at least that these people were selling natokinase because they had applied for a license. They were just waiting. And Health Canada just made this decision. Oh, natokinase is dangerous. Let's just ignore how widely it's consumed everywhere else without any seemingly problem. And let's ignore that no one in Canada had been hurt by natokinase. But, all of a sudden it's dangerous and they take it off the market. Well, Bruce, when that happened, and I can't talk about who it is, but I'm approached by one of the companies that Health Canada said recall. Because everyone else, when Health Canada ordered them to recall, they recalled. But this company came to me and said, what should we do? Health Canada's asking us to recall. And as a lawyer, I actually have to make sure that my client doesn't hurt anyone. Because it's all fine and good for Health Canada to say, oh, we're ordering you to recall natokinase, which is being used for health purposes. But under the criminal code, Bruce, if you've put a remedy out on the market, regardless of whether it's chemical or natural, and people have come to rely on that remedy, and then you withdraw it without warning, without giving people an opportunity to transition, well, if anyone is hurt or dies, you're now facing charges of criminal negligence, causing death or causing bodily harm. Or, if it's really foreseeable that you would be causing harm, you could be charged with homicide, culpable homicide. So, when I'm giving the advice to the client, I'm looking at all of the law, not just the Food and Drug Act that Health Canada is looking at. Fortunately, our criminal law requires people, manufacturers of remedies, not to hurt other people. So there's this criminal obligation. So we actually hired a medical doctor who has expertise in risk analysis, who looked at it and said, oh, wait a second, do not recall. Don't do what Health Canada said. And the problem, according to the medical doctor, is there were a lot of healthcare practitioners, including medical doctors, that were actually using natokinase as a blood thinner, as an alternative to like warfarin and Pradaxa and the like. And you have to give them time with their medical practitioner to transition. So what the risk analysis doctor told us to do was just allow the stores to run out of stock. So stop selling. You can stop selling, and immediately courier notices to every health food store, whether you're, that you know of, a notice saying Health Canada is no longer allowing Canadian companies to sell nattokinase. So if you are being managed with a healthcare practitioner on nattokinase, please consult your practitioner immediately. And oh, by the way, you're perfectly entitled to legally import it from US suppliers, not us. We don't sell in the US. And so we'll get to your import thing, but I just want to deal with this risk analysis thing first, but it'll segue into your import so that Canadians would know two things. A, consult with your healthcare practitioner that has you on nattokinase, and you can buy it from the US. So yeah, you can't buy it in Canada anymore, but you can buy it from the US. Now, what was interesting, Bruce, just to your point of Health Canada doesn't compare risks. So here they're taking nattokinase off, and they've let nattokinase back on again. So clearly nattokinase wasn't a risk. But at the exact moment, Bruce, there was Pradaxa was a newer blood thinner, chemical blood thinner on the market. And there wasn't an antidote at the time. So in our mainstream media, the media is reporting that emergency room doctors are complaining. People are showing up at the emergency ward, they're bleeding out with Pradaxa, and they don't have an antidote. Like if you were on warfarin, like rat poison, and you showed up at the emergency department and you've taken too much, you're bleeding out, they give you a shot of vitamin K and you're going to make it. But they didn't have an antidote yet for Pradaxa. My understanding is they do now. Well, Bruce, how many lives were lost because people being safely managed on nattokinase without any side effects by medical doctors had to go on warfarin or Pradaxa because there was no longer a safe alternative. And Health Canada never looks at comparative risk analysis. They never look at the benefits of a natural health product when they attack it, do they?
I completely agree with you. I have seen absolutely astoundingly poor risk analysis of natural health products. I've seen ones where, I'm not joking, if there was a grade 10 science student that submitted that as a weekly assignment for their class, they would get an F. Okay. It's bad enough that I tried to look up the references that they were talking about. They didn't exist. Nothing made sense on it. I completely agree with you. I don't know where their risk analysis are coming from for these products. It's insane. And you may be right. Possibly, there's several options. Possibly they're well-intentioned people that just simply look at new drug trials or new drug submissions and say that's the be-all and the end-all of everything, of which I don't agree, by the way. I think that there is advantages and disadvantages to new drug submissions, and I have been involved with them before. But I completely agree with you. I don't know where they're coming from in these risk-based analysis. And that includes what we're talking about here when they're attacking Canadian companies for manufacturing products in Canada where they can recall them much easier and they can monitor the safety of them much easier. Why would they take those off the market and say, yeah, bring the imports in where we can't recall them that easily? And in order to shut down or do a recall, we'd have to check every box at the border. It's insane. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. So let's before I want to talk about the import thing, but just when we were talking, like you were sharing, you've seen risk analysis from Health Canada that really makes no sense. Like a grade 10 science student, you'd be embarrassed. Can I tell you about the funniest one I ever ran across? And I've been given permission long ago from the client to talk about it. I know that you haven't been given permission, so you're not giving us the examples. But the funniest one I ever had, so, Warm Buddy, it wasn't even a health product. So they had teddy bears with an opening, a Velcro opening in the back, and they had just white table rice sewn into bean bags. They were double sewn, so 2 layers so they wouldn't leak. And you put the bean bag filled with white table rice, the same stuff you eat that everyone has in their pantry. You put it in the microwave and it warms up because rice absorbs water from the atmosphere. So there's water in there. It warms up in the microwave. You stick it into the teddy bear in the pouch in the back, and it warms up, and hence it's called a Warm Buddy. Well, Health Canada was just totally going after this company, saying, you are putting Canadians at risk because white table rice is horribly dangerous. And I'm getting to the fun part about the health risk analysis. I'm ashamed as a Canadian that we would spend taxpayers' dollars on this. Well, you know, I get a copy of the risk analysis done. So somebody in Health Canada getting paid more than you or I, I'm sure, you know, with benefits and pension and the whole like, you know, so it's this big risk PhD person does a risk analysis. And I learned a lot, Bruce, because I learned actually that the real danger with white table rice, so notwithstanding it's double sewed, like it's got 2 layers, and Health Canada had no evidence of any time rice ever getting out. But in case it did, and I'm sure the company would have been glad to do 3 layers just to get Health Canada off their back. Apparently, white table rice, like the same stuff that you cook for your kids, like the exact same stuff, and notwithstanding you're throwing this in a microwave and heating it up, which clearly would kill things that might be in there. Apparently, the white table rice that we eat that's in here could have insect eggs. And if somehow the rice got out and a toddler put a piece of the rice in their nose or in their ear, there could be an insect infestation in the child's nose or ear. And that is why, thank God, Health Canada, the Health Canada inspectors, the entire multi-billion-dollar machine had kicked into gear to protect our Canadian children from white table rice. I'm feeling patriotic here. So that was one of the funniest I ever saw. I couldn't believe it.
I mean, it is humorous, but unfortunately, based on my experience, it's completely believable. I'm not sure where these the rationale or the logic on these health hazard evaluations on natural health products come from. They just don't really make any sense to me. They're just, it's like a knee-jerk reaction. And I mean, let's face it, the Health Canada does get a lot of money in user fees from the pharmaceutical industry. Does that affect their judgment in these health hazard evaluations? I don't know. I don't have proof it does. But it is safe to say that they do get a lot of money from that industry. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think our natural health products are over-regulated?
100%, yeah.
Okay. 100%. Do you wanna share with us the problems?
Well, one of the problems I have is enforcement reliability. I mentioned about the taxes, but enforcement reliability and fairness to me is non-existent. You know, it's insane. They seem to focus on certain companies, but don't look at the overall picture. And I know in 1998, there was the Bader case that claimed that they were racist against against David Bader as opposed to the Vancouver Chinatown community. And since then, they claim they're not racist. But based on what I've seen, they don't really think the Canadian market is outside their mailbox, if you can believe it. So in other words, they claim that if they're moving in on one product, based on what I've seen, they claim if they're moving on one product, their job isn't to overlook the whole marketplace and see what's there and make a risk analysis of moving in on the one product. Their job is just to move in on that one product. And if you, Sean, want to report other products, you go get them and mail them to them. they won't physically go out and look.
Yeah, and just to fill in, so people might not understand. So there was a Canadian human rights decision,
Yeah.
and the decision is called the Bader decision. So Health Canada's going after Bader, and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal said, well, your enforcement is racist because you're requiring Bader to comply with these regulations that you say he should adhere to. But the entire, when we look at Chinatown in the Vancouver area, there's just basically no enforcement at all. You're allowing different cultural groups a different standard than you're applying to Bader. That's what that. I just wanted people to understand what you're referring to, Bruce. And as far as you know, that's still the case, right? That certain cultural groups are basically overlooked.
Based on my understanding, my opinion, my viewpoint, I believe that still exists. So I believe, based on my experience, the health food stores and pharmacies are targeted for a different level of compliance than imports coming in from wherever, saying whatever they want, and these designated cultural communities. And what's really interesting as well is there was the drip and undrip decision regarding Indigenous rights. And we'll see where that takes us. More or less, I was speaking very generally, very briefly to a constitutional lawyer that they were claiming that, and they didn't want to be quoted on this, so I'm not going to say who they were, but they were questioning whether or not Health Canada has jurisdiction over Indigenous people based on the drip and undrip regulations.
And I'm not wanting to go there too much, just because I kind of want to focus on our regulation of products, but I think it's important for people to understand what you're referring to with importation. So here in Canada, we've got these very strict and costly regulations that the Canadian natural health product manufacturers have to adhere to. But all of us are absolutely free, unless it's a controlled drug like cocaine or heroin or fentanyl or something, but we're perfectly free to import from other countries that are unregulated the exact same product. So my vitamin D in Canada is going to cost three or four times what vitamin D in the US costs. And so I can order it from the United States and pay less. And it's unregulated, and it kind of makes a mockery of the whole system, because the Canadian manufacturers are having trouble competing. The Canadian health food stores, that no fault of theirs, but the manufacturing costs are higher, they're having trouble competing with online purchases because we can purchase the exact same thing in the United States unregulated. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to mention one thing when you say unregulated U.S. It's true in U.S. that they have.
Well, I mean less regulated. So
yeah, they don't have pre-market approval of their products, but generally speaking, I would say U.S. has good manufacturing standards on most of their facilities. So in that way,
let's talk about that, because I don't want to be alarmist. So in Canada and the US, so let's go before our NHP regulations.
Yeah.
We've always, and nobody disagrees with this, we've always had protection against fraud. So don't lie about what's in the bottle. Don't make claims that you don't say things that you can't substantiate. So both the product can't be fraudulent, physically, what you say is there has to be there, and you can't make claims orally. So we'll agree there should be protection against fraud. There can't be adulteration. Like, that's been in our Food and Drug Act in the US forever. So you can't put in things that aren't there. And adulteration also means there can't be dangerous substances. And I think we all agree, well, in the Food and Drug Act, there's always been requirements that you have to manufacture it, in a clean way. Everything's got to be sanitary, which is kind of almost like a legislative good manufacturing. And we had that before our regulations. And Bruce, I'd also say, you know, one thing that's changed with our regulations, meaning the NHP regulations, is we've had enforcement of good manufacturing practices. I don't know anyone, I disagree with how strict they are, and you probably disagree with how strict they've become and how arbitrary, but I don't know anyone who disagrees with let's have reasonable good manufacturing practices, which is really a follow-up on, you know, the Food and Drug Act requirement that you do things in a sanitary and reasonable way.
Yeah, on the GMP manufacturing, I think most people would be. I've done GMP audits before, and I've helped people get approved for GMP audits. And any of the audits that I've done have been accepted by Health Canada to get NHP licenses. And I think most people would be really surprised at the standards of the manufacturing in Canada. It's really, really high. And I think it's great that it's that high, actually, myself. The issue I have mostly is, okay, these guys have gone through a lot of effort, a lot of trouble to manufacture this product as per GMP, to make sure what's in the bottle is on the label. There's no adulteration, no contamination. But now they go to put it on the market, but there's some third world country making the product by third world manufacturing standards, adulterated and contaminated, and they can say more than the Canadian company does.
Mm-hmm.
My opinion, and this might sound radical to Health Canada, but I believe Canadian companies should have at least equal access to the Canadian market, particularly when their manufacturing is better than much of the world that is being mailed order to Canada. But that might sound radical to Health Canada. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think we should just be back to the Food and Drug Act, fraud, adulteration, safe manufacturing practices. And just on the US side, so just the US manufacturers do have good manufacturing practices.
Yeah.
Under their regulations. So I don't want anyone thinking that we're suggesting they don't, because they do. But the difference is they don't need pre-market approval. So under their Dietary Supplements Health and Education Act of 1994, so they just have to give notice, 30-day notice to the FDA that they're going to be putting a product on the market. And here's the claim they're making, you know, providing it's not a new dietary ingredient. And Bob's your uncle, they're fine. But they're classed as foods, Bruce, and there's a legal presumption that they're safe. And that's, wouldn't you agree that's a reasonable legal presumption? Like, you're not upset with the US law classing them as foods and presuming them by law to be safe.
I agree with it. And that is, to me, one of the biggest differences between the natural health product regulations and the US regulations. The US regulations, the dietary supplement regulations, were derived from, as you said, the Food Directorate. Ours were derived from the Drug Directorate. So my understanding is that provided they're made in US under the GMP standards, they are considered safe unless the FDA proves them dangerous. However, my understanding is if somebody imports or sends an export, if somebody is exporting to US from another country, it's flipped the other way. It can be considered dangerous until the company proves it's safe. That's my understanding. So in other words, the US is allowing their manufacturers at least equal access to their market, based on the fact that they manufacture products.
Arguably more than equal access, because the legal presumption for imports is that you have to prove them safe.
Yeah,
where they're presumed safe for US manufacturers.
That's right. In fact, I was working for one company where they had, they were manufacturing the product within Canada and they were shipping it to US. They woke up one morning and the US government said, we're not convinced it's safe. They talked to a US lawyer. He said, we'll just make it in US. They flipped their manufacturing to US, and now the FDA had to prove it was dangerous. And
And
as you
in
said,
Canada, arguably, we do the opposite. So in Canada, our Canadian-made NHPs are presumed by law to be unsafe until you prove to Health Canada they're safe, which is part of our licensing.
yeah,
But
but
because you can import anything, the consumer can,
yeah,
without any proof of safety or efficacy, there's an implied presumption of safety for foreign products. So we've made it unfair for our manufacturers.
I completely agree. And you mentioned this before. When you say import, obviously you're not mentioning a controlled substance.
Mm-hmm.
You're mentioning a general NHP that is available over the counter. And I guess the question I have as well here regarding NHPs are a culture's access to its own traditional medicines a constitutional right or a privilege selectively granted to them by Health Canada?
Well, if you're asking me the question, I would say that's not a constitutional right, but it may be a right under our Canadian human rights legislation. But the issue is, so basically what Bruce is saying is let's say you're an Indigenous community, or you're a tradition, you're a part of the Chinese community, and you've got this tradition of traditional Chinese medicine, or in the case of Indigenous community, your traditional Indigenous medicine. Is that a constitutional right that you have? And I would say, just shooting from the cuff, it's not. But Bruce, we could let's just go with the non-ethnic. Well, but I mean, every community is ethnic. I mean, right now, Anglo-Saxon community we could call an ethnic community, but let's just broach us all into there together. I would say that it's just common sense that the human body needs nutrients to be healthy, and that if we deny the human body nutrients, it suffers, and it will suffer until you give it the nutrients that it needs to be healthy. And really, all the natural health products, by and large, are we're giving the human body the nutrients it needs so that it doesn't suffer. Isn't that just a basic human right? Don't we have the right to have the nutrients that our body needs? So on the one hand, we have Health Canada allowing chemicals in our food, and we're allowing basically agricultural practices where we can't get from our food the nutrients we need to be healthy. How can they possibly be putting us in a situation where we're going to lose vital nutrients? I mean, we don't even have to think of them as drugs. I mean, we're really talking about nutrients.
Yeah, I want to use an example here. I was visiting a beautiful young Persian girl that was explaining to me traditionally what the Persians use saffron for. She was mentioning that her grandma lived to 116 years old, and she was explaining all these traditional uses they use saffron for. Now, the issue is this: saffron, it'd be very, very difficult to put saffron through a new drug submission to manage to prove all the claims she was saying. But does that mean her culture should be denied that information and the rights to use saffron for what they traditionally use them for?
Does it mean you and I should be denied the right to hear what saffron can be used for?
Well, exactly.
Like, why limit it to the Persian community?
Well, you're absolutely right. And if they are applying hypothetically for an NPN, one of the problems in these NPN applications is that the people reviewing them, and this is something I think we'll get to, in that I agree with the US structure function claims, and I agree with the regulatory structure of them in as far as market approval. To me, if somebody from the Persian community wants to import saffron, do proper GMP on it, and sell it for a structure function claim, I don't believe there should be some bureaucrat in Ottawa that has no idea about saffron, and maybe can't even spell it, that should be reviewing that, because they're not really fulfilling any function in my viewpoint. She's the one with all the information on saffron, so why shouldn't she be able to express it? And
I think we could go further, Bruce, but let's just let people know what you mean by structure function claim, because even in the U.S. system, then they've instituted censorship. So, but I think we have to back up to our drug model itself. So we have a drug approval process for all drugs. Doesn't say chemical drugs, for all drugs. If you actually want to get, let's say, approval for a condition like depression, like actually this is a treatment for depression. So we've got antidepressants. They've got to go through this process. Anyone can look at the drug regs. It started at C.08.001, the new drug approval process. Bruce, that process is so expensive that my understanding is in our lifetime, in the lifetime of everyone that could be watching this, the only drugs that have been approved to treat specific conditions are drugs that had a patent. And to have a patent, you have to be a synthetic chemical. So, but my understanding is you're aware of one drug that didn't have a patent that got through that process. But by and large, it's so expensive that you'll only go through if you have a patent. Can you explain why only patented drugs go through? Because it's not limited to drugs that have a patent. It's not limited. It's when you look at the regulations, it doesn't say you need to have a patent. But
no,
in the real world, that's the reality. It might as well say that.
Well, what you're claiming is quite correct. However, I'm going to do one slight alteration to what you're claiming, and that's saying that you have to have very strong intellectual property on the drug. And the overwhelming majority of the time, that's a patent. And what happens is that to go through the new drug process, and if anybody wants to know the specific steps to go through a new drug process, I believe online right now, my testimony for the True Hope trial is still there, where I explain specifically step by step how to go through the new drug process, or why a depression drug couldn't go through that process. But there has to be an engine.
Meaning a natural depression drug that wasn't a synthetic chemical.
That's right. In order to go through there has to be a lot of intellectual property on the drug, because it takes a lot of money to go through the process. And obviously the people investing the money want the money back plus more. So they're not going to, for example, invest in peppermint. Even though peppermint, I think, is probably one of the most proven compounds or proven drugs on the market. They won't invest in that because there's no real intellectual property, I think, within peppermint. So you need a lot of money to go through the process. And the reason I'm saying a lot of money with outcoming numbers is because depending on the clinical endpoint, depends on how much money. I can say it's lots and lots, but for example, if I had a pill to raise people from the dead, this is a very clear clinical endpoint. And to get IRB approval to do the trial is going to be very cheap to do. So something that clear is going to be really simple. If I have something that hypothetically prevents cancer, that is going to be a fortune, because the clinical endpoint is not that clear, and we'd have to do an epidemiological study with a biostatistician somewhere in the world.
Can I also clarify, not even cure cancer, but if you had a drug to treat cancer, that's going to be expensive, because treat doesn't mean cure, but it means better clinical outcomes defined in a specific way, right? And that's not a clear endpoint. Whereas, it's a very, very expensive project. That's very,
unless you have the intellectual property protection to keep everybody else off the market, and only sell your product, it's a tough game to go through. Now, on natural, go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure that people understand what you're saying. You know, like at the True Hope trial at the federal court one, you know, and I appreciate you can do this for maybe hundreds of millions on a simple application, but on a complicated application, the application fee to Health Canada alone is $250,000.
At least.
And when, yeah, so I mean, so just so that people understand, like on a complicated application, you pay Health Canada $250,000 at least to even go through your application. So it's not that you can't go through it for hundreds of millions, for example. But, you know, I think at the True Hope trial, and you had recently, you know, read about it, I mean, the average cost was $1 billion, but it doesn't mean it costs you that. But it costs you so much that, like, so just imagine, you know, the audience, we in the audience, we're on the board of a company, and we have a natural product that will cure cancer. Like, oh my gosh, this is going to be a wonderful thing. Well, we'll never raise the money to run, you know, the animal studies, the animal safety studies, the life death 50 studies, the, you know, the preliminary human studies to test safety extrapolated on the animal data, and then the sizable double-blind clinical trials. And we'd need fairly large numbers to say we cure cancer. We're never going to raise the money necessary to do that, because we'll never get our money back. An investor would say, well, as soon as you get market approval, because we don't have a patent, anyone without having to run these studies can now make the product, and there's nothing. So we wouldn't be able to charge enough to get our money back. And I use Viagra as an example, like of how a patent protects you. So Viagra was the first erectile dysfunction drug, and Pfizer had the patent. So they get through this process. Well, they have monopolies. Like a patent just means you have a monopoly for the year of life of a patent, and a drug patent in Canada lasts for 25 years. So when Pfizer got approved, no one could compete with them. They had a monopoly, and they could charge whatever they wanted, and they charged a lot. But then when the patent ran out, anyone can make sildenafil, that's the generic word, you know, for the drug that Viagra is, and the price drops. So a natural product, even if you cured cancer, if you have erectile dysfunction, if your heart, it doesn't matter. You'll never go through the process because you'll never spend your own money, and you'll never raise the money because you don't have a monopoly. That's what we're talking about, right, Bruce?
It is the one part that I'm unsure, or I might want to comment on, is that my understanding is that Viagra can set their own price on the US market. But in Canada, they don't set their own price. The Canadian government sets the price on prescription drugs. That's my understanding. But either way, you're absolutely correct on the rest, in the fact that it's a very, very high markup for these companies, and there's no competition. Whereas, you know, using the example of peppermint again, if somebody spent $1 billion going through some intricate application on peppermint, there's no way they'd get their money back.
Because anyone can sell peppermint.
Yeah, you know, they'd say,
and they could sell with your approval claim. So if you approve peppermint to treat erectile dysfunction, anyone could sell it for that once you've got the claim approved.
Well, my understanding is that if I get the claim approved for my peppermint for erectile dysfunction, there might be technically some sort of protection on that claim for a while, possibly. But who cares? Well, the pharmacist or the health food store owner says, why would you buy that for $100 a capsule? Just go over there and buy that one for $1. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Yep.
So even if I have label protection, it doesn't really help anyway. I will never get my money back. And based on my experience, I've worked with a lot of traditional medicines over time. And there's three different paradigms or metaphors to explain how these medicines work. One is the chemistry metaphor, as we've talked about, and as is used for allopathic drugs in Western herbology. Another one is the electrochemistry metaphor, which is used for chiropractic, Chinese medicine, and Ayurvedic, where they talk about meridians combined with chemistry. And the third one is the shamanic metaphor, which is, it's more esoterical in a way, but at the same time, there's more and more evidence that quantum physics seems to agree with almost the shamanic metaphor. So as soon as you think it's all quackery or crazy, quantum physics seems to, agree with it. Quarks coming from the earth and the sun having pure energy. The reason I'm mentioning this is I cannot see how the shamanic or electrochemistry metaphors could possibly go through anything like a new drug submission. It's based on strictly a chemistry metaphor.
Right. So we're basically excluding other traditions that
Yes.
could be real because of the way we've structured it.
Well, the question is, how much do we know about how the body works?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can agree on this. I would say that we know probably 10% best.
Can I give you a funny story that just, well, it's not funny, but it's just, homeopathic medicine.
Yeah.
Arguably, it doesn't make sense, right? Like, arguably, it doesn't make sense. So just so people understand, is the idea of homeopathic medicine is that basically you give the body like a minute amount of actually the problem, right? So you're not trying to treat the symptoms, but, if there's a problem, so like you got an allergy, well, we'll actually give you an allergen, but in such a minute quantity that you may not even be able to measure it. And they just keep diluting and diluting, but there's this shaking that's part of it. So you could have a homeopathic remedy, Bruce, where arguably, in theory, there's nothing there. Now, I'm interviewing yesterday Dr. Michelle Perro, who is basically like a pediatrician emergency doctor. Like, she's a medical doctor that's like 45 years. She's trained at Yale Medical School and, Mount Sinai. She's working at the big children's hospital in New York City in the emergency ward. And then she moves to California. She's doing that. She's been practicing for a long time. And now she's got kids, and she's got this young boy who's really suffering with croup, and it just keeps coming back and real trouble breathing. Well, she's a pediatrician expert. Her husband's a pediatrician expert. She doesn't want to put her boy on the steroids, and she has some medical doctor acquaintance who's also a homeopath say, use this. And within 5 minutes, the croupy cough breathing was like, it's inexplainable. It's repeatable. Both her and her pediatric doctor, like she says, you can't get your head around it. And I had another physician, 40 years as a medical doctor, but the last 25 also as a homeopath. And he says, you can't get around how fast this homeopathic works. Well, Bruce, it can't be chemical. What's going on?
I can't explain homeopathy. My background's in chemistry, but what I will say is, on a new drug submission, you do not have to explain mechanism of action. So my comment is, if it works, it works. And the drugs that go through new drug submissions, they don't have to explain mechanism of action. So if it works, it works. That's what I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
It's if it's therapeutically effective, it's therapeutically effective. So yeah, one of the issues, or one of the concerns I have too, is I have a number of medical doctor friends that I have sort of personal conversations with, and I consider them as colleagues as well as friends. And they say things to me that they won't say within the medical office. That's the reason I won't mention any of them. But one of their concerns is that they have concern that when they prescribe natural health products, that they will be targeted by the medical association. And certainly a constitutional lawyer I talked to the other day, he was saying the same thing, is that he's concerned there's more targeting of medical physicians that are open-minded towards these therapeutic remedies.
Yeah, it seems the noose is tightening. And what's interesting, Bruce, to me is also the censorship. So, you know, and that's why I also disagree with the limitation to structure function claims in the US, but let's just stick in Canada. So in Canada, even though the natural health product regulations don't say you can't be approved to cure anything or to treat anything, from a policy perspective, we kind of have the worst of both worlds. So we have to be pre-licensed, and the policy is to limit us to structure function claims anyway.
I completely agree.
So, and what a structure function claim is. So I'll use TrueHope as an example because you're very familiar with them from having to be involved in a court case. Not that you were charged, you were an expert, just so everyone knows. No, it's not that Bruce wasn't involved in the court case himself. He was brought in as a drug approval expert. So, but here, you know, there are, my understanding is that there are 30 peer-reviewed published journal articles on eMpower Plus, all funded by governments around the world. So, you know, I live in Alberta, and the Alberta government coughed up like $500,000 like 35 years ago, when that was a meaningful amount of money, for a double-blind clinical trial being run by the Behavioral Research Unit at Children's Hospital. Now, those people, their wages were already being paid. So, I mean, $500,000 even meant more, other than, you know, if you had hired another company that would make profit. There was no profit need here, and everyone's salaries are already being paid. So governments around the world have decided to fund significant research on a natural health product, and the company can't share that, and practitioners can't share that because Health Canada will shut them down. What do you think about? Well, first of all, like, I mean, you do understand, like, companies and practitioners, they're only allowed to basically say the label claim, which I think for TrueHope is something like supports mental health and well-being. Do you want to discuss that? Like, what?
Insanity. It's insanity in that what happens, in my viewpoint, is that, put it this way to you, I knew one company, it was a fairly large company, I knew this person from a fairly large company. She put 3 applications into Health Canada for the exact same product, exact same ingredients, exact same claim, exact same product.
But the applications in from 3 different companies. So
yeah. So Health Canada didn't know it was the same product behind their own screens. And she got 3 completely different IRNs. So in other words, Health
explain
Canada,
what an IRN is so people understand what's happening here.
Well, it's a notice wanting more information regarding an application. So in other words, she sent in the exact same product. 3 different reviewers looked at the product.
Exact same application.
3 different reviewers looked at the product and were requesting 3 different things. So this is the consistency of Health Canada within their review process. And that's the reason that I think we should go to the same policy of US of, as you were saying, basically no pre-market approval. In other words, we can put it on the market provided we notify within a specific space and time. Because these reviews are a waste of money to me, in that they're not being done consistently at all. And they're just a bunch of red tape going back and forth continually. They're not adding value to the product at all. So,
Bruce, so for both chemical drugs and natural health products, I mean, do you have any faith in the approval process? Like, people the public just assumes if Health Canada has in theory approved something, it means it's safe and effective. And I'm just wondering if you share the public's confidence.
I not as I'm not as confident as what you're saying. I'm not convinced specifically in natural health products that their review process is accurate. In new drugs, as I said, most of the information, like it or not, comes from post-market surveillance. And in fact, a lot of the time after thalidomide, Health Canada, their strategy has been to let the drug go onto the US market for a couple of years, see what happens, and then allow it on the Canadian market. Because they did allow thalidomide on the Canadian market, and obviously it was a disastrous situation.
Right, and the US didn't, so they're kind of wanting to reverse that one.
Exactly. So I think the reviewers are thinking, okay, we'll delay the process a little bit from putting it on the Canadian market. That way we can see what happens on the American market. But I'm not sure if the drug companies really mind. The reason I say they don't mind is that the US patents, from my understanding, on these drugs are stronger than the Canadian ones and longer. So if it takes a little longer to get on the Canadian market, they can hold the US patent a little bit longer. And obviously there is concern within the US of ordering therapeutic drugs from Canada that are lower cost than in US. And from my understanding, it's caused by two things. One is the patent situation. The patents there are allowed longer. And the other situation is that Health Canada sets the price, I believe, for the drugs within Canada, or possibly its provincial government.
Yeah, I think because I think the way it works, Bruce, is they may when they're buying it, but I think it's usually done provincially, except during COVID, I think it was done nationally. But I mean, a company doesn't have to agree to sell, right? So a company may agree to a price, but they don't have to agree to sell. And I know with Viagra, like there were mainstream news stories about how much Pfizer was charging, but it wasn't included in any provincial. It wasn't included under the Canada Health Act as a requirement, so it wasn't an essential drug. Can I ask you? You probably read Dr. Shiv Chopra's book "Corrupt to the Core" long ago.
You know, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, you need to. It's a fun book, but Dr. Shiv Chopra was a drug approval scientist at Health Canada for 30 years, and in the book, he discusses. He actually, if I recall correctly, quotes a CBC story where Dr. Chopra wasn't the only drug approval scientist forced to testify at the Senate about corruption in the drug approval process. Dr. Margaret Hayden also had to testify, and the CBC reports, as she explained to them, and that as a drug approval scientist, so this is Dr. Margaret Hayden, as reported by the CBC, that as a drug approval scientist at Health Canada, after a period of time, you come to understand how, when you recommend a drug shouldn't be approved, so you work for Health Canada, you're a drug approval scientist, you're assessing whether a drug should be approved, and you recommend it shouldn't. She said, well, after a while, you understand how senior management's going to get around your decision. and as a lawyer, I think it's brilliant because there's no liability, right? So apparently, as she explains, what the senior management does is they appoint a panel of outside experts. And then so we've got plural happening. The outside experts as a group, so you don't know who's saying yay or nay, the outside experts as a group recommend approval of the drug. So there's no liability there. And then senior management, who aren't experts, say, well, we're going to rely on this panel of experts. So there's no liability on senior management. That's what do you think about that as this, an effective way to protect Canadians and get drugs on the market?
Well, to me, it's like stacking the deck, really. In other words, what do they do if that committee doesn't approve? They just go to another one.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, I'm being tongue in cheek because I don't know about you, but I'm just so frustrated. I was sharing with you the other day what happened to me during a Health Canada trial where I'm having to cross-examine for days a Health Canada, a hired gun, right? I remember I was telling you this story. Um, so this fellow just ran a company that got psychiatric drugs through this new drug approval process, and actually starts complaining to me at how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved because, as he explains, rightfully so, that, well, he's got to give Health Canada two, we'll call them sizable. I appreciate you made the point. Really, the numbers aren't very large for most of these trials. Like
Mhm.
they're not really robust for drawing conclusions. But he's got to give Health Canada two, reasonably sized um, double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works, which means there's a statistical separation between the drug and the sugar pill for a very short period of time on, as tenuous markers as we can, with an extremely healthy subset of volunteers so that the safety signals aren't big. I mean, that's how it works. So he's got to provide these to Health Canada. But what shocked me is he said, and this is what he does for a living, he says, well, right out of the gate, I run eight. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials because I need 8 to get the 2 that show this statistical separation between the drug and the sugar pill. No, he doesn't give Health Canada those other 6. And those other 6, I mean, they might be inconclusive, some of them. Some of them might show the sugar pill works better than the drug. Some of them might show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but they don't like the safety signals. And these trials are already designed to get the result. Like people write books, like, Angie Marcel of the New England Journal of Medicine. They write books on how there's so much gaming in the design that they're meaningless anyway. I think, and I'm getting to my question, I think the law should be, instead of this censorship where you can only say what the label claim is. So when he gets the drug approved as an antidepressant, all the company's allowed to say is that it's an antidepressant. The company actually can't legally share the failed double-blind clinical trials unless they're published in a journal. The company can't legally share with the public, not that they would anyway, they're trying to make money, but it's actually illegal for the company to share the failed clinical trials with us, let alone the successful ones, again, unless they're published in a journal, a peer-reviewed journal. And then that's allowed. So I think, Bruce, and I'm curious about your comments, I think whether it's a natural drug, whether it's chemical, that the law should be, no, you're not restricted to the label claim. You actually legally have to share all the information you have with us. Go back to a Clint Eastwood movie, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. What do you think?
Well, I would fully agree with that. There's no question that they should have to share everything. And I would go on further to say that one of the things about these clinical trials too is, I'm not trying to knock them. I do admire, I've been in strategic boardrooms with pharmaceutical companies before and seeing how they strategize for these products for passing clinical trials and getting expanded claims on their labels. And they're very, very, very clever. I give them credit for that. The thing is, when these things are approved, one, they should have to show that, but one of the disadvantages of these drugs when they first go on the market again is there's only usually a certain subset of people that are in these trials. So, for example, if there's an antidepressant drug that usually they're European males because the fact that they have the most money, that's what they usually have in most of the trials. But if there's a European male from Germany that's finding some sort of therapeutic effect from an antidepressant drug for the first 6 weeks that they're on the drug, it doesn't mean that a pregnant African woman taking the drug for 6 months will get the same effect. are the same positive outcomes over that period of time. It's kind of like apples and oranges. That's the reason I mentioned as well that really they heavily rely on post-market surveillance to see really what happens on this stuff. But yeah, I fully agree. They should have to disclose everything regarding the clinical trials.
Yeah, and you, I just, what I like about conversations with you is you make me think. The way they design clinical trials, so really, they're not used for the same purpose. Really calls into question the censorship issue too. So, for example, if like most drugs are used off-label use, just back to this depression thing, if you and I are going to run a clinical trial on depression, so we're gonna have the European, male.
Yep.
They're going to be young.
Probably.
Because we don't want safety signals. We're going to run it for a short period of time. Like most psychiatric drugs, the clinical trial, like it's shorter than 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the doctor's going to prescribe it and say it's not going to work for 2 or 3 months. Well, it's not approved for that, right? Like none of the psychiatric drugs are approved long-term because they've never been studied long-term. Like almost all of our drug use has nothing to do with the clinical trial approvals. It's off-label use. And yet we're limited. I've just made a note. This is a new thing, a new realization. And yet we're limited to our speech of claiming whatever flows from the clinical trial approval. That's interesting.
One comment here too. This is one of the reasons I thoroughly enjoy conversations with you too, Sean. It's really expands my mind into thinking of this stuff. But yeah, you're correct. And what happens is they have the off-label use for this, but the pharmaceutical companies, again, they go by post-market surveillance. They're very, 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 very good at putting questions together for doctors on post-market surveillance to keep the drug on the market and find ways to expand the claim. Okay, an example is if I had, suppose I have a face cream and I wanted the therapeutic claim for acne. I have the face cream for just generally a moisturizer. That's what I'm having it for. But I tell medical doctors, hey, it's good for acne too. And then what I do is I get them to take pictures and monitor it for acne. This is the sort of strategy sometimes they use. I'm using a wild example there. There is a line between a clinical trial and post-market surveillance. And they're very strategic at balancing that line to know where they're just doing post-market surveillance and where they're doing a clinical trial. And then they take the post-market surveillance and they take all these doctors' post-market surveillance, maybe get some case studies, then go to Health Canada and say, we want a clinical trial on something. And by the way, the natural health product companies could have that same strategy if they chose, provided they know how to dance around the post-market surveillance and clinical trial strategy. That is one option for them. But your thinking is quite correct. Why aren't they allowed, if there's centuries of use of these products, why aren't they allowed to make these expanded claims anyway? It makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Provided
well, I like to use ginger tea as an example because, like, has it been 3,000 years we've been using it to help treat nausea?
Yeah.
And yet, likely, so why can't we just continue to use ginger tea to treat nausea? Why can't we share that information? Why can't we just be truthful and say, yeah, there haven't been any double-blind clinical trials to treat nausea? Well, okay, but why can't we just continue to use it for that? And I bet you, Bruce, that nobody has ginger tea approved to treat nausea, that it's some structure function claim, supports digestive health, if anyone's even bothered to do that, because you can just buy ginger tea in the in the tea aisle, you can't share with people truthful health information about it.
Exactly. I mean, what's truthful is it's traditionally used to treat nausea.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to check on the claims for ginger tea, but
Yeah, and I haven't either. I'm just speculating. I doubt it. Right?
You're quite correct. These natural health products are restricted in expressing what they're traditionally used for. And I bet when my Persian friend was explaining to me about saffron, it's the same thing. What she was explaining, I'm sure, was not on the labels.
No, I want to segue because you license your company, you license natural health products, and and I'm happy to see if there's any manufacturers out there like Bruce's like I hire him for court things because he knows what he's talking about. So there I go, plug you, Bruce. But my question is, so this self-care framework that Health Canada first introduced in 2017, and then they tour the country in 2018. One of the branches, it hasn't been instituted yet, but they kind of have like about 5 or 6 things they said they would do, and they've marched through most of them, but we still have cost recovery, which we haven't talked about. But another part of it is they said, hey, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to come out with a new set of regulations. So we're going to harmonize all over-the-counter drugs. So the chemical over-the-counter drugs and the natural health products. But we're not going to license for any condition for which that it's not truly self-care. So, and they define self-care as it resolves within 60 days and you wouldn't need advice from a healthcare practitioner, which is interesting. Then we have to license through the new drug approval process. But what I wanted to ask you about is they said, we're no longer going to allow traditional use to justify efficacy. We're going to limit traditional use to justify safety in some conditions. What do you think the effect would be on the types of products that we would have left if we can't use traditional use evidence to produce efficacy? Because I honestly don't know what percentage of products are out there that are licensed based on traditional use.
I think most of them are licensed on traditional use.
I suspected that. So can you explain what that means? Like what that means for licensing? Because Canadians don't understand, well, we have to prove a product. So when we get licensed, we have to prove a product works, and which is what it means by efficacy. Now, you could run, clinical trials to do that, but we're allowed to use traditional use evidence, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And what that basically means is that if you have pharmacopoeias, or if you can prove traditional use from certain cultures, used for certain conditions, you're allowed to get a product license based on that. That's basically the long and the short of traditional use. And to me, it's complete insanity not allowing traditional use on a drug application. It's complete insanity.
Well, I have to say I enjoy their marketing because we're dealing with clever people. Because the rationale is let's say you have a headache and you go to the pharmacy or a health, let's just say pharmacy. And remember, we're limited to self-care, so we're going to get rid of all products for which you would seek the advice of a healthcare practitioner. But you have a headache and you've got aspirin sitting on the shelf, the chemical drug synthesized from white willow bark.
Yep.
And you have white willow bark sitting on the shelf. Well, they're both for headaches. But one, because it's a chemical drug, has all these strict regulations and site license requirements and all of this that the other doesn't. White willow bark doesn't. And this is just their argument. It's brilliant. I mean, I feel convinced, except they know it's wrong. Why shouldn't the consumer doesn't know there's different regulatory environments. They're both beside each other on the shelf because they're on the headache aisle. And this isn't fair to the consumer.
I'm going to bring up one topic I've said several times here, and I'm going to say it again, but let me finish with it. And that is the majority of the information on a drug is gotten through post-market surveillance. So even after the application goes through, then what happens is there's post-market surveillance because the clinical trials are usually small. Most of the information is gotten through post-market surveillance. And when they say they don't allow traditional use, isn't traditional use post-market surveillance done by tradition, by cultures over time? So we're actually getting the same information over a long period of time by more people, not all physicians. But we're getting post-market surveillance. That's what traditional use is. So they have most of their information from post-market surveillance, but so do traditional medicines. The difference is it's formatted differently, and granted, on traditional medicines, it's not always the shaman of the village that provides the information. A lot of the time it is, but it's not always. So peppermint has thousands of years of post-market surveillance from millions of people. A lot of these drugs new on the market don't have as much post-market surveillance, but it's strictly from physicians. But it's still post-market surveillance. So I'm confused at why they would not allow traditional use, because they're allowing the same thing in post-market surveillance, really.
You know, that is a wonderful observation.
Oh, thank you.
So, no, I mean, that's brilliant, because that I've never thought of it that way. But of course, that's what traditional use evidence is.
Yeah. So it's insane that they wouldn't allow it. And it's also insane that they would not have. Well, I agree with you. I think these reviews of these natural health products by Health Canada are simply ridiculous, because they're not consistent at all. I used an example of 3 applications of the exact same product coming out with 3 different IRNs. But it's also well known in the industry. If you don't get approved one time, just send it in again. You'll get a different review, or just keep sending it in. Well, this is not adding value to the market. The US system of not having pre-market review, to me, is far more efficient, and it cuts down on the cost of these. And US, again, we're not talking about the manufacturing standard. I completely agree with the manufacturing standard being very stringent, making sure what's in the bottle is in the label. It's just that playing, games of sending applications back and forth don't really make sense to me. As far as my company goes, yeah, we do drug applications, but probably the specialty we have is that if there is a product on the market right now that a company wants to expand into a better version of the product. When I'm saying that, not necessarily formula, but have more GMP status on the product and more claims on the product, we tend to be very good at taking what I would say is winner products and making them better. We do applications too, but what's unique to us is that we know a lot of the regulations and a lot of the standards to improve on the products already there.
What do you think about, I get frustrated, like, when Health Canada is wanting ever stricter regulation on natural health products. They go risk, but they don't look at the benefits. And it just seems to me that if the goal is good health outcomes, then, well, you have to look at the benefits. Like, isn't the risk taking away products that are providing us health benefits? And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. But what's inconsistent with Health Canada is, again, some of the people there don't look at traditional use as reliable information. So they look at a risk and say, hey, look, that's a risk. We have a chemical drug here that's just gone through a new drug approval process. We know it's therapeutic. We know that for a fact because It went through 2 double-blind clinical trials. It went through the efficacy. It went through the safety, biochemistry, and that. And plus, it paid us a lot of money. We know that's safe. And this natural health product over here, okay, it's safe. People have taken it forever. But, you know, this traditional use, we don't believe in traditional use. So we're just going to say it's gone. It's unsafe. We'll stick with the chemical drug. I don't agree with that, but I do see it happening there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, you know, the chemical drug, a lot of the time, I'm certainly, I'm not, hopefully I'm not knocking the chemical drugs. There's a lot of very therapeutic chemical drugs that have been very therapeutic over time that have helped people. And I'm certainly not trying to knock them, but I am saying that I have witnessed at times Health Canada discriminating against natural health products and favoring those by my thinking.
Right, meaning that Health Canada is unfairly attacking natural health products and doesn't seem to apply the same vigor in enforcement and attention to the chemical drugs.
Exactly.
What do you think of the quality of Health Canada personnel? You've alluded to, you know, on the kind of application process, so they're trying to get their approval, that there's pretty low quality there. When, you know, the same application, 3 different things are being asked for, meaning, you know, the 2 things, you know, are fine and the 3rd thing isn't, and then you can say that for each one. What about on the enforcement end?
Well, I would say on the application process, at very, very least, there's extreme inconsistency. I think that when people are making drug applications they shouldn't be thinking that they're sending it, you know, they're at a crap table in Vegas. Okay, depending on the reviewer, depending on what they get back, it shouldn't be like that. And as far as you were asking me about the inspectors, I think they're inconsistent as well. And I'm certainly not saying they're bad people. A lot of them I met are good people and they're well-intentioned. But I have not found that there's consistent training in them as well, or consistent enforcement in them as well. And to me, on a lot of these products, if you want 6 different answers from Health Canada, all you have to do is ask 5 different people. That's my experience. There's complete inconsistency, and I'm not sure whether or not they're not training them well. I'm not saying they're not good people. I think there are good people, but there just seems to be extreme inconsistency based on what I've said, what I've seen. Mm-hmm. And I know there's all sorts of intricate conspiracies, you know, that are claimed against these field inspectors and that. And based on what I've seen, I would be actually impressed if Health Canada was capable of half the conspiracies, like intricate conspiracies involving everybody that they've been accused of, because all I've seen is complete confusion. One inspector,
which is arguably more of a problem than if there was some cohesion for some nefarious purpose.
Yeah, it's kind of like if people were on a giant ship. You know, the insinuation is there's a conspiracy, everybody's pointing in the same direction. My experience is, you know, with these field inspectors and going up within them, everybody's pointing in a different direction.
You know, you're raising something interesting, and you know, there's this nature of paradox that if you try too hard to do something, in this case it would be regulate natural health products, that actually you end up being able to regulate them less. And one thing that's possible, Bruce, is just that, you know, the marketplace is so big and so vast that if you try to overdo it, you're basically going to get no compliance and everyone going underground and the Wild West because they can't comply. Whereas if you just said, listen, I'm going to limit myself to fraud, adulteration, you know, and good manufacturing practices, that likely you would get really good compliance and better outcomes. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because because things really are complicated out there.
I completely agree with you. I think if they just simplified it, I have empathy for a lot of the companies out there because I think a lot of them are well-meaning, wanting to comply, but it's walking through these regulations and different field inspectors coming in with different thoughts and different policies, and IRNs coming up back with different numbers and they're requesting that. To me, I think for some of these companies, Canadian companies, it's like a minefield. They don't know what's going to blow up next. So I feel empathy for them. It's insane. I think part of the issue too is that Health Canada may be having trouble retaining good people as well. In that, if there is a lot of the time, I think if there is a really competent and good field inspector, if they don't get promoted within Health Canada themselves, they're going to be basically scooped up by the pharmaceutical industry. They'll get a call one day offered twice the salary because they know what they're doing and they're really good at what they do. So there could be a problem with them trying to maintain manpower.
Bruce, we're running long here, but I just wanted I wanted to ask you about you shared with me kind of I thought it was a funny story where when you're working at Flora, Health Canada actually billed you for having to deal with a complaint. Can you just kind of quickly share with us that story? I just thought it was quite funny, actually.
Well, what was happening was that I forget the specific department within Health Canada, but they actually, I'm not going to share that because I haven't got.
Okay, yeah. So we won't share that. So we'll just end with this.
I can share another story.
Okay, yeah. I don't want to. Okay, I do want to get you into trouble. No, I'm just kidding.
Actually, yeah, I can share with another story, and that is that what happens is that, as I said, Health Canada, they have a tendency only to look at what's coming in the mail. They will not get off their duff and actually look what's on the market. And I actually phoned the minister's office a number of times complaining about this, saying they're not uniform enforcing. I don't believe that the Canadian market is in their office, what's coming in the mail. I think they should get out and uniformly enforce. Okay. And I complained a number of times to the minister's office on that. Minister's office didn't actually do anything. What they did, though, is they got their security guard to phone me and tell me not to bother them so much. If you can believe it.
That is a funny story. Bruce, just really quickly, do you have a final message to Ottawa? Because I like to ask people.
What I was, just to finish this, I got to finish this, though. What happened was that I told the security officer that I believe that he's violating my constitutional right of free speech. And then he started to freak out. It was just bizarre. But yeah,
maybe you shouldn't answer the question, what's your message for Ottawa? Because you've been told by the security person not to speak.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. What I would say for Ottawa is that they've got to be, use far more common sense and in as far as natural health product regulations. And obviously allow traditional claims. Traditional claims, I think, are a human right. That's my opinion. That's my thinking. And to sum it up too, it's been a tremendous pleasure talking to you, Sean. And you believe that your charter will help with the issues that we've mentioned here, right?
Oh, I totally do, Bruce. The first thing the charter does, because the charter is quite simple. So the first thing it does is it takes health rights that the courts already say we have, and it just codifies them. It says these are the rights, and it requires all federal government departments to basically adhere in their interactions with us with these rights. If you have to go to court and basically try to get a right enforced, you're going to spend $10,000 just having your lawyer research the case law and arguing and going through case after case with the judge. The judge will agree with you, But why do you have to go through that process? You know, and when you read them, nobody's going to disagree with those rights. So let's codify them, let's simplify it. And when you go to court, say, like, let's say, we'll use Regina versus Parker as an example. It was one of the marijuana cases. You know, he's suffering terribly under the chemical drugs. He finds relief. But, you know, when he goes to court, or when anyone goes to court where Health Canada or the government is saying, no, we don't want you to treat yourself with this, the Department of Justice actually hires experts to say, no, there's these chemical drugs. Here's all the research, they work. Parker's just full of crap when he says they don't. And there aren't clinical trials on what he says is working for him. And some people lose. Like, I mean, even if you have the resources to get through all of that. And so we put a presumption in there, you know, the best source of information as to whether a treatment works for a person is the person. Who knew, right? So, and it moves the regulation of natural health products out of Health Canada's hand, and it creates a legal presumption to have a balanced risk analysis. So in the United States, the FDA can't remove a product unless there's evidence of harm. Well, under the charter, you actually have to look, what are the benefits? What are the risks? How do we get the best health outcomes? And that's what you do. It's common sense. It's crazy that we even have to put it in an act. But Bruce, thank you for asking the question. I think it'd make a world of difference.
Yeah, and my understanding is the Constitution takes precedence over the Act and the regulations, and this comes just under the Constitution. So this will take precedence over the Act and the regulations. And the final thing I'd probably say is that there's probably a lot of, I know there's a lot of people that genuinely want to help the natural health product industry. And I would say, put your efforts out where it's going to pay off most. So, and I think one of the efforts that doesn't pay off is phoning Health Canada's reception and yelling at them. Okay, that doesn't really help. I think Sean is extremely intelligent lawyer that's on our side. So I trust his advice in giving information on doing what helps best. And according to you, Sean, providing or supporting this charter that you're suggesting is going to help best, correct?
Yeah, and thanks, Bruce.
Okay.
We've got to cut her off here. So on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association, on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I have to tell you, I've totally enjoyed this conversation.
So have I.
And thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me, Sean.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to be here with Carol Auld. Carol, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Sean.
And welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Great, thank you. I'm pleased to be here.
Now, you approached us because you had suffered a pretty traumatic injury, and it was during COVID where they didn't want you to go to the hospital. And you turned to other treatments, and it's a very interesting journey. So I'm wondering if you can kind of share with us what happened.
Okay. Well, I mean, Alternative treatments are my go-to. I'll sort of put that out there from the get-go. What happened is I'm an avid cyclist. I've only ever had 2 bike injuries in my entire life, and this recent one was in June 2022. So I was riding around the beautiful coastal areas here in Victoria, and I went over to Cadborough Beach, and it was a bit of a windy day. So I got off my bike, and what happened is I ended up falling. Now, if I'd fallen onto the ground, I would have been okay.
And I'm gonna back you up, because how much does your bike weigh?
My bike weighs 100 pounds. Yes.
And it took you down too, right?
Well, the bike did fall on me. I lost my balance, and so the bike fell on the lower part of my legs, and I didn't fall onto the ground. I would have been okay if that had happened, but I fell and I hit a wooden bench on my back, and I badly injured 3 ribs and got whiplash. And I immediately knew I was in trouble because I was winded from hitting the bench as hard as I did. It was like bam, like that. So I knew I was in big trouble. Actually, right away, I went, this is not going to be good.
We all have that. Like, there's just a few times in our lives where you have that realization, okay, I'm in trouble here.
Yes, yes. So I knew that this was serious. I knew this right away. This was a serious injury. There were people there at the park that wanted to call an ambulance for me, but I'm thinking logistics. It's like, who's going to get my bike home? And so I just said no. I waited a few minutes. Someone helped me up eventually, and I actually got on the bike and I rode home.
No, it's an electric bike too, though, right?
Yes, so that was, helpful, but it was a very painful ride home. And then as soon as I got home, I fortunately had a very high dose of arnica in my first aid kit, arnica 1M, and I just started taking 1 single pellet of that every 20 minutes and went for the ice immediately.
Now, some people watching, and I have to confess, that was one herb that I wasn't familiar with. So can you share for those viewing what arnica is? And then also, when you say a pellet, I think automatically homeopathic dose.
Yes.
So can you share both of those things, just so that everyone knows what you're speaking about?
Yes. So arnica is commonly used as a sports remedy in both salve and internally. And it is some kind of mountain daisy, but it is the homeopathic remedy that I did use, both internally and externally. And it's for bruising, it's for shock, it's for trauma, it's for any kind of sports injury. So it prevents internal bleeding. And I knew from the way that I'd been injured that this was bad. And I didn't want to have any bruising. So I knew if I took this right away, I was hoping that it would prevent it. I mean, there's no guarantees with anything, but I took a high enough dose and I did it every 20 minutes until I didn't feel that I needed to anymore. And then I applied the ice immediately as well, off and on.
And I'm just guessing that when you say you took it internally and externally, so you have the homeopathic pellets, you must have also had a cream that you applied topically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, both. Yes.
And then my understanding is, like, you're in shock. You end up just going to bed. You've got the fogginess. You've got the.
I was in a lot of pain. It was excruciating pain. It was not like a sharp shooting pain. It was like a dull ache. It was like being hit by a truck, actually, hitting that bench. So there was throbbing all over my body. I just knew that it was bad. I knew that this was a serious injury. This was nothing to mess around with. So, I called around to a couple friends. I got the name of the local chiropractor and I made an appointment for the next day.
You don't know that you got 3 ribs out at this point?
No, I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was bad. I knew I was seriously injured.
Okay. And yes. I'd kind of already led you. You're in COVID. You've got no appetite to go to the hospital, and they don't want you to go there anyway. But you do lean to avoiding that.
I wasn't, all I wanted to do was have someone check that nothing was broken. I didn't think anything was broken, but I wanted someone to check that. If bones had been sticking out, you know, I may have tried to go anyway, but I'm not a big fan of hospitals. And, you know, this was during the COVID thing. And I had no way to get there. I didn't have a car. I suppose I could have called someone or taken a cab, but I'm just so used to doing things on my own and using my own way of going about dealing with these things. As I said, I had a bike accident before, so I remembered what I did then. And I employed some of the same kinds of methodologies in this one, but more because I had the 1M arnica at home this time, which was, I knew, saved my life, frankly.
Okay, so and again, that's to treat internal bleeding and prevent bruising and also help with shock, right?
Yes, yes.
Like, it's a remedy that's taken after accidents, as I understand it.
Yeah, or even for any kind of bruising, right? You bang yourself against a door. I'm always jumping on and off the bike. I notice, oh, I've got a bruise on my leg. So I'll take a little, you know, I'll take a lower dose of 30C and I'll put some cream on it. So, you know, I don't like to walk around with bruises on me. So I just routinely use it, right? I'll use it for pain, for stiffness, for soreness. So it's great. You know, it's very safe, no side effects with homeopathic remedies. It's one of my main go-tos, arnica.
Okay. Now, you end up going to the chiropractor the next day.
Yeah, he checked me over and he assured me, as I thought, nothing was broken, but he told me, this is a very serious injury. So then he was trying to tell me that.
He did tell you about the ribs, though, didn't he?
It's kind of a blur. He was working on my neck, first of all. He was the one who told me I had whiplash. I knew there was something wrong with my neck, but I didn't, you know, I knew it was out, but he confirmed it was whiplash. And he said, yeah, that the ribs were all twisted. 3 ribs were twisted on my right side.
And you made me just realize we had forgotten about the neck, because you actually couldn't really move your neck. Like, that was another part of the injury, was the stiff neck.
Yeah, I could move it a bit, but it was pain, right? And I can't even remember. I think I was even getting some headaches. This is 3 years ago now, right? But I believe I was getting headaches. That headaches started. So anyway, he actually recommended some herbal painkillers to me, which I had one of my neighbors go and get for me, and they worked great. There was one from a company in Toronto, and I can't remember the name of it. It was a combo, but basically it had boswellia and white willow, so among other things, and it worked great for the pain. So I didn't use any Tylenol or, you know, any kind of opioids or anything like that for treating the pain. He did tell me he thought I had a high tolerance for pain. I guess that's true, but I just figure with painful kinds of things, you've got to work it from the inside out. And that's why I like homeopathy and natural supplements, because I feel they don't have side effects. At least for these particular situations, the herbal remedies had no side effects for me, and it just gripped the pain. So, you know,
just so the audience is aware, because they might not be aware. So when you say white willow bark, I mean, they'll know what most people know what aspirin is. Well, aspirin is just a copy of one of the main, because white willow bark has more than one pain relieving substances in it, but the main one they took out of white willow bark and just changed the molecule a little bit to make it a synthetic chemical, and then they could patent it. So when you hear white willow bark, you know, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, that's where aspirin comes from, and it's been used for pain control for probably thousands of years. So
yes,
so you found that the white willow bark and it had the other ingredient was really effective at taking away this pain.
It worked great. I wasn't even looking for Tylenol or opioids or any of that. You know, I wasn't looking for it, because I went, this is doing the job. Great. So you know, people think you have to have those, but, you know, I didn't think so. So I had bad appetite for the first few days. But I know.
And I'll just back up, because you were saying you were able to avoid opioids, and I know a lot of people even that have, you know, aren't into natural health, who feel that way, and they might not even appreciate there are some other alternatives.
There are.
It's not that opioids don't work for controlling pain, they do, but some people are just reluctant for different reasons.
It's very easy to
take
get
them.
addicted to them. I think the studies say that a person could get addicted to them after 7 days. So, and you know, they have side effects, right? You know,
Yeah, when that those are the reasons. But I'm just trying to emphasize there. You're here, and you're telling us you had tremendous success with something that's actually known to be a tremendous painkiller. It was one of
Yes.
the very first, and I think it's important for people to understand there's alternatives for pain relief.
I think it's really important to look at alternatives. And I think a lot of that is being suppressed right now. But I've done a lot of reading over the years, and I've used homeopathic remedies and TCM since my 20s. I'm in my 60s now. And you know, it's worked great for me every time. I've had great success with using natural supplements, and they're very important for my health and well-being. And in this particular situation, they saved me. I don't think I would have had as good results dealing with other, you know, allopathic methods, because the allopathic stuff just pushes things down, and this moves the pain up and out, along with all the other things I did, which we'll get into. Right?
Back to the chiropractor is you actually had to see the chiropractor quite often because of the whiplash. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I had to see him a couple times a week. So I was seeing him twice a week. He was, you know, working on my neck. He was trying to adjust the ribs. That was just too painful. He couldn't do anything with it. And then he went away on holiday. He was away on holiday.
I'm just gonna back up. Like, so the chiropractor is treating you for the whiplash. It's clear you've got the ribs. You know that you had 3 ribs out, but that was too painful for the chiropractor to try and manipulate.
He couldn't adjust them. No.
Okay.
No. So and then he went away on vacation. So I decided to call the Pan Clinic in Chinatown in Victoria. And I met this amazing practitioner, Dr. David Arnold, who's phenomenal. And he's a master homeopath. He does TCM and acupuncture. So
I'm just going to slow you down because some people might not know. When you say TCM, you basically are referring to a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what TCM stands for. Yes. So he just did acupuncture with me. I was seeing him every week. Acupuncture helped immensely as well with the pain and just helping the soft tissue injury to heal. So I saw him, I think maybe about 10 times over 10 weeks. And I asked him at some point, because I really didn't know who some of the alternative practitioners were in Victoria, so that since at that point I'd only lived here for 2 years, I asked him for a referral to an osteopath and any other body worker he could suggest that could help me. So he sent me to an osteopath in Oak Bay, and the guy managed to.
And again, I'm gonna slow you down because some people might not understand what an osteopath is.
Okay.
And an osteopath, that's the type of practitioner you want to go to have things like your ribs manipulated. They're experts in getting your bones aligned and the like.
Yes.
And so they're kind of like, I think of an osteopath as kind of a cross between a physiotherapist and a massage therapist, but with expertise in getting your bones aligned.
Yes.
You know, is that a fair? I've been to an osteopath, and I just think she's fantastic.
Well, they're amazing. And it's almost like they're doing nothing. I mean, all he did was just kind of lightly touch the area that was very painful, and he adjusted the rib, right? All he did was kind of move it back and forth a little bit, and he went, okay, that's it. It's done. It was not painful at all. It was like, wow, okay, that's great, right? So he took care of that. And then after that, I went to a Rolfer because I realized if this one part of my body is injured, then it's thrown everything else off, all my other bones in my body. So I went and I did 10 sessions, the complete 10 session of getting my whole body rolfed.
And
so
I'm gonna back up again, because again, I expect that a lot of people watching, they go, well, what do you mean rolfer? Is like that's somebody up to the golf swing or something? But it's actually a specific tradition, which really is a type of massage where I think the normal course is about 10, but they're going to totally align your bones. So
yes,
you're likely to have picture taken in your underwear, which after the fact, without taking another picture, you see you look completely different in how you're lined up.
Yes.
they have expertise in getting everything straight.
Mhm.
So you're finished those sessions like where every bone in your body is aligned and straight the way it should be. And when you see the pictures before and after, you go, oh, okay, that's different. And so
Yes.
that's what a rolfer is.
Yes. So I was doing the acupuncture and the roll thing at the same time, like acupuncture to decrease the soft tissue injury, and the roll thing to realign all the bones in my body, basically. And I was still continuing to take the supplements as needed, right? And actually, within 2 weeks, because I realized how important it is when you're injured to keep moving. That's what, usually physiotherapists tell people, right? Even if you're injured, you have to keep moving. So even after the first day, I continued to do my yoga practice modified, right? Often just restorative, more gentle kinds of poses, laying on pillows, lying on blocks, those kinds of sequences. And Feldenkrais, which I'd done since my 20s. So a lot of people don't know what Feldenkrais is. It was a technique invented by a fellow named Moshe Feldenkrais, who studied judo. And there's a website which is fabulous. You can get 50 free lessons. It's called the Feldenkrais Project. And basically, you do everything lying on the floor. So it deals with the brain and the neurological system, but it's also adjusting your body. And when I mentioned this to my other practitioners,
Right, but it's a set of stretches, just so people understand, right?
it's not really stretches. It's movement. It's called awareness through movement. So they're talking you through all these slow, subtle movements, and each sequence adjusts everything in your whole body in different ways. It's very subtle, but it's very deep and it's very powerful. And I find for me, over the years, I've used it because it gets into places that my yoga exercises don't get into. So, and again, as I'm talking to my practitioners, what I appreciated about all of them is we were talking the same language. I could tell them I'm doing this, I'm taking this homeopathic remedy, I'm using these supplements. They understood what I was doing, and they were able to work with me to help me heal. There wasn't any kind of, issue that, well, I don't know what you're doing, or what's this or what's that. Like we were speaking the same language. So they knew what I was taking and why I was taking it, and were fully supportive of that. In fact, my role for a fellow said, oh, Feldenkrais Project, I have to give that to my other clients as well. I said, yeah, 50 free lessons. It's great,
Now,
So,
the question I'm kind of getting excited about asking, and I'll just, back up and say, in my law life, I was part of a group called the Kaiser Group. And so even though I didn't do personal injury myself, I was a constitutional lawyer and would fight Health Canada. We would intake personal injury files and then let their personal injury unit do it. So I became very familiar. I would have to interview people and follow them in their journey. And you've described injuries to me, especially, including the whiplash part, where I'm expecting, we would be saying, okay, be patient, be patient. We're actually going to wait 2 years before we file the lawsuit, because once we file it, we have to go, because we're not expecting your injuries to be resolved in 2 years. And so just into the minds of personal injury lawyers that actually want to benefit their client, if you file right away, you don't know. Now you're doing discovery and all of this, and you're getting evidence locked in when your client might never get better. Maybe they'll get better in 3 years, but you won't know unless you wait. You have 2 years to file. You wait till the very end, so you've got more of the healing journey under your belt, and you have a better idea of what is this temporary, is this not temporary, right? And you've described to me injuries where I'm going, oh, for sure we're not filing for 2 years, because likely they're not resolved, or if not completely resolved. But that wasn't your experience with what you did.
No, I wanted to get better, and I didn't have any time. It was already bad enough that I missed my summer camping trip. So basically, because I was very dedicated to healing, and I worked on it every single day, and I started walking first. Within the first week or so, week 10 days, just around the block. I would get tired a lot. So I would walk and then I'd have to sit on a bench for a bit and then, but I kept at it. And then within 2 weeks, I did start riding my bike again, carefully, of course, right? Because I knew I was still injured, but I didn't want to delay things. And I realized how important it was to keep moving, to help the injuries heal.
Right. So how long was it until you were completely healed?
It was between 3.5 and 4 months, which is what
So
they said.
that's unheard of. So
Mhm.
what do you attribute that to?
I think it was the synergistic mix of everything that I did. It was the herbal supplements. It was definitely the arnica saved my life. I had no bruising, and in fact, the chiropractor and I had a bit of a spat about it because he insisted I was going to get bruising when I went to see him, because he said, this is a serious injury and I can't see how you're going to avoid not having bruising. And I told him, I said, well, look, I took 1 arnica. I took it every 20 minutes. As soon as I get home, I applied ice. I did this, I did that. He said, you're going to get bruising. I had not a single bruise, and he was amazed. He couldn't believe it. I didn't have a single bruise from this accident. So that really, I was just lucky I had the high potency dose at home to be able to do that right when it happened. Otherwise, I would have had to order it, and it would have been at least 10 days. It would have worked, but I may not have had the kind of excellent results I did have, given the seriousness of the injury. It's my go-to, right? I've got even a little homeopathic first aid kit I have here with 36 first aid remedies that I use on a regular basis. I get stung by a bee, I know which one to pick, right? Things like that. And I think this is the kind of thing that people need to learn and find their own way with. And I think everybody needs to know how to take care of themselves.
What do you think? What do you think about? I mean, obviously, we're marching the Charter of Health Freedom across Canada, and we want to have the Charter of Health Freedom enacted to protect our access to these types of remedies. What do you feel about the prospect of these remedies being, taken away from us?
I think that's a very real possibility, and I think it would be extremely detrimental. These remedies have been proven to work. I mean, it's already being suppressed anyway, natural remedies and homeopathy, and a lot of people don't know about it, but the people who do know about it use them. And I can attest to that because I live in, Fairfield, Victoria here, and there's 4 different, either it's a medical clinic or health food stores, and they all carry homeopathic remedies and supplements, and they all do brisk business. So Canadians do use them. I think the stats are pretty high actually on homeopathic remedies. It's like 80% of Canadians use homeopathic remedies, but it's not in the general lexicon because they can't be patented. There's not big money in them. They're very inexpensive. There's no money to be made from it basically. So, but they do work. They do work.
So my next question we ask every guest when we're getting at the end there is, what is your message to Ottawa? So in Ottawa includes Health Canada, it includes the MPs that we're asking to step in and protect our access. So
we need access to natural healthcare supplements. In fact, all of this should be paid for through our healthcare plans. It shouldn't be coming out of our own pockets. And in fact, all of these other modalities, like ones I've used, should also be paid for by the public system. I mean, my injury cost me $5,000. That was out of my own pocket. There was nothing that the public system paid for out of any of this. So I really feel that, I'm not being well served by the public system. It's not addressing the needs and the ways that I want to take care of my health. And definitely supplements have to be protected. I mean, they have to be. We need them.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay.
So, Carol, I really appreciate you coming. We're having a lot of guests talk about different treatments for chronic things, but not necessarily whiplash and, ribs being out. And some people might think, go and wait, to see the physiotherapist, take opioids to control pain, and they might not be aware that there are other types of practitioners like osteopaths and TCMs and chiropractors. So thank you for coming and sharing that, and
Great.
very excited to learn just actually how quickly you got over this. So on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you very much for attending and sharing your story with us today.
Right. Well, thank you so much for listening to my story and inviting me. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope it helps people.
Thanks, Carol.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Let's talk about Section 23 of the Act, which is a very unique section. This is different than in the Food and Drug Act. This section deals with, are the government employees liable? And it basically says they are liable, except in the narrow circumstance of where they're removing a product where they have evidence that the product will, poses a significant risk, and the risk of removing the product is less than leaving it on the market. This is really important because under the Food and Drug Act that we're currently regulated under, there have been instances of state employees causing significant harm and death, and they were warned in advance. There's one case that I'm aware of where, because I was involved in a court case, I speak about it publicly quite frequently, where doctors and psychiatrists and people were writing and phoning Health Canada and saying, we need access to this product or there will be harm or there will be death. I'm aware of a senior, public figure who was holding press conferences warning of deaths and then blaming Health Canada for deaths, and yet these employees continued taking the product away, and the court found that what Health Canada was doing was dangerous and actually acquitted, saying it was necessary, it was legally necessary for people to have access to this product. So what we're saying is it's not okay for government employees to think that they can harm us by taking products we rely on away, especially when they're being told. You or I would be criminally liable, we would be civilly liable, but they're not. This section says they are. In the area of health, anyone who is going to harm you and put your life at risk needs to know that they don't get a free pass just because they're a government employee. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm with Dr. Sean Caesar, who has spoken to us earlier, but I've asked Dr. Caesar if he would come back so that we could have a little bit of a discussion on something that I'd actually forgotten to, ask him about the last time he was on. And so please watch the earlier presentation by Dr. Caesar, but he had explained to us that he's a naturopathic doctor. You've been practicing now, I think, 25 years.
Yeah.
And you have focused and gotten extra training in the area of cancer and pain management. And you shared with us the journey of a cancer patient who came to you with stage 4 breast cancer, basically given no more than 3 months to live. She'd done the chemo and everything else, and the tumors were still growing. So for her, the medical system was a dead end. She comes to you, she doesn't want to die. And you had listed several treatments that you put her on, and basically that she lived for another 2.5 years after that, and was very thankful to be able to see the birth of her granddaughter and the like. But I want to ask you if you want to just go through those treatments again, and then let's talk about how we can't talk about those treatments generally, because this censorship issue has health consequence. Because if people like that patient don't know that they could come to somebody like you and actually extend their lives, and in many cases, live for years and years and years, actually solve the issues, then they can't benefit from that. Then the path for them basically is suffering and death. So can you share with us what treatments you put this person on, and then we'll switch into a discussion about how you've been prevented from sharing that you can help with people.
Yeah, so the first question about what we use to treat her is of importance in that these medicines should be known to everyone who has cancer as potentials for their treatment, not only to help with a standard treatment, but these treatments have their own anti-cancer workings as well. So the one that's most familiar, and I'll talk about it most, but we do way more IVs than this with our cancer patients, is the IV vitamin C. And this is what usually patients can relate to and listen to when I explain to them. And the nice thing about the vitamin C is that it doesn't have the harmful side effects, certainly much different than radiation, but it distinguishes between healthy cells and cancer cells in and of how it works. So IV vitamin C, it's the only way to get the blood up to a dose that you can have anti-cancer actions. You can't do it by taking a bunch of oral vitamin C. The blood maxes out and doesn't go any higher. With the doses that you get at the IV vitamin C, you're able to have an anti-cancer effect by making sure that hydrogen peroxide is released in the tumor environment or in the cancer environment. Now, hydrogen peroxide is H2O2, which is basically H2O water with an extra oxygen tacked onto it. And so the cancer cells don't like H2O2. It doesn't like hydrogen peroxide. When it's released by high dose vitamin C IV, it creates oxidation and damages cancer cells, which is called apoptosis. So cancer cells can actually die off by the use of high dose vitamin C, whether it's 25 grams, 50 grams, 75 grams, 100 grams, sometimes we even go up to 200 grams. However, the cells that are right next door to it, it's not like chemotherapy or it's not like radiation. The healthy cells next to it takes the H2O2 and say, okay, we've got enzymes, we can break this up. We can just make a nice hydrogen and a nice water molecule, and we'll just use that. So the healthy cells don't get targeted and don't get hit by oxidation from the high dose vitamin C, while the tumors and the cancer environment does get hit directly by the high dose vitamin C and the hydrogen peroxide.
Now, and I know you use some other treatments, but let's just keep the conversation simple with vitamin C. So my understanding is like there are hundreds and hundreds of studies, like published peer-reviewed studies, showing what you've just indicated that vitamin C is an extremely strong anti-cancer.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the studies unfortunately don't make their way to the oncology side. As much as I'll send them to the oncology side, the thought is that vitamin C just interferes with chemotherapy, period. Don't do it. And oncologists are expected to be the experts on this whole thing. However, the notion of using the IV vitamin C is a different thing. That's our expertise. And we know that at that level, it acts as a pro-oxidant, not as an antioxidant. So let me just explain that. Cancer treatments such as chemotherapy work as an oxidant, exactly opposite to antioxidant, as an oxidant to destroy cancer. Anything that's an oxidant destroys. As IV vitamin C gets in, it's a pro-oxidant, not an antioxidant. And I have writings and papers and everything like that I'll send out to the oncology side. And I did a meeting with about 50 oncologists on a case of cholangiocarcinoma, which is gallbladder cancer, who did so well. They said, "What are you doing?" "Well, I'm doing naturopathic treatments, including vitamin C. We're doing oncotherm hyperthermia. We're doing mistletoe." And they were so curious because she did so well. I was on a discussion like this one with 50 other oncologists, explaining and just driving home this notion that is out there 100% that somehow vitamin C interferes and doesn't help, whereas the studies like you mentioned, which are, we've got hundreds of studies, show the benefit of this high dose vitamin C.
And again, we'll just keep it simple with vitamin C, but there's several other naturopathic treatments, like you mentioned, mistletoe. And my understanding is the approach that you use is basically several anti-cancer treatments to basically make sure, because cancer will adapt to just a single treatment. And you've had tremendous success, and you shared some of that with us earlier. I mentioned this one stage 4 breast cancer patient, but is it fair to say, you've just had countless number of patients that came to you because the mainstream medical system was a dead end. They were basically being told there's nothing else we can do. And they've had tremendous success, lived for years and years and years, with quality of life, solely because of naturopathic treatments.
Yeah, and those are a percentage of the patients that we do treat that have said, okay, there's no more cancer treatment that I can get from my oncology team. And then there's a large percentage of patients who are going through chemotherapy. Some are going through their immunotherapies or their targeted therapies, which are new therapies, and they want to work together to get the best results. And a large part of those studies that we had mentioned before, Sean, those ones do use in conjunction with chemotherapy, and says, hey, if you're taking paclitaxel, IV vitamin C, 4 or 5 studies, increases their chances of fulfilling chemotherapy, increases their chances of living longer, and increases their red blood cell count, their white blood cell count. These are all important for their outcomes. And there are a myriad of studies that do show that.
Right. So just so that I'm clear, so what you're sharing is so people that are taking chemotherapy, there's study after study after study showing that they're going to have better results if, in addition to chemotherapy, they are taking a treatment like intravenous vitamin C. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And this segue, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Sean. Go ahead.
No, and I didn't mean to cut you off. So go ahead, please.
Well, but the people aren't allowed to know this, and that's the problem is that patients know they need help with their cancer, that this isn't the whole answer, and yet the information is not at their fingertips. They cannot go online to find out who does what and how can I get some really experienced help with my cancer using natural products. And this came out actually about 7 or 8 years ago when we were advertising for our cancer treatments and these kinds of things. And suddenly Google had switched just in one day the whole algorithm, and suddenly we were bumped to page 5 or 6. And at the top of that came up the Rochester Clinic, came up cancer.org. And suddenly the experts or the information that patients were getting on alternative cancer treatments specifically was no longer for those using it, like us naturopathic oncologists, but are now from these medical institutions that have an input on that. And that was the first indication that something was off in people actually getting to know, okay, what are these things all about? And now it's very difficult. We can't put studies. We cannot say IV vitamin C for cancer. We can't put those two together.
And I'm just going to slow you down. When you say you can't, like, so here you're a naturopathic doctor. You have, it took you 7 years of training to qualify as a naturopathic doctor. You'd said in our other interview that basically naturopathic doctors are the most highly trained of all healthcare professionals, even more trained than medical doctors. You took extra training to get, basically to be able to focus on treating with cancer. And you've been doing this for a quarter century. You've probably managed, 50,000 plus cancer patients. You know what you're talking about. You've read the research, but you aren't allowed to share the research or even to tell the world that you can help people through their cancer journey. Am I right about that?
Yeah, we can't call ourselves a cancer treatment center. You cannot pair treatments with cancer at all. So, and this is a limitation that Health Canada has put on us. And then our association gets on board to say.
But on behalf of Health Canada, though, right? So
Yeah.
When you say your association, you mean the Naturopathic College in Manitoba.
Right. And what
But
happens?
they rely on Health Canada saying, well, Health Canada says you can't say this, and so please don't say it.
Right. And not only that, but the association can go even further, because my site was cleared. Health Canada said it's all fine, everything's fine. And the association went even further. So some associations will even take it a step further than what Health Canada has done.
Right. So just sticking with Health Canada, and this is important because you've actually run across this personally, where Health Canada has told you, stop telling people the truth about being able to help with cancer.
Yeah, and it would be nice if they actually phrased it that way, to stop telling people the truth, because their words were certainly quite a bit different than that. Is basically you cannot say that you treat cancer. You cannot say that you use X, Y, or Z to treat cancer. You cannot say you're a cancer. So there's specific things that are put forward, but the truth is that there is much more, and this is more on the truth side, which is not the focus of Health Canada, in my experience, is not the focus on what's best for the healthcare of Canadians, but the focus on with a completely different agenda.
And, so back to the intravenous vitamin C, I do appreciate that there are some other uses for intravenous vitamin C, but a big use of it is as a cancer treatment. And so you're actually now limited. So you're allowed to say, I offer intravenous vitamin C treatments, but you can't say what those treatments might help with. Or basically you'll be attacked by both Health Canada and the Naturopathic College of Manitoba.
Yeah, and not only that, I also put on there, I said, oh, well, I'll take it off, and that it's an antioxidant or a pro-oxidant. You can't do that either. You
can just say you offer the treatment.
All you can say is that we have IV vitamin C. That's it. There is nothing that can be said about it whatsoever. No studies involved. Can't say, okay, here's a referral to a different site that has the studies on it. So this is the current state that we're in, which is not only, the main focus is on patients being able to do what's best for them and getting the proper advice and getting the proper information, which isn't available.
Right. And so what strikes me is really interesting about this, Dr. Caesar, is so there's treatments like intravenous vitamin C that can be really helpful for serious conditions like cancer, whether that's in conjunction with chemotherapy, whether it's apart from chemotherapy, because some patients might decide for whatever reasons, hey, I don't want to take chemotherapy. I know as a fact that just because you've shared with us before, sometimes you counsel your patients, well, you should take chemotherapy. Like you're just trying to focus on what do you think in your professional judgment is going to be the best, lead to the best outcomes for your patients. So sometimes you would be encouraging patients to take chemotherapy, but some people might decide, no, I don't want to do that. Well, they can't even learn about IV vitamin C and other treatments. And that's got to have health consequences. Like,
absolutely. I mean, patients, they come in, they say, how come I wasn't able to find this earlier? And I say, I'm sorry, but we just can't tell. We just can't let people know about what can be done to help you. And it's an unending frustration for people not to have access to that kind of information here in Canada. They are, it ends up being so detrimental, not only to their health, but also to getting help early, which is essential for deadly conditions like cancer.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you sharing with me. And it's why I asked, oh, I got to have you back, because I think it's just such an important point for Canadians to understand that, you know, we all agree people can't make, you can't be fraudulent. And there's law after law, not just the Food and Drug Act, criminal code, or, telecommunications legislation. Canadians are protected against fraudulent claims. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about being able to share, and that, treatments like intravenous vitamin C actually have valid uses that you want to know about as Canadians, and there's complete censorship about it, and there's health consequences to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's not just intravenous vitamin C. So you're not allowed to share your successes. You're not allowed to share about treatments that are effective for things. All you can say is we offer this treatment and that treatment, but you can't let anyone know even what they're about.
And patient testimonials are absolutely not allowed. So you can't have a patient who says this and then we quote that. It's something that's, I would imagine, would be frustrating for new naturopathic doctors on board, but patients love to hear from patients themselves. How did you do? Because otherwise it might sound like a sales kind of thing, but it's not. It's that patients should be able to express themselves, and you should be able to share that information as well. And also you should be able to share the science. If there's science and there's studies behind it, why, throughout my whole training in naturopathic medicine, we had all the studies behind, okay, how does magnesium work? How does calcium work? How does selenium work? Whatever it might be. And then suddenly to get out into this world in the last 10 years or so, where this is forbidden, is really such a step backwards in the evolution of healthcare in Canada.
Yeah, my personal opinion is instead of our law being that you can't share any health information, that the law should be you have to share absolutely everything you have. The good, bad, and the ugly, so to speak. I had, and you might find this interesting. So I have a Health Canada file, and we're in court, and Health Canada hires a psychiatrist who runs a company to get psychiatric drugs, primarily antidepressants, approved under, Health Canada's approval process so that they can be licensed. Now, that process is so expensive. So the only drugs that ever go through there are novel chemicals that have a patent, because the cost is so prohibitive. So, those companies are in a hurry. You got a drug patent. The maximum life for that's 25 years. So you want to get it on the market as quickly as possible. And the psychiatrist, it's under oath, like we've got court transcript for this, starts complaining under oath about how hard it is to get a new antidepressant through the new drug approval process, because he's got to give Health Canada 2 sizable double-blind clinical trials showing a statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug. And so if there's a statistical separation, it's almost like there's a magic formula, and then we pretend that means the drug works. We just ignore that the whole study was designed to show this separation, and that doesn't mean in the real world that the drug works. But for drug approval purposes, we pretend that means the drug works. And he's saying, I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the statistical separation with the sugar pill. So he says under oath, for an antidepressant, I run 8. I run right out of the gate. I run 8 at the same time. So he runs 8 double-blind clinical trials because he's learned he has to do that to get 2. So, he's got to run 8 on average to get 2 that show that, the drug works. Now, the other 6 could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals they don't want to share with Health Canada. The public isn't told that there were 6 failed clinical trials. And, if I'm a parent and a doctor wants to put my child on that antidepressant, all I know is Health Canada's approved that it works. And I could make better health decisions for my child if the law was, I've got to have access to all the clinical trials that were run so that I can make an informed decision. But we have this censorship. And in the natural health community, we tend to have information that of successes like you've had. And if that can't be shared, how can a parent make a decision for a child? That's what I find frustrating about this. I don't know what your thoughts are.
It's really, they should get in as early as possible to get an approach that goes beyond just a solely medical approach. And with the studies that you had mentioned, yeah, we should know that this study had 6 other studies that failed and 2 did work, and it should be on an informational handout that's given right away. The same thing with chemotherapy. So when patients,
but it's just like you can't share your successes with intravenous vitamin C. They're not allowed to share the failed clinical trials. There's full censorship.
The censorship sounds to me, and this is really your area, it sounds like it's completely flawed for the sake of people who are actually getting and looking for actual care, right?
Oh, it fully protects the chemical drug industry. Mm-hmm. If that type of information was out, and that's our publicly funded healthcare system, if the chemical drug companies had to share with us the data they actually had, if the law was you have to share everything, because people report their adverse reactions many of the time directly to the drug companies. They have the animal studies, they have everything. If that our confidence in the publicly funded healthcare system would severely falter if the law was that you had to share all the health information, and the public confidence in the natural health community would skyrocket if we had to do that. If I can just, share some anecdotal evidence, like if I'm with manufacturers that, were in business before we had this licensing requirement imposed on us, that like the law came into force in 2004, but really we didn't have full compliance even required until 2015. So it's really recent. But, I can sit down with, an old school manufacturer and they will totally agree with me. The market told us whether a natural health product worked. And it still does, even though we have the licensing scheme. Because Sean, what would happen is there'd be a need out there, and somebody would consult with people like you. Well, what do you think would be a good remedy for this condition? And then it would be manufactured. Well, if it didn't work, people would never buy another bottle. Like if I have to pay for something and I don't notice a difference, I'm not going to buy it again. And right away, it's not doing well, and then the stores stop ordering it, and it just disappears. But if it works, then it's people are buying and buying and buying, and the other manufacturers see, and they make similar products, and all of a sudden you've got 3 or 4 products, and now people are being helped, and it stays, right? Like the Canadian consumer is not dumb, and people come back to you because it works, not because it doesn't work.
Yeah, and it only makes sense because the patients are paying out of pocket, and that's why I love working with because I don't have stragglers. Patients complain that when they go in for their pain, they're always saying, well, I'm not going to give you that hydromorphone, or I'm not going to give you that morphine because it's an addictive opiate. These patients need it. When they come in to see me, they're not going to pay money because they're faking about their pain. And the medical system is always all over these patients and not wanting to prescribe for them because they think that they might be, just feigning their symptoms and that kind of thing. But it's not the case with me. And that's why every patient that comes in has a legitimate concern, whether it's pain or whether it's cancer or any other disease. I'm in it full to get them better, back on track again.
Right. So, Dr. Caesar, I called you back so we could have this discussion about censorship. Is there anything else that you think we should cover about that? I think it was important for Canadians to learn that practitioners like yourself actually can't share what you would consider to be exciting treatments. And then, so if Canadians can't know, they can't access them. And it's just part of the world we live in right now.
Yeah, and new information. As new information comes out, there's more studies in Europe, and there's a lot more studies in everywhere. As for example, there's a periodical that's put out for the hyperthermia treatments that we do for cancer. This heats up tumors, can help to break down tumors, and is used in Germany as a conjunction along with the standard of care. So the hyperthermia is another thing. It puts out a journal every 3 months with new studies with every different kind of cancer. So it's replenished, and I can't take that and say, hey, there's some new information on hepatic carcinoma, which is liver cancer, and using the hyperthermia that was just published about a month ago. I can't keep people updated on that kind of information and let them know what is out there and actually is what is happening in the world of research. And so there's just so many pieces of this that are really, and the focus is on the patients. They really should be able to gain access to this information here in Canada, and they just haven't been able to.
You can't even share that Germany covers them as cancer treatments. Actually, it's part of their medical system.
Right.
That it's covered. Patients don't even have to pay for it.
They don't pay for their hyperthermia treatments there. There's 2 machines that they do use, and also their mistletoe therapy. So when I went over to train in Germany, I said to the presenters, I said, how can you use that high dose of mistletoe? Patients, can't afford it. And they looked at me and they said, what do you mean afford it? It's paid by our healthcare system. So it's a whole different system over there where the oncologists are actually trained. All the medical staff is trained and medical practitioners are trained in natural medicines. And you had brought up St. John's wort. St. John's wort was one of the highest prescribed medicines in Germany, including all of the drugs, because of that incorporation of using what's called pharmacognosy, which is the herbal medicine pharmacy, along with the training of just standard drugs and surgery and these kinds of things in their medical schools. So oncologists there have training in natural medicine as well.
Right. But again, you can't even share that.
Yeah.
You couldn't run an ad saying, do you know in Germany, these are cancer treatments paid for by the German government that Germans don't have to pay for, because Health Canada would go after you saying you can't say that about these treatments. You can just say these treatments exist, but not in any way suggest what they're for.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly. It's an absolute isolation where you can't put those two together, from treatment to what it actually treats.
An interesting thing also about that, Sean, is so just so that people watching understand. So we're forced to get licensed by Health Canada, whether we're chemical or natural. And so Health Canada, for the chemical drugs, will approve them for conditions, so like antidepressant. Health Canada will not approve a natural product for a condition. So, the natural product claim will be maybe supports mental health or supports central nervous system or something that doesn't really tell you what it can do as part of the game. But for both chemical and natural, you can't go beyond that label claim. And what's interesting is, so let's even just talk in the world of chemical drugs, is often a drug will be approved, Dr. Caesar, as you know, for one condition. And then, so doctors will be using it for the one condition, but the patients will be reporting, oh yeah, but this went away and that went away. And then, so there'll be case series or case reports published on it. And before you know it, doctors are using a drug approved for one thing for something entirely different because they've learned it works for something different. That can't be shared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the idea of repurposed drugs. And there are quite a few studies on that, in cancer specifically. Like I said, that's my focus. So that's what I know. And when I have my prescribing rights and the ability to use things like metformin or atorvastatin, these drugs that have a secondary action, is something that can't be published on the drug side either. And patients should be taught about that stuff. They should know access to, like you said, all the information, including the drugs. Like, we're not only on this for the natural medicines, we're on it for access to all information. And I think that that's the important balance to really strike with the lawmakers, is that this is for everybody's benefit to be able to reach out and grab and say, okay, how does this medicine work? Oh, it also has these effects, and then make a good choice from that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have enjoyed this discussion. So
Yeah.
thank you for coming back. Do you think there's anything else we need to cover on that censorship point? It's an important point. So
Yeah. I think we've covered, but we'll think of something else, Sean. It will certainly.
Yeah, I'll have you back a third time. Well, Dr. Caesar, thank you so much for your willingness to come back and have a discussion about this. We had finished our last one, and I thought, oh no, I'd forgotten to have that discussion. So I'm really thankful that you're willing to come back. And on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for being willing to share with us.
Thank you.
So I want to explain at the very beginning of the charter, when you read it, there's these, whereas this, whereas that, and a list of whereases. That's a real common thing to do in legislation, and it's really just the way of introducing, well, why is this act being introduced? Why do we need this act? So simple things like Canadians are competent to make their own health decisions is one of the whereases, which introduces why we're codifying the right to make our own health decisions. So when you read the first part of the charter and you're going, well, this doesn't actually read like a law, understand that what this is doing is basically setting the stage for why we need what follows.
And so Section 2 of the Charter takes those rights that the courts and our common law tradition say that we already have, but it codifies them so that there will be no misunderstanding by any government department that these are fundamental health rights that Canadians have. And one of the first ones set out in Section 2 is basically that we have the right to make our own health decisions, that we have sovereignty over our own bodies, and that our right to make personal health decisions, that is a right that we have without state interference. Because it's all fine and good to say we have the right to make our own health decisions, but if in practice the state keeps interfering with that by taking treatments that we want to access away, then really we don't have that right at all. And then another thing is that it entrenches that the state cannot take away a treatment that we want to have access to unless the state has evidence that it poses a significant risk and that taking it away will not create a greater risk. Because one of the difficulties that we've had with Health Canada is they will identify a trivial risk on a product and then basically take it away without asking the logical question, well, is there any risk of taking the treatment away? And at times they've acted very dangerously. An example that comes to mind is natokinase, which is an enzyme used to thin blood. And when Health Canada took natokinase away for really just an imagined risk, and just by way of comparative, it's completely legal in the United States and is being sold without any difficulty, but Health Canada identifies a little risk, but they did not do a risk analysis. What's the danger of taking natokinase away? And I know that many medical doctors were very concerned because they were successfully treating their patients with natokinase, and when that was taken away as a treatment option, they had to move their patients to the more dangerous chemical drug model. And we just want common sense. If you're going to say we can't have access to a treatment, you better not be causing more harm than good, because the purpose of drug regulation, the purpose of privileging our rights is good health outcomes. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I am very pleased to have with me Dr. Stephen Malthouse. Stephen, welcome to the health show.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, Sean.
So, Stephen, I want to go over your background, and I'm just going to tell the viewers, Dr. Malthouse is a medical doctor. He practiced for 45 years, and we'll go into some of those details. But he also started using some other treatment modalities. And some of the experience that he gained and the things that he's going to say may shake you. And you might be thinking about this for a few days just to digest his experience. So, Stephen, you practiced as a medical doctor for 45 years.
Yes, I did. Yeah. So I think I bring a lot of experience to the table. I've worked in many areas in medicine, mostly as a family doctor, but I've done relief work all over the province for other doctors. I've done emergency work. I've done palliative care for the people who are dying. And I've even been overseas to do research in pediatrics. So I think I'm covering a lot of the bases. And and 45 years is a long time. So you see a lot of people during that period of time. And you also get quite a few insights into the current medical system, the threats to the current medical system, and particularly the threats to sort of adjunctive, what we might see as adjunctive therapies, but myself, I came to see as really essential and main therapies for treating people successfully.
Yeah, and we're going to go into your journey in a little bit, because you started just practicing as a medical doctor and going down that purely kind of, I'll call it the mainstream medical road for a period of time. But eventually you found yourself as the founding president of the Canadian Integrative Medicine Association. Can you just explain what is integrative medicine? What does that mean?
Well, integrative medicine is really kind of a new term. It's been around about 10 years, I'd say, maybe a little more. And we started off with holistic medicine, taking the whole person together. And then we went into alternative medicine, which sounded like it was kind of against conventional therapies as being alternative, like take one or the other. And then it went into complementary medicine, which was a term that was coined by the now King of England, Charles. And then where we stated both those things, none of those words were really right to explain what's happening. And then the term integrated medicine was coined, which really means the seamless integration, putting together of conventional therapies and unconventional therapies, those not taught in medical school, to get the best outcome for patients. So that's the new term, integrated medicine. And so that could be anything from herbal therapy, homeopathy, acupuncture, nutritional therapies, all sorts of frequency medicines and so forth. But you'd use those alongside the best of conventional medicine. And that's where the term integrated medicine comes from.
Right. Okay. Now you started you get out of medical school, you do you guys have to do, I think it's called a residency, right? Where you work for a year or so alongside other doctors in different practice areas to actually qualify as a medical doctor. Am I right about that?
Well, in the old days, it was called an internship. Yeah, that was in my days. It was an internship, and it was a 1 year of rotating through the different departments and learning a bit of everything. It was a practical experience being on the wards in the hospital. Mm-hmm.
So you get your license to practice and you start working as a doctor. Can you kind of share your journey of how it came about that you started thinking, wait a second, I need to integrate some other practices? Because am I right that you went to become a doctor because you actually wanted to help people heal?
Well, I think most doctors go into this profession. Most people go into the profession and become doctors because, yeah, they have a genuine desire to help people. But sometimes that aim gets blunted and sometimes derailed even because of the medical system itself, which for, I think, many doctors is not satisfying, because the initial aim for most doctors is to go out there and cure people and to make them really well and better. The miraculous is what we're looking for in medicine. But we quickly find that that when we're just using conventional therapies, antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, that type of thing, antihypertensives, that we never really get that feeling of satisfaction. And I believe that subconsciously, that's a lot of doctors notice that. But I noticed it too, and it was kind of subconscious. I did relief work for doctors for about 11 years, traveling around the province of British Columbia, and mostly stationed in Victoria. And the reason I did it for such a long time, 11 years, is because there was something in the background that I just kind of felt like it was a bit of a dead end. It was a bit like there must be something more, but I really wasn't aware of what that was. So I kept going around and doing my best with conventional tools. But I had no idea of what else was possible, what had been not explained or taught to us when we were in medical school. And then I had experiences which kind of started little things, lights going.
Now before we get there, there's kind of two things that I want to ask you about. What was the experience of dealing with chronic illness? But before that, you were talking about anti-inflammatories, and you said anti something else, and I thought antidepressant. And it's interesting that in the mainstream medical model, the synthetic drugs that we use have names like anti this, anti that, anti this, because we're actually trying to treat symptoms and not cure. Can you talk about that a little bit? Some people might not even have heard the term allopathic, let alone understand that we have a model that's allopathic, which means we treat symptoms, we don't cure, we don't treat the disease itself. And it might be helpful for this discussion for people watching to understand, well, what is our model? And why do we name whole categories of drug as anti this, anti this, anti that, as opposed to cures?
Yeah. Well, the term allopathic actually came from Samuel Hahnemann, the founder of homeopathy. Allopathic and homeopathic. One means going against disease, against suffering. That's the allopathic, which is the anti group, let's say. And then homeopathic, which is like suffering, or seeing that the body's symptom pattern is really a reflection of an underlying disturbance in an attempt to get better. So in conventional medicine, we have antihypertensives. 90% of people are thought to have what's called essential hypertension, which means that we don't really know why they have it. So we just try to block the symptom. We don't ask ourselves, well, why would this person and not that other person have a high blood pressure? And so what we are doing with most conventional drugs, particularly chronic drugs, chronic disease drugs, is we're trying to block the expression on the surface of the body or in some organ system of an underlying disturbance, which is the regulatory system not being able to successfully put the person back on track health-wise. And so that's why we have antihistamine, but we don't say, well, why? You know, we might know, you know, it's a bee sting or an allergy to some substance the person was exposed to, but we have antihypertensives and we have anti this and anti that, because we just see that what the person expresses, we think conventionally that that is the disease. But in fact, that's the expression of the underlying disturbance, and we're blocking it. And therefore, we don't really have the satisfaction, the pleasure, and which aligns with our initial goals in many cases, to see someone be cured of the disease. We just can give them a Tylenol 3 for their menstrual cramps, but we never ask ourselves, well, why is this person and not the other person having cramps? You know, so we have to dig deeper. And if we only treat in that superficial way by blocking the expression, it's a bit like throwing coffee on your roadmap. You now can't get to your destination because you can't see it anymore.
Right. So our mainstream medical model, which is, I mean, they are admittedly allopathic, it focuses on treating symptoms of a disease, but not the disease itself, just to kind of scale this back down in real simple terms. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
But a tradition like homeopathy tries to, okay, what's actually going on? And then getting the body to solve the problem, not solve the symptoms of the problem, but actually cure.
Yeah. And many of these therapies like homeopathy, acupuncture, we don't really know how they work, but we don't have to know how they work because we can see the results of them working, which are effective, like they work, you know, they take away the person's symptoms, and they also improve the person's general overall health. So their vitality comes back as well. So it's not as, and it doesn't just move the disease from one place to another by blocking its expression on the skin, like eczema with cortisone, and then sending it into the lungs to create asthma or allergies. So we don't know how these therapies work, but it doesn't mean we can't use them. Just as we didn't know how aspirin worked, you know, for a long time. I think it was 1950s we learned, you know, the mechanism of aspirin, but we've been using it since, you know, for a long time. Willow bark for treating pain. So that's a hurdle people have to get a little over. You know, if you don't know how it works, but you can observe its action and its effects, and you can understand them and reproduce them. In other words, develop something which is a reliable system, then you should use it. That'd be my opinion.
Right. Now back to kind of your journey as a doctor. So as far as, you know, when you're just purely medical doctor, and this is kind of part of your journey, is my understanding is there was real dissatisfaction with chronic illness, trying to help people that are suffering with chronic illnesses as a medical doctor. And I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that and share with us how it was emotionally and literally spiritually with you, because you're here to help people. You're seeing people that are really suffering with chronic illness. Can you share that part of your journey with us?
Yeah, sure. I was a regular doctor, I think, practicing just conventional medicine, but moving around from practice to practice for about 11 years, and just using conventional therapies, and but always having a feeling there was something missing. And I was lucky enough to bump into a few things. I heard Linus Pauling speak in Victoria about vitamin C and orthomolecular medicine, and that kind of put some lights going on in my head. Patients would say things about what they'd used to treat a chronic problem, and I would sort of perk up and say, oh, tell me more about that. And then I was fortunate to be introduced to homeopathy, which really opened up the whole world of energetic healing. I did train in acupuncture when I was during those first years, and I did use it sometimes successfully for treating, you know, headaches, abdominal pains, whatever it seemed to be needed. But back pain, I had someone come from up province to in the back of a a truck lying down all the way to treat back with acupuncture. I don't know, that's a long way to go. But acupuncturists were few and far between in those days. But I realized that unless you put a lot of time in and choose that as really your focus, that you never become really good at it. So that's what we call dabbling. So I put that aside. But when I came to homeopathy, that's when
But
I
I'm just
saw
I'm
that.
just gonna back up.
Sure.
I was trying to get your feel for because when we were talking earlier, I got the impression you were really frustrated as a medical doctor in the inability to help people with chronic illness.
I wouldn't say frustrated. I would say subconsciously not satisfied. In other words, it was something that I really had my hard time putting my finger on it. And it wasn't until I actually came to homeopathy and was introduced to that I started seeing there were possibilities which I didn't think were possible. That you could cure chronic diseases that we thought, well, that's just the way it is, you know. And we'd say, oh, well, you're getting old. Or, you know, a very simple example would be osteoarthritis. So how do we treat that in those days? And how do we still treat it? We give people painkillers, maybe restrict their movements, maybe a brace or two. We give them an anti-inflammatory as the next stage, and then maybe even steroids and stronger painkillers. And eventually their hip deteriorates, their knee deteriorates, and they have a hip replacement. So the surgery, the quality of surgery nowadays is spectacular. And that you can replace a person's hip, and it's almost like a routine procedure. But how did that person get there? So we got to go back to the early stages of disease, chronic disease, and although our end stage treatment is really good, we need to kind of really start treating at the beginning. That way, the person never needs their hip to be replaced, or their knee, or, you know, other types of surgical procedures, which are good in themselves, but they're end stage treatment, and they're expensive, and they carry risks. So yeah, so my feeling about chronic disease is just osteoarthritis. We didn't have any tools, no successful tools for osteoarthritis, which is such a common problem, right? But there are tools out there.
So while we're on that, and we might be jumping about here, but you're talking about osteoarthritis. You're telling us in the mainstream medical system, there's really not a treatment. So people they suffer to the stage where they have, you know, joint replacements. But even that's not necessarily means that they're out of pain or out of the woods. And I would be horrified having to get a hip surgery or something like that anyway. But there are ways to address it. So can you share with that? I appreciate we're jumping around. You might be talking about a homeopathic remedy, and we haven't explained what homeopathy is yet, but we'll get there. So.
Yeah. Well, I think osteoarthritis is a good example because many people have it, and particularly as they get older, and they call it the disease of wear and tear, but it's more than that. It explains, well, you know, I'm almost 72, and I don't have any osteoarthritis. Well, you say, well, why do I not have it? And yet someone maybe that I know has had 2 hip replacements, right? And it's because of our predisposition, and then the environmental or stressors that we experience, whether it's being in a lousy job that you'd really hate, having your boss yelling at you every day, or whether it's, you know, being out in cold weather, or it could be that you're there are lots of different triggers to bring out that predisposition. Now, if you're not in good health, you can't adjust to these sort of assaults by environmental exposures of different types, and so you get sick, and then it turns into a chronic disease because your body cannot get rid of the problem, can't solve the problem. So this is why we have chronic disease. It's really there's a deep down fight going on, which the sort of sweat and heat from this wrestling match is expressing itself in an organ system, and of course the most superficial is the skin. So what you want to do is you want to listen to the voice of the body in terms of the pattern of the expression of the fight. And then you want to use that to track backwards and use a therapy which is individualized, holistic, covers the whole person. So it covers the headache and the arthritic in the knee, and is successful. You know, it cures and is safe and inexpensive. You know, those sort of things too. And that's why I ended up using a lot of homeopathy in my family practice.
But just sticking to osteoarthritis, is it possible to treat it?
Absolutely. I've treated many cases of osteoarthritis. You have to find the pattern. Now, an acupuncturist might take your pulse and say, okay, you know, you've got, you know, read your, you know, 6 pulses in each wrist type of thing, and they come up with, okay, you need an acupuncture needle in such and such a location. Another person might say, oh, you're nutritionally deficient. Of course, you have to make sure that you have adequate lifestyle and food and things like that. Those are really kind of essential. You can't be a smoker and come to me and say, I want you to give me a homeopathic medicine to get rid of my cough. I mean, that doesn't make sense, right? Or if you're having insomnia and drinking 3 cups of coffee, you got to get rid of that, at nighttime. So those are that's the foundation of good health. I think we all know that. Exercise and so on. And emotional well-being is also very key there. So in other words, don't stay in a job you hate, and and get as much people time as you can. 6 hugs a day, is that what it is? Or 4 hugs a day? That sort of thing. So that's a really important rule. But if I had someone who had all those things, yet they came in with osteoarthritis, I would then ask them about the pattern. What makes it better? What makes it worse? Which joints is it? When did it come on? What happened before that? And I'd also take the whole picture of the person. Like, is this someone who is, has a body build like mine, likes the sun, or has an aversion to certain weather, better in cold, better in heat, better in rain? That'd be different. And what kind of foods do they like? So you need to have a really big picture of the person. So you treat the person, not the disease. So osteoarthritis is just the diagnostic label, but that person will tell you they get headaches too. Their vision is failing. They sweat profusely if they do any movement. They crave chocolate, or they have aversion to milk, or they can't tolerate something. They're irritable, all the time, or before their menstrual cycle or whatever, or they're better with a hot shower, worse in the morning getting out of bed. Put it all together as a pattern. And then you match the most likely treatment that's going to benefit them. From experience, that a person who has arthritis, better with heat, better with continued movement, like getting out of bed, worse with rest, and an aching type of pain, that the homeopathic remedy Rus toxicodendron might be the right one to start with, and see how you go. So I didn't learn anything about homeopathy. I never heard the word homeopathy in medical school or in the first 11 years of my practice.
So
with vitamin C. Most people are vitamin C deficient.
I think, first of all, one takeaway for people watching is, so for conditions that you might think there's only one road, there actually are solutions. And Dr. Malthus can't say, oh, well, it's this or that. It's, every individual patient. But Dr. Malthouse, so you didn't hear the word homeopathy, and I don't think I did until I was already practicing. Like these traditions had been totally suppressed.
Mm-hmm.
So what is homeopathy? Because it's a totally different way of, thinking of treating illness and restoring people back to a, homeostasis, or whatever we call it.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of sounds funny. Like, I think some people hearing this might go, well, that can't possibly work. But it's curious, and I know I'm segueing, but I watched a documentary on, how there was some disease going through Cuba, and there was no way they could get a traditional vaccine,
Mm-hmm.
but they were able to make a homeopathic vaccine, and the areas that got it, like, no problem, got the vaccine, the homeopathic, like, no problem. And there's just, like, I know from my law practice that there's just undeniable cases of just tremendous relief. So, like, and I'm just kind of prefacing that because some people who like me and you didn't know anything about homeopathy might go, well, that doesn't sound like it'll work. But you're actually going to give us example after example of it working. So do you want to explain what it is, and then, kind of how you came across it, and your first couple of cases with it? Because
Yeah. Well, what you're talking about is the leptospirosis study that was done in Cuba, where, yes, they only had enough vaccine. Leptospirosis is a parasite that commonly infects people when they have big rains. So during the rainy season, and they were expecting a lot of rain that year because of hurricanes, and so they kind of estimated based on the history how much to expect that year. And not having enough vaccines for only 15,000 people, they decided they would do a homeopathic one. And so they went and gave that out in this sort of neighborhoods. They gave people one treatment before the season started and one at the end. and they found within a couple of weeks the incidence in the area they gave it. And they didn't give it to the two territories on either side, so they can compare them. And they also looked at historical data, and they looked at the following year's data, and they just found that after that, the incidence of leptospirosis, which can be quite a severe and expensive to treat in Cuban, from the point of view of the amount of money people have in Cuba to do that, to treat themselves or hospitalize them, that they had a dramatic drop within a couple of weeks. Like, I can't remember the numbers, but it's like a 90% drop in the incidence of leptospirosis. Anyway, very good study done by the government, and so on. And it was published in a peer-reviewed journal. But for me, I think I was not introduced to homeopathy right away. I started to bump into things like vitamin C, with Linus Pauling recommending that, and reading about that and saying, wow, most people are vitamin C deficient in North America, particularly in the north. And then I started thinking about vitamin D and how the absence of sunshine above the 39th parallel, it means that everyone's going to be vitamin D deficient. Magnesium deficiency in food. So I kind of started off more along those lines, and also learning a few about some herbs and so on, though I didn't really use them very much. And then, as I think I mentioned earlier, I did train in acupuncture. But when I came to homeopathy, that's when I feel like the veils dropped from in front of my eyes. Homeopathy is kind of a difficult thing for people to get their minds around because of the way the remedies are created. A way that makes them very safe, but also increases the medicinal properties of sometimes even inert substances. But so, for example, you could use salt and make a very good homeopathic remedy out of it using the process of potentization, which is repeated dilution, but also it has to be shaken in between each dilution. So if you don't add in this shaking component, which is called succussion, then the remedies, the substance, the dilution you create eventually will come down to zero and not be effective. But if you add in this vigorous shaking with this kind of a shearing force between each dilution, then you actually can open up medicinal properties of substances. And it's based on this, creating what we call the infinitesimal dose. And that is challenging for people to get their minds around. Now, as you go beyond Avogadro's number, where theoretically there are no molecules left of the original substance. But it's a bit like when you do that, you go into a different aspect of the therapeutic curve. You go into the point where the medicine has the opposite effect that it would have if you gave crude large doses. So something that can cause disease.
Can I just slow you down just for people?
Yeah.
So basically, I'll be the English translator here.
Yes,
so
please.
Homeopathic remedy is taking a substance and diluting it and diluting it and diluting it. So the final remedy,
and shaking it and succussing it.
I appreciate there's this process.
You have to have that. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So, but at the end of the day, I mean, the amount of the substance in the remedy that you're going to take it's almost non-existent. It's so diluted. And so you would think conventionally, well, there's such a little amount. How could I take it? I mean, let's say you had a big pot of soup, like we're talking, for 400 people, and you put a grain of salt in there, you're not going to taste the salt. Well, like, why would you, like, what's the point here? Like, it's just so diluted. And yet it works. So
yeah, we don't really know.
That's the mental disconnect.
Yeah, we don't really know how it works. But it's a very empirical, because not knowing or not having a theory, well, there are quite a few theories, but not really knowing how it works doesn't prevent us from using it as a tool, knowing how to apply it as a scientific method and a treatment, repeatedly using the same thing, same substance again and again, observing the results, and being able to collect all that information and say, hey, look, if we give this to this person with this pattern, this is the result. So we don't know how it works, but we do know that we can do it that way. So it's although we're trying to find out how it works and we have theories, of course, we can't really see at the energetic level. We don't have a microscope for that quite yet. So it's very much an empirical science, but it is very scientific, actually. And there's many studies out there, not just human studies where there are placebo-controlled studies, but studies in animals and a lot of plant studies. There's such a thing as agrohomeopathy now, where homeopathy is used to treat vineyards and things like that.
now, can I ask you, I think your first two patients, one involved a lady who was actually off work on
Yeah.
workers' compensation, and then there was a gentleman who was in the hospital with kidney disease. These are your first two experiences where you're actually using a homeopathic remedy as a doctor. And can you share with those people viewing kind of what happened? So what's going on in each case and what happened?
Sure. Well, most people will come to homeopathy after they either experience a dramatic, let's call it cure, or they know somebody that got treated and they go, oh, I used to have migraines every day, 3 times a week, and then I went and had homeopathy and now I don't have any headaches. So that's what usually gets people to want to try it or to study it. In my case, as a doctor, I had never heard of homeopathy, and I've been practicing all over the place for 11 years. And then I got introduced to it by my wife, my future wife at the time, who trained as a naturopath in Australia. And so I went down and listened to some MD homeopaths, and down in the States, even met the Queen of England's homeopath at that time, Dr. Ronald Davey, down in Seattle. And I came back with a little kit with 12 remedies, 12 homeopathic remedies, which is not many, consider there are more than 3,000 in the homeopathic pharmacopoeia. And I was doing locums for doctors at the time. And I had this one case of a young woman came to me. She'd been off work for 6 months, getting workman's compensation for that, because she worked at a fish farm, and she'd been cutting fish, and she got a repetitive strain injury in her wrist. She had tendonitis, and it was not recovering. She came in, she had a splint on, that sort of thing. She was having physiotherapy. And I remember this because it was my first case, and I thought, well, wait, maybe I should try one of those homeopathic remedies. I didn't know anything about homeopathy.
Now, is there anything else you can do as a medical doctor?
Well,
There's nothing you can do.
she's having everything. She's having physiotherapy. She was taking, anti-inflammatories. She had a brace on, and she wasn't improving. And it had already been 6 months, right? So it didn't look like she was going to be able to go back to that job. And she had now a chronic wrist problem. So I took her, we call in medicine taking your case in homeopathy. I took her case, bit of the details, what made it better, what made it worse, where was the location, what brought it on, that type of thing. And I decided to give her a remedy called arnica. Now, arnica is a good trauma, blunt injury remedy that we use for that, but I didn't know much about homeopathy, and I gave it to her. And next time I saw her, I think it was about a week or so later, for whatever, she had to have regular checks because of workman's comp. There was no change. So then I kind of thought about it some more, and then I gave her another remedy called Rust Talks, which I already mentioned on the recording here, or the podcast. Is that good for arthritis, which is better with heat, worse on initial movement, better with continued movement, and so on, which is what described her case. I gave it to her, and in a week she was so much better that the workman's comp was sending her back after 2 weeks after I saw her. Now that kind of surprised me because that was pretty dramatic. It's pretty dramatic. And so it means that you don't have to wait months and months and years for homeopathy to work. It can be worked right away. I had a child with an ear infection. I gave the child a remedy called pulsatilla, and they were crying, weeping, wanted to be on their mother's lap, and so on. And the mother was trying to work this is when I worked overseas in Nepal. And within like 15 seconds, the child was happy, giggling, playing, and was holding the telephone to her sore ear, pretending she was talking on the phone. 15 seconds. I've seen other ones where you give people things for, having pepper in their eye, like cut up peppers in their eye. They can't come in, their eyes all tear, they can't open it, it's painful. You give them the remedy, and this is a real case, and the person opened their eye and said, oh, that feels better. As I was turning to get the tap water to rinse it.
I'm just going to stop here because when you got something burning in your eye, like we all expect it to last for an hour or so as we tear it out.
She couldn't see. She was being let in by her neighbor. She'd been chopping hot peppers, and she rubbed her eye, and so she got hot pepper in her eye, and it was red. It was kind of watering, and she couldn't open it, and she couldn't see. So her friend had to drive her to the clinic and show her in. She came in being let in like a blind person, and I gave her one remedy, and then I thought, well, maybe it's a second one, and I gave her a second homeopathic remedy under the tongue. And then I turned around to go start running the water, get some cold water to rinse her eye out. She'd already done that at home immediately to start, rinsing her eye. And then as my back was turned, she said, oh, that feels better. And she had both eyes open. She said, the pain is gone. And what I did is I gave her then another dose of each of those remedies to take home with her, to take that night if the pain returned, which she did. and then that was done. But let me get back to my first two cases, because they kind of persuaded me. And I think this is what happens. You see a case. So this young woman went back to work. It was 2 weeks after I gave her the remedy, and she was back at work. Her wrist problem had gone completely. The next case was even more dramatic. You know, I was doing relief work for doctors. So I was getting, the more I went into this, the more a little bit of hot water I was getting into with the doctors that sometimes said, oh, you shouldn't be recommending homeopathy for my patients. But there was nothing else. They were chronic cases, and I didn't really see the harm in it. But because homeopathy is extremely safe, right? And I would often give them the remedies, so it was cheap. And this one was in the hospital, and I'd already asked the doctor, would you mind if I saw your patients, if I gave them homeopathy? He said, no, that's fine. After all, it's just placebo. That was his comment. So so I saw a young man about 25 years of age in the hospital, and he was being wheeled around on the ward by his girlfriend. Because he had so much swelling, that he could not walk. He had a kidney disease, which is where the kidney starts losing protein, and therefore they retain a lot of fluid, makes it very heavy, and it's a kidney disease, acute kidney disease. And when I went to see him, because as a family doctor, when you're visiting someone who's under the care of a specialist, you usually don't play much of a role most of the time. You might ask the specialist what's happening, and check the charts and so on. But generally, you go just to reassure the patient, and give them some continuity, that their family doctors is involved and keeping an eye on him, and ask them if they have anything they can do to help. When I saw this young man who I'd never seen before, he'd had a kidney biopsy that day, and he had this red streaking coming down his flank, down onto his thigh. And of course, when you see that, people say, oh, a person's got phlebitis of some type, or even a cellulitis, infection of the cells of the tissues. And so I started thinking, oh, no, I didn't go intend to doing anything. But I thought, maybe this just reminds me of the remedy apis, which is honeybee, which is like a sting, which suddenly becomes red and swollen afterwards, sometimes excessively, and stings, of course. And so I started thinking, oh, maybe a homeopathic remedy would work for this guy. And so I said, would you like me to see if I can find a homeopathic remedy? Now, this guy had been on the ward for months, and he wasn't getting better.
So you mean he'd been in the hospital for months?
Yeah. And he was not getting better. He was in large doses of steroids, prednisone, like 60 milligrams at the time, and other medicines to try to treat his kidney disease. He was under the care of an internal medicine specialist. And so I went home and I studied the case. I still, I was just like a beginner. It was kind of a bit audacious, I'd say. But so I came up with two remedies. The first one I thought about was apis, because it was so much like a bee sting, right? It looked like he'd been stung on the side. I was just thinking of treating his inflammation. And the other one was a remedy called bryonia. So I went back the following week, and I had one a few days later, because I saw him on a Friday. I went back on Monday. I had one remedy, apis, in one pocket, bryonia in the other pocket. And I saw him, and I asked him a few more questions to try to clarify, and I gave him apis, which was my first remedy I thought about. And then I saw him again a few days later on Friday, and I said, what happened? He said, nothing. No change. Much the same. And now he was on, I don't know if he's on antibiotics or he's on anticoagulants or something like that, because they weren't sure what this was, occurring after he had his kidney biopsy, which is a needle into the kidney. And so I gave him the other remedy, bryonia. And then I went away for the weekend, came back the following Monday, because, as a family doctor, you might see someone twice a week. As a family doctor, particularly if it's a remote, somewhat a hospital that's quite a ways away from your practice. And he responded saying, you know what? When I took that medicine, it felt kind of scary, because I had a feeling like something was happening inside me. There was some kind of shift, he said. Something was shifting. And when I saw him, he was actually improving. He said, then I started getting better, and the fluid started disappearing. And he was already, this is like 3 days later, he was already had lost enough fluid. He must have had a tremendous outpouring, diuresis, that he was walking on his own again. Didn't need to be in a wheelchair. So he'd lost quite a bit of weight, so he could actually move these really heavy body and legs, and the fatigue that would be with it. And then he was discharged at the end of that week. He went home, and I checked on him 6 months later through his specialist, who said completely resolved, off all his steroids, he was good. And Then I inquired the specialist whom I knew. I said, well, have you ever heard of homeopathy? Because he didn't know I'd given him homeopathy. And because, you know, I could do that, it was very safe to do. And it wouldn't interfere with conventional treatment. And I'd had permission to do that from his family doctor. So, and he said, yeah, they use homeopathy in India because it's cheap. And so I could see that that was kind of a dead end in trying to say, hey, this is what I gave your patient at that time. And look, it seemed to be effective and worth looking at for the future. So those two cases were, again, like something which for even a beginner, which is very fortunate that I was actually got the right remedies, made a dramatic change in those people's lives. And then that sold me. And then I started studying.
Now, another thing, so you've given us an example of two kind of physical cases, but you and I spoke earlier, you gave me a case about, you know, a woman who couldn't sleep, and another woman that, well, also couldn't sleep, but because of fear of a fire next door.
Mm-hmm.
So, or I'm sorry, a nurse, so the woman who couldn't sleep and the nurse, and these are emotional issues where, you know, the medical doctor will want to put you on antidepressants or anxiety medications with everything that flows from that. Do you want to share about those too? Because those are pretty interesting, and I'm wanting people to understand that homeopathy basically covers everything.
It does, because it treats the whole person. And often physical symptoms are triggered by an emotional shock, or the other way around. So you could have, cold weather exposure, and you could have irritability, for example, or some emotional issue would come up that you couldn't get rid of. But those two cases were quite interesting. I mean, I've seen thousands of patients that I've used homeopathy for, and so on. And I'd say I'm a moderate homeopath, because I use conventional medicine as well, and had tried to integrate the two together, which means that, you know, I'm not spending 24 hours a day doing homeopathy. I'm also using conventional drugs. But I did find that many people will come to me for homeopathy because they realize that the conventional approach was not working for them, or they had a belief in a different paradigm. In other words, curing from the inside out. And so I had a case when I was doing a relief for that. Saw a woman the house next door burned down in the middle of the night, and there was an old woman living in that house, and she was frightened for that old woman. It was in a remote location that she wouldn't get out of her house and she would burn up. And but the old woman did get out, but the neighbor, since that time, had sort of anxiety levels which are unusual for her, and she also she couldn't sleep at night. So she had this terrible insomnia. She couldn't sleep at night. And she came into me, and finding out the cause, the etiology, where does it start, is very important in homeopathy, whether it's emotional or physical. And it was obvious she'd had a shock, and this was as a result of that, like an emotional shock. She was, frightened for this other person. And so I gave her a remedy for that, homeopathic remedy called aconitum. And that, her insomnia went away like within a night or two maximum. And then she came to me later, like a week later, and said, the lady on the other side, the other neighbor, also can't sleep. And so I said, well, why don't just I gave her another couple doses to give to the other person. And she gave one dose or so, or two. And the other person's insomnia also went away. So it's very good for emotional things. I've had lots of cases of grief and things like that to treat. And I had one, which was a nurse, worked with newborns, and a newborn had died, and she was under other stresses from, her mother's health and things like that. And this woman had a diagnosis of MS. And so she asked me, if there's anything that I knew about in the alternative medicine field. And so I said, well, I took her history, found out about a lot more information, kind of put it together as a picture, a pattern, and then I matched a remedy to it. And I used a remedy called natrum muriaticum, which is homeopathic salt, and potentized salt, and it often has a tradition, this idea of grief that they can't let go of. Now we use salt like brine for pickling things, making it last forever. And similarly, they have this characteristic of being quite sensitive emotionally, these people in general. And when they have a grief, they have trouble letting go of it. I had one fellow whose dog had died 5 years earlier, and he was still grieving about his dog. And the remedy he needed was natrum muriaticum, homeopathic salt. So this case, this woman got better. Her fatigue of her and her MS, which was a bit, relapsing and so on, seemed to be improved. Her headaches went away, and she decided to move on in life and quit her job as a nurse, and went on to other things. So it kind of removed a block, not just in her mental, emotional, and physical, but also in her path in life. It allowed her to free her up from the things which are holding her back, and she could go on. And that we often see with homeopathy. It removes the obstruction to that person pursuing what they really want to do in life, what's really the right thing for them.
And am I correct on the medical side? If you're not an integrative practitioner, the tools to use would be, likely antidepressants or anti-anxiety medication. But that would be then ongoing. It doesn't really get the person out of and it might even aggravate the MS and headaches and other
Actually,
things.
that's a good point, because conventional medicine, tends to approach one section of the body, one disease. They call it the disease. It could be like MS, or it could be headaches or something like that. But it's designed to really kind of prevent the expression in the physical symptoms, because it hurts to have a headache, right? You can understand that. And and it looks bad to have eczema on your child. So with that kind of short-sightedness, though, you can drive the disturbed energy deeper into the body, or to a deeper, more important organ system. And we've actually tracked that. It's called Hering's Law of Direction of Cure, which can tell you if you're creating a deeper disease by covering that eczema with cortisone, making the skin look better, but then the child develops asthma or allergies or a cough that won't go away, that type of thing. So yeah, you have to be very careful. Conventional medicine for chronic disease, it can palliate, but the risk of palliation that is extended, just blocking the symptoms, making the person's headaches go away, is that you end up driving the disease in deeper. The body gives up trying to put it out to the skin, says, well, I got a disturbed energy here. How do I get it out of me? Well, I'll just send it out through the next expressive organ like the lung, which is another way of kind of getting things out, right?
Right. And there's and it's just the difference of trying to treat symptoms. So what you're saying with symptoms is if we're trying to treat symptoms with synthetic drugs. So, and when when we use the terms, I'm using the term synthetic drugs. It's just, I know you're going to object to the word chemical drugs, but are the pharmaceutical drugs that are approved by Health Canada, because the process is so expensive, they're all novel chemicals. They're all created, and they have a patent, and so it's part of the business model reality. So the medical doctors are given, by and large, I appreciate there's the odd exception, but by and large, those drugs are man-made creations. They're close to ones found in nature, but they're tweaked. And so it's kind of novel for us. So these synthetic drugs, though, they can mask symptoms, but they can create that creates kind of two problems. The body still has the initial problem that now has to express differently. You're explaining that. But sometimes these synthetic drugs also create their own problems. Am I right about that?
Well, they do. But if you think about a side effect or an adverse effect from a drug, it's really the body's trying to clear the toxic suppression that is coming from the drug. So when we call a side effect, it's kind of like indirectly caused by the drug. The drug puts pressure on the system. The system then puts out a symptom saying, help, help, in the voice of the body in another location. So let's say you take amoxicillin, which, I prescribed lots of antibiotics in my career, and they may be appropriate. But if the person puts out a rash to amoxicillin, which is quite common, that it's actually not a side effect of the drug as much as the drug is affecting the body. It's causing the body to actually put out a symptom out of, I don't say desperation, because it's being pressurized. So it puts out the rash. So what we call side effects or adverse events are often the body's reaction to the suppressive effects of a drug. So that's how it happens. So yeah, that's a big risk. And are there any conventional drugs that don't have a long list of side effects to them? Very few. But when you look at herbology or any of the kind of therapies like herbology, certainly homeopathy, which is these very dilute and succussed substances, that their safety profile is much, much better than conventional medicine. Much better. I mean, you really can't compare the two. And particularly with homeopathy, but it's the same thing with acupuncture. It's very rare to have side effects from these things. You can cause side effects with any type of therapy, just as you can, drown in the bathtub type of thing. There's always a risk, but it's very hard. You have to really work at it to create a side effect in homeopathy.
And, just to kind of express the difference, or rather illustrate the difference in the two different approaches, I wanted you to kind of raise a couple of issues like menstrual cramps and PMS as examples of how, as in the allopathic model, the chemical drug model, somebody comes to you with menstrual cramps as a medical doctor, there actually isn't a treatment. So you're just going to prescribe painkillers if it's bad to mask the discomfort. But a homeopathic doctor is going to approach it differently. And I'm wondering if you could, both for menstrual cramps and PMS, explain the difference in treatments and the difference in results.
Sure.
And these are the ones you have seen on both sides.
Yeah, I have been on both sides of this, and a lot of women do have menstrual cramps. Menstrual cycle, particularly your periods, are a good general reflection of your health. And menstrual cramps aren't like, well, many young women say, I got them, I'm just gonna have to suffer along. My girlfriends have them too, and so on. But it's not something that you should settle for. And now, disease can come from different sources. It can come from malnutrition, for example, and many Canadians have magnesium deficiencies. And the sign of magnesium deficiency is cramping, usually cramping, which is better with pressure and better with warmth. So a hot water bottle on the abdomen during a menstrual cramp, that would think about magnesium, and you could take magnesium supplements for that. You don't need to take homeopathy necessarily, because you've got a nutritional deficiency and you need to deal with that first. It's just like you can't drink coffee and not expect to have insomnia, perhaps. So, the idea is you treat from you got to have the lifestyle, food, your environment, the people you're with, all that stuff, and the way you think about life, and even your spiritual life too. That has to be addressed, because those would be obstacles to cure. But sometimes a person has something which they cannot get better from on their own steam, despite doing all those things, and that's where you bring in some kind of therapy, such as homeopathy. So in homeopathy, let's say we had menstrual cramps, we would think, okay, well, what is that cramp like? Is the person better leaning backwards, better leaning forward, better with heat, better not with heat? Is it better with exercise, vigorous exercise? Does it come on before the period? Does it come on during the period? Is it relieved by the flow of the period? Does it come on after the period? I mean, where is the cramp located? What does the cramp feel like? Is it like a string pulling to the back, from the belly button to the back? I mean, does it have these sort of peculiar characteristics? And then you take the person's full menstrual history, have they had children? What happened? What were their pregnancies like? Did they have postpartum problems? And then you'd also ask them what foods they like, dislike, their temperatures, exercise, and what other illnesses they had in their life, and all that stuff. So you need a pretty comprehensive history when you're treating the whole person, because although they come in as the chief complaint, menstrual cramps, they probably got other things going on too. Maybe they have migraines, right? So, or maybe they have, I don't know, something else in their life, which, maybe they're very emotional. Maybe they cry at the drop of a hat. Maybe they have skin rashes. Maybe they have joint pains. Who knows, right? Maybe they crave ice cold water with cubes in it and chew it, things like that. So you have to take the whole person's history, and that's why it takes a bit more time. In some countries where they're very good at it, they can say, well, you've got these 3 symptoms. It's got to be this medicine. So, they're very fast at it, like in India, where there's traditions and so on. But in most cases, we take sometimes an hour and a half to take a full history on someone with a chronic disease. Now, if the local disease is very obvious, you might give a remedy like magnesium phosphate, which has cramps better with warm standing in the shower or pressure, like that, heat and pressure. Colocynthis, better with pressure. And there are many others. Sepia has lots of PMS accompanying it. Lachesis has cramps which go away as soon as the flow starts. What color flow is it? That sort of thing. So you'd ask all these questions to try to zero in. But you can see it's a much more comprehensive approach to the person than just giving a painkiller like Tylenol 3, or, telling everybody to stay away from that person because they're, it's like walking on eggshells around their menstrual period. And putting them on birth control is not the answer.
Yeah. So, and it's almost like it's a similar discussion when I asked you about arthritis or osteoarthritis.
Osteoarthritis.
So every time it's basically treating the whole person, But the point I was trying to make is your experience as a homeopathic doctor, if you're treating the whole person and the person's complaining of menstrual cramps or PMS, you actually have success in solving those issues, whereas as a medical doctor, you would be masking them.
Yes, you treat the person, not the disease. I had a friend who went to a homeopath because he had ankle arthritis or ankle pain. The homeopath gave him a remedy, and his pasta allergy also went away. He couldn't eat pasta because he'd break out in a rash every time, and that went away while the doctor was treating his ankle. So the idea is that's the holistic paradigm. You treat the whole person. And sometimes I'll come back and say, yeah, my ankle's a lot better, but you know what? I just had pasta the first time in 20 years, and it was fine. You know, I went to someone's house, they served a bit of pasta, I felt I had to eat some, and nothing happened. That sort of story. And you hear that all the time. When you take the history in homeopathy, just like in any medicine, you should take a history. It should be comprehensive. It should include the whole person, not just focusing in on that one narrow area where the problem is expressing itself most strongly. And then you'll have better success. And then you will be a happy physician, because you'll be happy because the miraculous will come back into medicine for you. And not only will your patients benefit, you'll benefit. You'll just go home happy as a clam, right? Because you saw something which was you've never seen or even thought maybe was possible. Some person being cured at a deep level.
I think you've just said something really important, because as a medical doc, when you were just medical doctor, I had thrown the word frustrated at you earlier, and you didn't like that term, but you weren't being emotionally satisfied as a healer. You knew there was something wrong, but when you switched and added, homeopathy, you started having a better emotional experience because your patients were having better outcomes. Am I right about that?
That's right. But it can be tricky because it's a skill. It's definitely a skill. It's a learning curve, and you're learning all your life. Unlike conventional medicine, where we're always changing up the drugs for the new model, like the new when I started treating hypertension in people, none of those drugs are still being used. They've all been replaced. And that's very traditional. That's very common in medicine, is there's always a new drug coming along, the new, more expensive drug, often the new drug, which gives you a little bit of of an edge on the old one. And then the old one, oh, we found out that actually didn't work very well anyway. And people couldn't comply to taking it 4 times a day. So let's give them the once a day one. So, regular medicine is changing all the time in trying to find a better product, because really the products don't have staying power. With homeopathy, we're still using the stuff we used 250 years ago.
So while we're on this, because actually, your emotional reaction, or feelings which have gotten better, I think speaks volumes. Were you, you practiced for 45 years. So a good 25 of those practicing years, when I say you practiced, you were a medical doctor, practicing as a medical doctor for 45 years. But for the last 25 years of that practice, you had incorporated homeopathy also. So you're doing this integrative medicine approach. Did you have better outcomes, overall with, the synthetic drug model, or with the homeopathic? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, if I was to compare the two, the better outcomes would be, you see, you got a few things in the equation there. One is, what was the patient want? What did they want? They just want to take conventional medicine and bring their blood pressure down because that's what they were told they should do. Do they want to get rid of their this or that, and take the conventional drugs? So it's pretty, and often I would tailor it to what the person wanted. I try not to poison them, but nevertheless, I would often advise them what I thought might be their best way to go, but it was up to them. So they kind of had a smorgasbord of from which to choose. So it's kind of hard to compare. And the other one is that because I didn't practice full time, because I was kind of this bridge between integrative therapies like homeopathy, acupuncture, orthomolecular medicine, nutritional stuff, and so on, and conventional drugs, I wouldn't have the same results as someone who practiced homeopathy full time. And there are many MDs, the American Institute of Homeopathy, which has existed before the American Medical Association. It's a North American with international members, but it's mostly in the United States. I mean, it's an MD association. Those guys practicing homeopathy full time for 20 years, 25 years, like I did, would be much better at it. Just, I should say that. So if you've got a problem, go to a homeopath that really practices a lot. That would be your best bet. But as someone who was bridging that gap for people, introducing them to new ideas, I think that the homeopathy had more profound effects on them, and also did things that we didn't have a conventional drug for. Osteoarthritis would be a good example. And so I would say that was, from the perspective of successful treatment, from the point of view of real healing, really curing the person at a deeper level, homeopathy was much better. From the point of view of a satisfied customer, you know, it was kind of 50-50. A lot of people wanted conventional treatment. But as I found over time, you know, the word got out, and more people would start coming asking, well, have you got anything else? And so in the end, I ended up probably giving homeopathy to about 70% of people that came into my practice. I'd give them a choice, but homeopathy was often one of those choices. And of course, you can't ignore nutrition and lifestyle and, you know, your interaction with people as well. Those are really essential. And from a family doctor's point of view, even though a lot of family doctors are pretty quick off the mark, you know, you got 8 minutes or 10 minutes or 12. I have to say that they generally know a lot of people, and if their heart's in the right place, they're still providing, in the majority of people, that kind of you know, hand on the back, you know, touching them and saying, you know, it's going to be okay. And so that's a big part of family doctors, their practice.
You touched upon nutrition again, and I'm wanting your thoughts on, because you touched on this earlier. So, you know, it's one thing to be using, you know, synthetic drugs. It's one thing to be using homeopathic remedies, but you touched on the idea, you know, you do have to be getting the proper nutrition. I mean, that's kind of like a starting point. And do you want to just kind of elaborate on that a little bit so that people watching can understand, you know, like you can go to a doctor all you want, but you really do need to be taking care of yourself by making sure you're eating properly and such, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And you'd also mentioned spiritual. I mean, we tend to ignore that we are spiritual beings, and like, so there's different aspects to our health. And I just, you know, if you want to comment on that, because it's almost like we gloss over that in our medical system. And you can't run your car without oil for very long before you're going to have a problem. And it's that way with nutrition, isn't it? And the body.
Absolutely. And that should be one of the first things you think about. I mean, if we got a half a day of nutrition when we were in medical school, this was back in the 70s, that you know, that was extraordinary. Doctors that were told, well, leave nutrition to the dietitians in the hospital. You know how bad that is, right? So but there's lots of information about that, but nutrition really is essential for good health, you know. And nutrition, you look at it from two ones. One is, are you deficient, like vitamin C, vitamin D, magnesium, talk about those, but also, are you being poisoned in your food? So what kind of food are you actually taking in? So we see glyphosate even in, you know, baby formulas and so on, as well as heavy metals. We see glyphosate in like feeding tubes and things in the hospital. Like, how does it get in there? You know, so it's a bit like we have to be careful about poisoning ourselves, as well as not getting the essential nutrients that we need in our food. So it's a double-edged problem, actually.
So viewers might not when you say glyphosate, so we're really literally talking about a herbicide that we spray, you know, so Roundup. Everywhere. And we've genetically modified, you know, crops like wheat to be able to withstand it. So that's what Dr. Maltos is speaking about. And it just has profound health effects. We're hoping to get Dr. Michelle Perrault to be a speaker, and I just find it disturbing when you look into glyphosate. So it's a good example.
It's in Girl Guide cookies nowadays, based on, I think it was Moms Across America did a study on that, and Dr. Perrault would be able to talk about that. But yeah, and the amount varied depending on where they made the cookies and what state, how much glyphosate was being put into the, you know, onto the fields in that state. So
yeah, so there's court case after court case after court case hammering the companies, finding it's tremendously cancer causing and tremendously problematic in so many areas of health. And in Canada, almost every province is now spraying it in the forests, just writ large. So you know,
it could be an accelerant too, like a fire accelerant, right? It is. And also it takes down a lot of the other types of trees. So you only have one type of tree, the one that you can cut and get lumber for.
Yeah, no, and I know we just totally segued there. So, but nutrition, it's kind of like you can't run your car without oil. You know, if you're going to be healthy, don't ignore the nutrition part. Do you have any comment on, the spiritual part? It's just, you had raised that earlier. And, is there spiritual, emotional part to being healthy?
Yeah, definitely. In fact, as you say, we're probably spiritual beings that kind of incorporated into this bodily form in this location probably for a spiritual reason, but it's really, you kind of have to do your own investigation to find out what that reason is. But I do think that it is kind of the core of our existence, and it manifests in many ways. But if you're sick, if you've got chronic pain, you're not going to be spending time doing prayers and meditating, or reading scriptures, or Buddhist texts or Hindu or whatever. You're not going to be able to do that investigation if you're in chronic pain. So the idea behind most conventional medicine, although there can be some time where just letting the person talk, it frees them from the obstruction to their kind of incorporating an experience of life and then moving on. I think that our job as doctors is to remove obstacles to spiritual development, really. And we don't really think of it that way very often, but when you try to put it all together, I think that's what it comes down to. And we may think that, well, our job is just to take the physical way, but it may be, in many cases, sitting with a family with someone who's dying, or listening to someone just tell their story of what's happened to them and their suffering and their illness. That is helping them in a spiritual way as well, because it's helping to remove barriers to them, then furthering their investigation as to why we're here.
Yes. Okay. We're kind of in an environment where we're pretty strict on, the regulation of what I'll call natural products, which includes, homeopathic remedies. And, I don't know if you're aware, but like, I'm Mr. Regulatory person, and Health Canada has this thing called the self-care framework, where it's got a whole bunch of different parts that they said they would be implementing. And one of those parts is, they call it cost recovery, but for the chemical drug companies, basically Health Canada, their wages are paid by the pharmaceutical companies, because when the pharmaceutical or synthetic drug companies apply for a license to get a drug approved, on a serious application, literally the application fee is $250,000, like on a complicated drug. For every building that they use to manufacture or label, etc., for every building they have to get a site license and pay a renewal fee, like this fee each year. It's quite onerous. And Health Canada has said, well, we're going to now charge natural remedies, these site license fees, and these, product licensing fees. And with homeopathic remedies, you would use the figure, like there's literally 3,000 remedies in the homeopathic pharmacia. So to have a full scope of practice as a homeopathic doctor, you would need, access to 3,000 remedies. And there's only a couple of suppliers in Canada that supply to Canada. And they're clear, like even just the yearly license renewal fee, there's no way they could survive the fees that, were proposed by Health Canada, that we would lose those traditions. With the traditional Chinese practitioners, it's even worse. There's more remedies that they use. So, but even if Health Canada was to like cap, okay, but per year, you're only going to pay so much, we're putting the industry in danger. And that's a long way of me asking, like, what would be the health consequence of losing homeopathic remedies in Canada?
Oh, it would be terrible. The thing about homeopathy, because it's based on this dilution succussion, that it's very hard to get rid of it, because you can propagate it, for family use without really having to go through Health Canada. But they are restricting its import into the country already. That they're holding. I don't know what the Health Canada's doing, but they're holding things up at the border. So it's very hard to get remedies from outside the country. And if you're not producing them in the country, you're not going to have access to them. But it's not just homeopathy. It's many things are going to disappear from health food, and not just health food, but grocery store shelves, because of this new framework that they're trying to bring in. And what they're doing is I know that 80% of the costs of Health Canada licensing and so on is borne by the borne by the manufacturer. In conventional medicine, they've got huge markets and so forth, and that is the most conventional treatment that people are looking for, and so they have much greater income. But these other companies are quite small, and they may produce 1 or 2 products. And if you put the same onus on them for a product, for safety issues, like monitoring and so forth, which don't really apply to them because of the product they have, that you would give to the big drug companies, it's really unfair, and it almost so unfair that it's hard to believe that it cannot be done with the intention of trying to get rid of natural health products, get them off the shelves. And the funny thing, that was snuck in via the budget bill a few years back, where they
it was insidious. But I'm asking you, you're a doctor that have practiced in both fields. You've shared with us you've had better health outcomes with homeopathic remedies. What do you think the health consequences will be if we lost our homeopathic doctors because they have no remedies to use?
Well, it would really undermine the health of Canadians in a big way. Yeah.
Yeah, like we're talking serious.
We're not just talking about homeopathy. If we think about all the other things like supplements and so on, in places like Europe where they have Codex Alimentarius, that that you need a prescription to go get vitamin C more than 50 milligrams. And of course, 50 milligrams of vitamin C is nothing. Most people are taking 1,000 to 5,000 a day just to have proper nutrition. So you'll have a sick population, and it'll be insidious though, because most people are not aware of how important these supplements are. But a lot of people, they rely upon them, and some rely upon them for like the orthomolecular aspect, which we know with things like True Hope and so on, those are actually medicines that people's lives depend upon. And if you can't access those, it'll be a big downturn in the health of Canadians.
Right. Okay. So how do you think going forward what should we do to get the best health outcomes? So let's say, Canada was just to say, we're throwing all of our drug regulations and drug policy out the window. Let's start again. How do we get the best health outcomes going forward? And you're the perfect person to ask, because you're aware of so many different modalities with your involvement with integrative medicine. So if we could just start from scratch and ask the question, how do we get the best health outcomes? And I know that's a big question, but you'd have to try and tackle it.
It's a huge question, right? Because there is the research and so forth. There's lots of research in integrative therapies such as homeopathy. So you have to listen to people. You have to actually listen to Canadians, and that's why I think taking a show on the road, and also the Charter of Health Freedoms, is so important, because we need people's voices to say, yes, I take this and I want my health food store to carry it. I don't want them to be penalized, and and also manufacturers to be penalized, to treat them like they're a drug company, and cause obstacles to them to be able to get those medicines, those nutrients to me. So yeah, I think listening to Canadians is really important, and taking away some of this the power of oversight that Health Canada kind of uses without really knowing what they're talking about, unfortunately. And I don't think that that's their job. Their job is not to look after the health of Canadians. Their job is to protect patents. And I think you've even got an experience of this by asking someone on the stand about it. What did that say?
Yeah, no, it was during a criminal trial. It was the True Hope trial. So Health Canada is charging, True Hope with these heinous regulatory offenses, and I'm being tongue in cheek there. Like, arguably the most serious was, that they were selling a product without a license. But at the time, there were no licensed products. There were about 80,000 natural health products on the market, and none of them were licensed for all intents and purposes. You might have had the odd vitamin with a monographed in, but for all intents and purposes, we had 80,000 unlicensed products because there was never any intention for them to be licensed. And we shouldn't have a licensing requirement. And, for example, the United States, our biggest trading partner, doesn't have a licensing requirement. And we didn't before, it's very recent. But, out of, 80,000 products, they've charged this company, and there's an inspector on the stand. I believe her name was Sheila Wheelock. And as a lawyer, I'm trying to box her in. So I'm asking her a set of questions that I know the answer is going to be yes. And then once she said yes to this series of questions, I've got her in a box, and I'm going to force her to say yes to something that logically flows from all the other yeses. And one of the questions that I was sure she was going to answer yes was something like, well, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. And I'm expecting a yes. And I get no. And, I keep my poker face, and I just keep trying to circle around to get the yes that I know is going to be coming. And then she corrects me with the truth. She's under oath. And she says, no, as a Health Canada inspector, we're there to enforce the law. We're not there to get good health outcomes, which is entirely true. And in the Food and Drug Act, there's no obligation on Health Canada to get good health outcomes. And, you said they're there to protect patents, intellectual property right. It's 100% true. And they're not there to get good health outcomes. So it is kind of interesting. So as far as getting, good health outcomes, if we were starting from scratch, you're saying people should have, the right to choose how, what they, different modalities, that we shouldn't be giving a regulatory body the right to say you can't do something. Any other comments that you would have for us?
Yes, well, I think safety should be taken into account, certainly. So it would be nice to have someone looking over the industry to, to look at safety issues and so forth, and proper manufacturing practices. I think that that's an important thing, but I wonder where that's really being done. I kind of feel no, that it's not. And this whole shift to this new framework and the kind of heavy-handedness of Health Canada in what it wants to do, or appears to want to do, and is probably going to do with regard to a lot of these small products. I think that needs to be removed. But I think some regulation may not be a bad thing, but what degree would that be, and what would be the parameters of that? Certainly not what we have now. But, making sure that we don't have adulteration, and that, good adulteration would be, something that should, let's say you have a sleep aid from out of the country that comes in and it's got, Valium in it. Of course, you wouldn't want that. You also want to make sure the good manufacturing practices in the country as well. So I think those would be reasonable things. And looking at the safety of products too. It is a bit of should be a bit buyer beware. And we probably need, I think now with people starting to open their eyes a little bit more and turning towards natural health products and other therapies such as homeopathy, that we do need people, we do need some guidance for those people. In other words, it is kind of a bit of a jungle, and that people have to know where things fit in, and to give some, guidance, that not heavy-handed guidance, but such that people can look, okay, I want to treat my headaches. What's the best way to go about doing that for me as an individual? And then let them choose. Like, what are the products available? What's, the research? Let them choose. And what's the safety component, But most natural health products are so extremely safe. What is it? You're more likely to die from being struck by lightning. How many times? 11 times more likely than...
14 times more likely to be struck by lightning.
Yeah.
Than to die from, it's just, you can't even compare that, 14 times.
And I don't think there's been any deaths from homeopathy that I'm aware of in Canada or in the United States. And I'm not you're aware of any deaths even from imported natural health products. You may know more about this than me, but it means that the natural health product field is very, very safe. So we don't have to get too uptight about safety, but we may want to have consistency of products. In other words, they say there's feverfew in there, and there actually is feverfew in that product. So I think some of that would be reasonable, but that's not what Health Canada is doing. And we need some guidance at the, I would say, at the governmental level. But it should be minimal with regard to the health effects, mostly to do with manufacturing. And it should be one which does not kill the segment of that so many of us rely upon, the health product segment.
Yeah, it's interesting just you know, carry on the discussion with what you're saying is I'm actually finding myself troubled as one of the things we're doing is not just interviewing experts like you, but just ordinary people that, you know, had serious health conditions and literally wouldn't be here. They'd be dead if they hadn't found, you know, natural remedies, including homeopathic. Like they wouldn't be here anymore. And it's kind of like life and death. And we're, you know, we're doing these interviews, and it's just breaking my heart, Stephen, that we're even having to have a discussion. What you mean we can't have the right to choose things, even when, you know, your so-called approved treatments have completely failed us. We're having a difficult emotional time with some of the things that we're hearing from ordinary Canadians about their journey. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's true. And it's not just death, you know, although that is one measure, of course. It's chronic suffering. It's, you know, death is you know, it's pretty extreme, but it's often sometimes very acute, you know, it comes and so on, and you're done. But to have a lifetime of suffering is another thing. And I don't think that our current system really addresses that. In fact, it seems to be only addressing from the perspective of trying to rid us of the tools to prevent that suffering. It's very unfortunate. And that's why, you know, I'm behind the world's greatest health show, because I think that going across Canada and speaking to Canadians and getting their voices to stand up and tell us their stories, and to help that to advocate for access to natural health products, including homeopathy, but also other therapies too, which I'm sure are a bit in the crosshairs, such as acupuncture and you know, traditional Chinese medicine and things like that. Is that we Canadians need those therapies, and we need the ones that are coming down the, you know, in the future. In other words, we're all thinking a lot about frequency medicines and how to do that and how to apply that. Infrared or near infrared and red light therapy would be a good example, and we don't want those things to be blocked as well. People are just trying to turn to them, I think, because they're discouraged by how the conventional system almost seems to propagate itself by creating making disease just carry on instead of treating it and resolving it, kind of turning it into a chronic complaint.
So my final question for you, Dr. Malthouse, is what is your message to Ottawa?
Oh, my message to Ottawa. That's a bit tough one. Listen,
we're driving the charter
they
petition to Ottawa, and we're raising all these issues. So what would your message to Ottawa be as a physician who has for 45 years tried to bring relief to people, tried to bring healing to people?
Well, you know, actually, compassion and the desire to relieve other people's and your own suffering is in everybody, even the people that work at Health Canada. So I would say, listen to your inner voices. And if you're being told to do something which you think is harmful to Canadians, stop. And listen to Canadians. I think the voice of Canadians is very important to give you some guidance into which things are good or not. So, you know, we've seen this in the last years, that people will sacrifice the kind of vague populace for I would say, a dogma. And so I think that it's going to be individual work for the people who work at Health Canada and in our government to kind of listen to their consciences more and stop saying, well, it's just my job, or someone else would do it, those sort of excuses. So I think that's going to be actually at the bottom of things. People are going to say, no, I won't do that. I refuse. That will be very key, and take the consequences, which could be severe, like a job loss. But the other side is, I think that they probably should just stop meddling where they don't know anything, and step back and let the market kind of do its own thing. There are many of us here who have experience that we can help guide people, and that will guide the market, because if people don't buy a product, it will go off the shelves. If it doesn't work, it will go off the shelves. So let people decide.
And I thank you for that. That um, I don't want to comment at all, except to say that I thought that was a very, very important answer, and I hope that Health Canada and Ottawa listens to your answer. Um, I do want to ask you one more thing, and it's just, and I forgot to ask, but you're involved in something called the Canadian Health Alliance. And, you know, if there's any other practitioners out there watching this presentation, I think it's important for them to know about that organization. So can you just, you know, briefly share why it's important for practitioners, be they medical doctors or homeopathic doctors or TCMs or nurses or nutritionists, to get involved in the Canadian Health Alliance?
Well, it's actually the Canada Health Alliance, although
Oh,
many
I'm
people,
sorry. I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. Many people make that mistake, but the Canada Health Alliance is we have now about 5,000 plus members, which are practitioners as well as, and they can be practitioners, not just medical doctors, but practitioners of every type of healthcare therapy, as well as we have lay people who are not, but just want to support the idea of a shift to better healthcare in Canada. So Canada Health Alliance is really the idea of breaking down barriers so that different practitioners talk to each other. So, you know, in the old days, a doctor would not talk to a chiropractor. And in fact, the American Medical Association had a rule that their regular doctors, called the regulars, could not talk to a homeopath. They couldn't refer to a homeopath. And I think one doctor's wife was a homeopath, and so he got kicked out of the American Medical Association. But anyway, the breakdown barriers. Let's put all these therapies together and figure out what works best and find a sort of a hierarchy which can be then adjusted depending on the case, how people can get the most bang for their buck. So that's what we try to do. And, you know, we're advocates for all therapies that work and for safety and so on. So Canada Health Alliance real aim is to make healthcare better in Canada. And it could be a complete new paradigm. It could be a paradigm of energy versus, you know, blocking symptoms. And we want to take the best of what we have and the best of what is kind of on the frontier and put it together for Canadians. So CanadaHealthAlliance.org is the place to go, and people can sign up, get the newsletter. There's no charge, but if they want to become members, then it's pretty inexpensive to do that. And then they can get involved. And we've done lots of things, from tours to, you know, miniature. And there's a weekly newsletter which talks about one of the most up-to-date health issues that are occurring in North America, around the world, in fact. So worthwhile. So Canada Health Alliance.
So it's a place where it doesn't matter what treatment modality you practice in.
Nope.
You can basically be part of a community involving all the treatment modalities. You can learn from others, you can collaborate, and you're kept up to date on the most recent, you know, things that are happening in the health field.
Absolutely. And we also work with some of the other organizations in the health field here, and we have seminars and podcasts. We're going to have a conference in next April, which will be called Self-Care is Healthcare, where we try to give people really practical tools to be able to use in their own life. Homeopathy, I'm going to, for example, teach a workshop in homeopathy, how to use a 16 packet homeopathic 16 remedy kit and to use for your family. Very easy to do, and you can learn, get started right away. But other things like what kind of light therapies are the best ones, what type of this and that, so on, you know, EMFs and all sorts of things to know about. And as I mentioned, we have a newsletter, and we have a new health series where we have doctors giving online lectures for different aspects of health. For example, we've had what to do if the emergency room is closed. We've had dentistry. We've had what to do about allergies. We've had many different, and I did one on homeopathy, for example, like a 3-4 night course to get people to take healthcare back into their own hands. There are many things you can do that you don't have to run to the doctor, the emergency department to deal with. And also things that people might just suffer away saying, well, I'm just getting old. So, you know, that's what happens when you get old. So we have a different attitude towards that. But anyway, so Canada Health Alliance at CanadaHealthAlliance.org, that's the way to go and have a look. They're also not just a website, which is, I think, being redesigned at the moment. So be prepared. But also we have lots of online stuff through Telegram and et cetera, and Facebook.
Dr. Maltos, thanks for sharing that. I realized I'd forgotten to ask you about that, and I think it's important for health practitioners and the public to have the opportunity to plug in So on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I'm very, very sincerely thankful that you've come. So thank you, and thank you for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you.
So when we get to Section 3 of the Charter, it sets out, well, here are the principles that apply. We've set out the rights that our courts and our common law traditions say that we already have. And later on, we set out, a whole bunch of kind of things that need to be in place for these rights to take effect. But what are the principles? So when a court's looking at the Act, or if a government body is looking at the Act, well, how do we interpret this? What are the principles that should be guiding them? And one of the principles is that all of us are competent to make our own health decisions. And I'm not talking about people that are dementing. I'm talking about the average person, you and I. A principle here is that we're deemed to be competent to make our own health decisions. If we're not deemed to be competent, then a regulatory body, and we've experienced this, will start taking treatments away in a paternalistic way. No, we haven't approved this. You can't take it because you're not competent to make your own decisions. We're saying that's false. We are deemed to be competent. Another one of the principles is that the individual is the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for that individual. And this is terribly important because we can have the government say, no, wait a second, you can't take a treatment because we haven't approved it. And we're experiencing this time and time again. Well, what if that individual, what if you have tried all of the treatments, the approved treatments, and they're not working? It's not appropriate for you to be told you can't take something we are the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for us, and that principle has to be privileged and entrenched in our drug law and in our drug policy. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Elizabeth Noel with me. Elizabeth, welcome to the health show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
And Elizabeth, you're here to share about your own personal health journey. And I know it's been difficult from speaking with you. And do you want to maybe just start at the beginning with your trip to Venezuela?
Yeah, I
And
took a
tell us the
holiday.
year. Like I want people to appreciate this has been a long journey.
Yes, I took a holiday to Venezuela in 1988, and I got very sick after a fresh fish meal that I had on day 2, and I was sick for 3 weeks after that, 3 full weeks, and then I forgot about it, to be honest. You know, I was still in my 20s at the time, and you're very strong then. And so in the early 90s, only a few years later, I started having really strange symptoms. A whole slew of them, one right after the other, right after the other. And so finally, I wrote it all down and realized that I had a whole page-long list of strange symptoms that my body was not happy, you know? So I took my list to some doctors, and the first doctor said there was nothing wrong with me, which I knew wasn't true. The second doctor actually called me crazy, which was very disheartening. And the third doctor said, well, maybe you have something, but we can't tell what it is right now, which was also disheartening because I was already sick. So how much sicker did I have to be before they would recognize it, you know?
Now, my understanding is, you know, one of the doctors did some blood work. Am I right about that?
The original, yes, I believe the original did, and it's possible the third one did. I don't recall. It's possible, but the first one I know did, and the second one didn't. He just looked at my list and basically threw me out of his office.
And just to help people understand, I mean, one of your symptoms was you were having digestive problems and a lot of abdominal pain.
Yes, abdominal pain, and my body was just bruising like crazy. I couldn't understand it. Every time I turned around, I had another bruise, and nothing was healing on my body. Just a scab would be itchy, it would come off, and then I would get another scab again. Like there was no, my body wasn't functioning properly. Yeah, I was having headaches and a whole series of issues that really I couldn't connect to anything specific. And so I just tried changing my diet. I figured, okay, nobody's going to help me. I'll help myself. I changed my diet. I went vegan, which seemed to help a lot. But at the same time that I went vegan, I also cut out all sugar too. So I was very rigid for several years like that. And in the late 90s, 98, I think I jaundiced for 2 days.
Right, and just so people understand, is that's where you're becoming yellow.
Yes, it was so odd. I wasn't even really sure if it was true when I ran into a girlfriend on the street and she said, "You're yellow." So yeah, I jaundiced for about 2 days, and you know, I think I stopped eating or something just so that I could figure out what was going on. Not long after that, I had 2 seizures. So, you know, some months later within the following year, it was in 99, I had 2 seizures, one day apart. And both
And
times,
when you say seizures, I mean, you're talking your body shaking here, right?
yeah, I could barely breathe. I couldn't move. I was all seized. My whole body was seized up in my back neck. Like I don't know how else to explain it, but I couldn't move I thought I was dying, honestly. The first time it happened, it was 32 minutes. And I just kept watching the clock on the wall, praying. And the second time was the day after. And I had just eaten the exact same thing, but only one bite of it. And both of them were gluten. And so I had another 10-minute seizure. And that's when I went from gluten to spelt and kamut. I changed my diet again.
So you eliminated gluten from your diet.
Yes, at that point I did. Yeah.
So you don't see the pattern yet, but
No.
it starts in Venezuela with a meal, and diet changes as your condition progresses affect it, but nobody's seen a pattern yet.
No.
And the doctors aren't helping at all.
They're not even looking. They seem to have no interest whatsoever. In any case, at that moment, I did find a naturopath. This was in 99, I think. And I did find a naturopath. I didn't mention that, but I found a naturopath briefly who said to drink water, which I did. I was drinking a lot of coffee and a lot of tea and the occasional beer and whatever. So I stopped all that. And I just went to water, and that improved until probably like the late 2000, like 2007, 2008. And my body was still rejecting the kamut and spelt. And I ran into somebody who was celiac, and he said, try eliminating gluten entirely. So I did that, and I thought, oh my God, that was the key in the moment. So I did that, and I figured that'll be a lifetime thing for me until I got injured in 2011. And I had a nasty fall at Christmas, December 22nd, 2011. I fell down concrete stairs, icy concrete stairs, in just my pajamas at 5:20 in the morning, racing to get a flight across the country to visit for Christmas. And so I fell and I hit 3 stairs. I herniated my mid-back. I fractured my lower vertebrae, my L4, and I herniated my neck. And I didn't stop. I just kept moving. I'm a trooper. I wasn't going to miss Christmas. I didn't even have any Advil or anything, like it wasn't part of who I was, And so I flew across the country just sobbing and took Advil for 10 days and never thought about it after that. And but this brought me to January of 2012, and I sensed my employer was looking to eliminate some of his employees, and by doing that, he was trying to sabotage my work. So he removed my physical help. And being the trooper I am, I decided I was going to lift the stuff anyway. And so I picked up a bag of 40 pairs of corduroys. And in doing that, I ripped my shoulder blade and went into shock, immediate shock, and forgot the entire incident.
Now, Elizabeth, I'm just going to ask, because the back you end up resolving eventually, but the digestive and other things don't resolve because they're part of something that began before.
The reason I wanted to mention that is because when I went to the doctor, this was in late January, when I went to the doctor on February 3rd, she told me I was depressed. I'm sobbing from pain, and the doctor writes on on her evaluation that I'm depressed. I just wanted to make a point of that.
Okay.
So, yes, so anyway, what happened was I just had injury after injury after injury after that, and I lost my income, and I became, I just couldn't function, you know, I was non-functional physically. And so I lost my home, I lost, you know, most of my belongings. And I lived with a suitcase for 6 years until
Can
I could.
can I just slow this down so people really appreciate what you're saying? So you kind of you've got a chronic illness really that starts around 1991 when it, like, you know, you had the problem in Venezuela back in 1988, but the real problem starts manifesting since 1991. And you're actually, you know, you've got to have like just super razor strict diets that you keep changing, but you're still having problems throughout. It's just not as bad. And
Right, I'm moderating it a bit.
yeah, but then, you know, basically your life falls apart and you've lost the ability to work. And so you end up couch surfing and living out of your car and stuff like that for
Exactly.
years. Like, so you suffer severe economic consequences because you can't manage this chronic illness well.
Yes, and also because I couldn't manage the injury and couldn't get help for the injury either. So I was carrying both at the same time. And because I was, you know, in such a horrid state for so many years, I had no way to moderate my diet anymore. I couldn't, it was either not eat or be sick. Those are my choices. And so
No,
obviously.
I wonder, like, they didn't believe you, like, you know, by the time we get to the end of the story, people will understand, oh, that's what was happening. So you're having real health consequences. The doctors, you know, you end up getting brushed off. And I wonder if they kind of make notes or talk so that when you go there with a real back, you know, problem, it's like, oh no, this is one of those complainers. Like I don't know, but you know, you're going literally, by the time we get there, decades suffering from something that, you know, but so they're not helping you with that. You're kind of literally couch surfing for years. You can't eat the right foods anymore. So now you're not even able to manage.
No, and I'm sweating profusely, and I'm not sleeping properly. I'm only sleeping in, you know, 3-hour slots, and naturally I can't eat gluten, and I'm eating all these things, and so my body is just erupting, you know, all over, like symptom after symptom. I was in horrid condition.
Right, and you're eating these things because you can no longer afford the diet that helps you manage it, right? It's not that you were choosing not to.
No,
so you're having
there's only so much access in my position.
Right, but then you do find somebody that can help you.
Yes, thank heavens. You know, I was in massive, massive pain in December of 2021. And I took myself to the hospital, the emergency ward at the hospital on December 30th. And they treated me like I was a virus. It was a very interesting experience. And I was explaining that I had all kinds of issues, and she basically told me to go see a dentist. I wanted to make that point as well, that I did go, and again, I was rebuffed by the medical association every single time I've gone to them. So right after that, I sort of managed myself. I kept ice on my back for months, 3-4 months, night and day. And finally, I had some relief. And Through an acquaintance, strangely, I found the exact same naturopath I had seen in 1999. And finally got a chance to see him in November of that year, 22. And I started, it was a really interesting experience. The very first visit, he decided what he thought was going to be the best approach. And he said, let me just try this to make sure it's for you. And he put some drops under my tongue. Within 10 seconds less, I felt the whole chemical, my whole body chemistry changed, like imperceptibly, but it changed. So I was hooked.
Oh, you understood there had been a shift.
Absolutely. In that moment, I could feel a shift, a
So
subtle
what did the naturopathic doctor diagnose as your problem?
Well, I'm not sure we're allowed to say the word diagnose. To be honest, I think he was starting with my stomach. That particular item was for my stomach, because I think he thought I wouldn't be able to properly ingest anything else afterward. So he started that way by helping my stomach, healing my stomach, and also because I'd had a lot of Advil over the years from those back injuries. He that was in November. In January, he gave me 3 tinctures to take that he said would help. He thought that I might have a parasite, and that these tinctures would help remove this parasite from my liver. And I didn't even really make the connection at that time either. Although he did say, he identified the parasite apparently and said, it's a tropical parasite. And that's how I knew. I went right back to 1988 and that fish meal that I had that I was so sick after. So I realized that that was likely the issue. And he gave me 3 tinctures that took 32 days to finish. And that was it. That was the end of my issue with not being able to eat any gluten. My liver was still in a delicate condition, and I'm working on that. But yeah, after 34 years of a parasite, I'm sure it did a lot of damage.
You eat all the gluten you want, and
you
have no reaction now. So you have no dietary restrictions for the first time in decades.
Right. I mean, I'm not a young woman anymore, so I do moderate myself.
Yes, but that's different.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, so, we're all doing the same thing at this stage, for sure.
Okay, I just don't want you to minimize, Elizabeth, because not only did you suffer physically, but you got destroyed financially. And I can't imagine the stress of losing home and, not actually having a solid place to live for years and years. And
I must say something there because, that was a terrible experience. And every time I moved within that experience, I saw a cliff edge. But every time I closed my eyes and prayed and put my foot down, there was ground. Just want to say that.
Yeah, no, and thanks for sharing that, because some people forget, like, we get depressed and we start to lose hope when we're suffering and when we're going through bad things. But so you had to kind of dig deep and persevere. And
I never lost hope. Never, ever.
You come across a solution. So basically the naturopathic doctor uses natural remedies to get rid of your parasites and to calm your stomach down and deal with some other issues that had accumulated. Yes. And now you're not in pain, am I right?
Absolutely not.
You can eat whatever you want.
Pretty much.
And you're on the road to recovery. I mean, your body will be behind from decades.
I'm searching for gymnasiums.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
like,
thank God.
no, and it's an incredible story, and you can look back now and go, okay, I know what happened, but you're here because a naturopathic doctor really helped you.
Yes, absolutely. And I have to say that, you know, the entire time, anything that I took, I always felt better while I was taking it. It was amazing. It was like, I said to a few people, it's like a stasis. You know, you're taking something and it holds you in a stasis while it's healing you. It's a very interesting experience, and one that I recommend everybody try.
Yeah, and you mean stuff from the naturopathic doctor?
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I
So,
mean.
Elizabeth, we ask everyone, every guest that we remember to ask, you know, what is your message to Ottawa? So, you know, what's your message to the MPs that we're asking to basically create a more fair regulatory environment to protect our access to the types of treatments that naturopathic doctors use? And, you know, to Health Canada itself, what would your message to Ottawa be?
My health is not your business. You know, stay away from something that can help me, because, you know, the government is there intending to help the people. So if you're intending to help them, there's no other route that you can go unless you allow us to have the products we need to heal ourselves. Best
Well,
I
that
can do.
I appreciate, you know, you sharing that with us. So,
I
Elizabeth,
appreciate the opportunity.
yeah, no, but well, I appreciate you coming, and I appreciate every other guest coming, because the only way we can get these stories out is people being willing to tell them. And, you know, that's what's been missing is, you know, us listening to each other so that we understand what's going on. So Elizabeth, I'm really thankful. You
Same
know,
here.
you've had taken the time to apply and be interviewed, and then to be brave and come on the camera and share your story. So on behalf of the
My
world's
pleasure.
greatest health show, I just thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for coming and sharing. So I want to talk now about Section 4 of the Act, which is a very small section, and it just sets out what the purpose of the Act is. And this is very common in legislation, to just set out, hey, here's one of the purposes. And again, it assists courts and it assists government departments in knowing how they should be interpreting the Act. Because if you know its purpose, it helps with the interpretation. And the purpose of the Act, as set out, is to actually protect and promote our health freedom by ensuring that we have access to things like natural health products and traditional healing practices. So that's the purpose of the Charter, and that's why that section is there. Let's talk about Section 5 again. And Section 5 is very important. It sets out how the law is supposed to be construed. Because you could pass a piece of legislation to, let's say, regulate aquariums. I'm just picking a strange example. And that act just regulates aquariums, but it doesn't affect other things. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, that act has to have paramountcy over other acts. So this is what Section 5 is about. If you were to look at the Canadian Bill of Rights, you would find the similar language, because the Bill of Rights takes precedent over all other acts, unless the other act actually says, well, we're going to not apply the Bill of Rights. Because whenever you're setting out rights that need to be protected, that act has to be above other acts. And so this is what Section 5 is doing. It's saying, look, we have these rights, and the Charter of Health Freedom is above other laws unless the other laws specifically exempt themselves. And the same applies for treaties. It's all fine and good for us to have health freedom. But if Canada passes a treaty that would undermine our rights, this Section 5 says, no, unless the treaty actually addresses this, or Parliament specifically exempts the treaty, that these rights are protected and they apply. And that's why Section 5 is there. It's an extremely important section.
Good evening and welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl. It's day 6 of the Health Charter Tour, and what a week it's been. On October 7th, we were live in Kelowna at the Kelowna Events Center, a packed house, an inspired crowd, and another step forward for the Charter of Health Freedom. The next morning, Sean and Teresa overnighted in Vernon, then made the long drive through the mountains to Vail Mountain, where Sean gave his first ever outdoor opening to the world's greatest health show. No cell service, just the open air, the mountains, and a powerful message that nothing can stop this movement. Last night we were in Kamloops at Nutter's Everyday Naturals. Tonight we roll into Grande Prairie, Alberta at the JP Events Center. Tickets are moving fast. If you're in the area, head to Eventbrite right now and grab yours before they're gone. Now, before we hit the highway to Grande Prairie, here's an update on our beloved World's Greatest Health van. It's been getting some serious TLC at the garage, and here's the condensed version of mechanic Jeremy's latest report. The new engine is in, larger, stronger, and running on dual carburetors instead of one. During the installation, techs discovered a damaged clutch bearing and evidence that the transmission had been previously welded and repaired. They also found brake issues and loose steering components, including tie rods that were literally only finger tight. They've now fixed the brakes, tightened the steering, and ordered a new left side tie rod, which arrives today to make sure the van is safe and road ready. So to Jeremy and the whole crew at the garage, thank you. You are keeping this mission rolling, literally. And in a way, that story mirrors what this tour is about. Repairing what's been neglected, tightening what's come loose, and keeping this movement safe, steady, and on course.
Faced with increasing health claims about the benefits of natural health products, in 1997, Minister Alan Rock moved to bring natural health products under a drug-style directorate. Over 1 million Canadians responded, saying, hey, hands off our natural health products, they're low-risk products. The Health Committee was commissioned to look into this and to hear from Canadians. After consultations, they published a report with some 53 recommendations. And then along came a transition team for an Office of Natural Health Products, and they recommended changes to the Antiquated Food and Drugs Act. Now, I have a private member's bill right now before the House, Bill C-420, that addresses the concerns about health claims for natural health products, and basically would move natural health products under a food directorate rather than a drug-style adversarial
He
directorate.
said that had we followed Health Canada's orders to shut down, that we may very well have ended up in court with a greater thing against us, which would involve people being injured, people losing their lives, that we would be held accountable for following their orders.
The question I ask everyone at the end is what's your message to Ottawa? Isn't that a great question?
Mine would be kind of tacky. I'd probably say, do you mind getting out of bed with the pharmaceutical companies and doing your job on behalf of Canadians? That would be kind of my bottom line. And if you can't stop taking money from the drug companies because you're addicted to it, stop meeting with them, stop having coffee with them, stop. 2/3 of medical visits in Canada end in a prescription. So that's either a new drug that you get prescribed, or it's a refill. So a drug that you're already taking is getting renewed, or it's a free sample. And the free samples are the newest, latest drugs that the drug companies drop off at physicians' clinics, and they, here, try this. It's free, but it's not really free because we all pay for it eventually. Yeah, so you can't discount the idea of patient demand, and because we do live in very much a quick fix society where we want rapid solutions to any problems. And if it takes years and years to develop a medical condition, sometimes takes years and years to reduce the impact of it. I mean, this is the problem with the weight loss drugs that I explained to you, where they're so widely advertised, they're so widely promoted by celebrities, and they're embedded in sort of cultural discussions. People believe that the drugs are completely safe. You inject yourself, what is it, once a week, and the pounds just melt away, believing that there's no downside to it. And I think part of the reason why there's so much demand for a drug treatment is we do have a quick fix mentality, sort of fast food approach to expecting.
Oh, well, and I think we've also got the point where now we have to ask, do you get paid more if I take a certain treatment than if I don't? I think we've learned we have to ask that also. Like, are there incentives for me to take a specific treatment?
Yeah, usually, Sean, the incentive, unless this has changed, the incentive is this drug's going to get you out of my office. And that's the goal here, is to get you out of my office, because I only got 10 minutes with you. I've got 10 more people waiting in the waiting room. And if a drug does that, that's it's what we call it's a termination strategy for a concept. But the other thing too, and this is really insidious, Sean, your viewers need to know this, is that so much of what happens in the public debate is driven by advocacy groups such as Obesity Canada, which tells us, we should be giving GLP-1s to children now. Or, you've got Arthritis Canada that's behind, marketing Vioxx or drugs like Vioxx to people. So the pharmaceutical companies understand to some degree that they're not really well trusted by the average consumer. Therefore, they give money to these organizations like Diabetes Canada or Arthritis Canada or Osteoporosis Canada, and these groups do the marketing for them. It's hiding your promotion. It's camouflaged promotion.
Right.
And most of us, and this is just not my opinion. This has been very well researched in Canada. There are some really good papers written about astroturf marketing. And when it comes to drugs, the pharmaceutical industry puts tons of money into patient groups that end up becoming their spokespeople.
I'd like to forward a rah-rah from Sean and Teresa as they're on the road. At what point do we as a collective take action? How long do we sit back and watch the doors to natural health continue to close? The time is now. Go to NHPPA.org, sign up and send your letters to members of parliament, print them, mail them, flood their offices when the strike ends. Talk to your health food stores, your naturopaths, your friends and family. Tell people to tell people. We need exponential growth, a wave of voices too big to ignore. Our strength isn't in waiting, it's in numbers. And as Sean says, never, never, never give up. During his opening in Kelowna, Sean reminded us that we need to start seeing differently, to look deeper at the symbols and systems that shape modern medicine. He pointed out the caduceus, that familiar symbol with two snakes wrapped around a winged staff, and asked, why two snakes? The true ancient symbol of medicine is the rod of Asclepius, a single serpent winding around a plain staff representing healing and renewal. The caduceus is actually the staff of Hermes, the god of commerce and trickery, not healing. Somewhere along the way, we replaced the healer's symbol with the merchant's. And that says something about where our health system has gone. I made a short video exploring the symbolism and how it connects to the values behind the Charter of Health Freedom. Let's take a look. tonight, we're live in Grande Prairie, Alberta at the JP Event Center, and this one's shaping up to be a full house. Grab your tickets now on Eventbrite, and don't miss this powerful evening of truth, connection, and community. After that, the world's greatest health van continues east towards Edmonton and beyond. Every kilometer brings us closer to Ottawa and to the moment when 150,000 plus voices will be delivered straight to Parliament Hill. Day 6, and this tour just keeps gaining momentum. The van's nearly ready to rejoin the road, the message is spreading, and Canadians are waking up. Stay connected at nhppa.org/join the tour. Follow the journey, get tickets, and show your support for the Charter of Health Freedom. I'm Jason Dahl. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tonight in Grande Prairie on the world's greatest health show.
Section 6 of the Charter sets out that the Charter will be the sole act and regulations flowing from the Charter that will govern a whole range of treatment modalities. So this would include natural health products, it would include traditional healing practices, it would include medical devices that are in the low-risk category, and it would include other treatments that are in the low-risk category. So what's happening is the Charter of Health Freedom is taking the regulation of all of these treatment modalities and moving it from the Food and Drug Act and Health Canada and moving it to being regulated under the Charter of Health Freedom, subject to all the principles that we've discussed earlier and the rights we've discussed earlier. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Kim Umphrey. Kim, welcome to the health show.
Thanks, Sean. I'm really excited and to be here and share.
Well, I'm excited to have you here because you have been for 22 years owning and running an independent health store in the Edmonton area called Health Matters.
Correct.
And can you share with us kind of how you ended up becoming a health food store owner? Like what led you down that path? What training did you get?
So the love of it started a long time ago, going to Westmount Health Food Store with my grandfather when I was very, very small. I loved the smell of the herbs. I loved going there, and it was always a really sensual experience because of all the bags of herbs. And so from there, that love just kind of continued. I had some kids, and then I went to a seminar with Udo Erasmus, and it was life-changing. I went home, I threw a whole bunch of stuff out of my house. My husband thought I was crazy, and I started a really cool health journey that really just perpetuated down the years until eventually I started teaching classes. And people were like, well, what kind of degree do you have? And I'm like, well, I'm self-taught, which is great, but it wasn't enough. And people wanted some sort of degree. So I got an opportunity to go back to school, got a bachelor's degree in nutrition, and I just felt that that would give me the the credibility to speak on things that I was passionate about.
It's interesting because you probably were already an expert, but people expect, the degree or, the certificate or whatever.
Yes.
And I expect that was all helpful. It's kind of fun that you mentioned Udo Erasmus, who is the kind of healthy oil or fat person, because he's also speaking at the health show. And I imagine there'll be a whole bunch of other people going home and throwing out a whole bunch of bad oils. Watch his thing.
Exactly. Yeah. He was life-changing. You can ask my kids.
Yeah, like I'm already cooking at lower temperature and watching what oils I use. So I know exactly what you're talking about. So you actually so you're teaching, you're practicing as a nutritionist, as I understand it, for a period of time.
Yes.
But
and
that wasn't enough for you.
It wasn't enough. I couldn't reach enough people. It was too small scale. There's only one of me. I'd send people to go get stuff. The stores didn't have it. They'd sell them the wrong thing. They'd come back and it wasn't what I recommended. So I got to a point where I had a life change and I needed to go back to work, and I needed a job. Didn't want to work for anybody. So I bought a health food store, an existing one. And that was more what I wanted to do. I could reach more people.
That we see that you'd shared that with me off camera, that you wanted to reach more people, and I just found that interesting. So you were kind of on a mission to just basically help people. Like that's what your heart is.
Absolutely. It's, I'd have friends that would say, oh, I have this or I have that, and I'm like, oh, you just need this, and oh, just add this in, and they would add it in. They go, oh, that fixed, I now sleep and I don't have leg cramps, and
I'm guessing magnesium biglycinate.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So now I just did something kind of forbidden, and I kind of want to talk about health food stores, and that you and I actually even have to be careful during this interview. So
absolutely.
Okay, and that's because you're afraid that Health Canada will hammer you if you actually just speak too truthfully here.
Correct. If you speak anything off the label, it puts a little bit of fear in you. Your hands are tied, what you can and can't say.
Right, and just to use as an example, so I mean, you were sharing about people, not sleeping well and having leg cramps. And I just guessed that likely what you recommended was a specific type of magnesium, biglycinate magnesium.
Correct.
Did I guess right? You know, what was
100%.
behind the
Yeah.
hidden curtain? Okay. Now,
No.
it really wasn't a guess, because people in the natural health community, people with nutrition, and I'm just a lawyer who operates in this field, but I've run across this so many times that I understand that, you know, magnesium's so essential that it's crazy, and that it helps you sleep, this type. And if you're having leg cramps, I mean, it can be other things that are deficient, but, you know, kind of first line of defense might be magnesium, you know, of a specific type, this biglycinate type. And you're smiling because you know exactly what I'm talking about. But if you
100%.
share that, you could be breaking the law, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Just for
Hey,
saying that.
hey, world, vitamin C cures scurvy. But someone like Kim can't say that. We know it's true 100%. You
Yeah.
learn it in school in history, how the British, you know, Navy back in the wind, you know, sailing days, crossing these big oceans, relying on the winds, and the sailors were suffering from scurvy.
Yeah.
And somebody figured out, if we feed them limes with vitamin C, that they don't get scurvy, which is why British sailors were called limeys.
Yep.
I learned that in history class, probably in grade 6 or something. We all accept it as true that vitamin C cures scurvy, but it's illegal in Canada for someone like Kim to say that, right?
Absolutely. Nope. Can't cure, can't heal, I can't say any of those words.
Right. Okay. So let's just put this into context. So you purchased a health food store. You've already self-trained in nutrition because it was a passion for you, right to the point where you're lecturing. You feel that, oh, wait a second, you know, we all credential this, credential that. So you go and actually commit to a Bachelor of Science degree in nutrition, so that now you got the Bachelor of Science. Although you're probably also still learning outside of that because it's a passion for you.
Absolutely.
And now you buy a health food store. But health food stores tend to have, so we all know, if we go to Health Matters and we speak to Kim, that she's got all this training behind her. But my experience is, Kim, that most health food stores, these people are trained, like in the supplement department. Can you share with us kind of about your staff, the type of training they have, the type of training they get once you hire them?
Right. So my staff, I usually am looking for someone that's got some sort of basic nutrition or herbs or some sort of basic training that I can work with, so that they have the good physiology of the body and understand the body. From there, we do training. We have lots of training modules for our own brand. But then on top of that, we have fabulous vendors that bring in naturopaths and scientists, and they do lots of training. So we are continually training, usually 1 or 2 a month easily, sometimes more, where I make sure my staff attend. So we have really a continuing education program that learning never stops. Who wants to stop learning? There's always new science out there, new products, new science. Is very exciting. So we want to keep up with all that.
So I want to just break this down. And the reason why, Kim, is, you know, I shared with you off camera that, you know, we had a long-standing chain of health food stores, Kadish, in Ottawa, Ontario, that,
Right.
you know, recently closed their last 4 stores. And they'd been, you know, getting whittled down. And it really created a sense of urgency for me that we need to protect our health food stores, our local health food stores. And I think that a lot of people don't understand what a resource they are. So, so you're basically explaining, I mean, as a store owner, and I know you're not alone, but as a store owner, so if you go to Health Matters, the people hired there already have a background in
Correct.
herbs or nutrition. Well, and then while they're there, they're having to attend seminars, they're having to continue learning. And so some of these are, and this is another thing that people don't understand. So in Canada, our manufacturers, which are wonderful, they have trained reps that visit the stores regularly. So you know the reps.
Absolutely. And they know me and they have my cell number. So yeah, we're friends.
Yeah. And they share, like, so when they come and visit, they're sharing information. They hold seminars on the products and latest research. So there's this continuous kind of education happening. The stores are being kept up to speed. And we basically have Canadian manufacturers through their reps doing this, which is another reason to support the Canadian manufacturers.
Absolutely.
Is they're out there basically, educating the store so that the stores can help you. So that if somebody comes in and wants to buy one of their products, the store staff there is able to give them important information on how to help them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to get into trouble. I can say that as a lawyer in this field, that a one-on-one with a customer is not advertising under the Food and Drug Act, but everyone's all spooked. So I'm not going to ask you to get into trouble, but I'm just saying, in my legal opinion, that a store person engaging with an individual customer, and it's just because there was a case, I think it was the Lipton case, where the court said, no, a one-on-one is not advertising. So, I think that what you're doing is okay. And the reality is people come into health food stores, not yours. I'm just kidding. But, like I use the example offline, and it's an example with somebody I know who went into a health food store saying, I've got migraines. And the person they spoke to, who was highly trained, suggested, you might want to try this type of magnesium, the L-theranate, I think it is, and this type of B complex. And, off you go. And it was very helpful, not only in the type of product to try, but in kind of a schedule for taking it, because they had been trained in this area. And the point I'm trying to make, Kim, is these health food stores are a tremendous resource.
Absolutely. Our staff is so diverse, and I do that intentionally, making sure that I've got someone that's really good in herbs, and someone that's really good in homeopathic, and someone that's really good in supplements. And we all know a little bit, but I've also tried to find team members that were really, more educated than the rest of us, because we want to be able to look at somebody and really give them, say, the best options that would be for them. And maybe it is something that's way more herbal rather than supplement. So we can say, go talk to blah, this team member, because this is their specialty. And I really think this is going to, really help, solve whatever, you've got going on. And they have a little bit more information than me. And it really works. And customers love, because maybe they say, I just love homeopathics. That's all I want to take. Well, you've got to have somebody on your team that understands them and can help with homeopathics, because they're thousands of year old training that's worked for, ever. And it works, and it's simple, and it's great for kids. So, it's one of the modalities that I love, and you need to be able to help people in whatever way they want to. And we're just a wealth of information because of, the vast variety of staff that I have and their education, plus all the new stuff that we have. So yeah, come talk to us, because we can look past the label and guide you.
Right. And so this is the point, and this is why, like, because, we've got all this online stuff, and we all, it's hard to avoid Amazon, for example.
Right.
But the problem is if you go to Amazon and you buy a product, you don't know that you're actually getting the product, because there's a lot of counterfeit out there. And you've heard horror stories, and I've heard horror stories. So you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
But if somebody buys from Health Matters, you guys are ordering from reps that
Yeah.
And so there's a
I
real
bought-
confidence.
Yeah,
There's a
I'm
real
positive.
confidence. Yeah, that it's not a counterfeit product because you actually know the rep. You have a personal relationship with the rep. You contact the rep and you get a shipment from the manufacturer. So you're not worried about products being counterfeit.
Absolutely not. And a lot of the vendors, I've actually been to their warehouses. So I've seen their manufacturing, and that's even more exciting to see all the quality controls. You know, what these vendors are putting into their products in Canada is amazing. Like, our standards are so high. And that's one thing I always reassure customers when they come in, that don't worry what you buy from my store, because I vetted all the products that are in here. I know them. I know the manufacturers. I know the reps. And what is on the label is what you're going to get, because it's not counterfeit.
Yeah, and you know, again, just because I just want to drive home the point, because some people, the public, they don't know that basically the efforts the manufacturers take, you know, to be completely up on the research, completely up on their product, and that they take the responsibility to pass that on to the stores, and they won't see that behind the scenes.
No.
You know, they're not just, and the manufacturers don't have to do that.
No.
But they choose to do that because they want to be making a difference.
Yeah. And they're so excited about their new products and their new launch and the new research that's come out. And so it makes it really easy for us to look at it and simulate it and know it, and then be able to share that with public too, that, you know, they did all this kind of research, and you go on their websites and check out the research that they've done to come to these conclusions, to put these products together for them, because they're passionate about health and wellness too. They want to reach as many people as they can too. And that's why they take such good care of us at the store level, to educate us and have relationships and, you know, train the teams and make sure that we all understand. And it's fabulous relationship. And we're able to be passionate about the companies that, you know, really are passionate with us. And we share that with our consumers, because we can tell them knowledge that this is right from the manufacturer. We were trained.
But at the same time, so you guys are all trained, and there can be discussions, in my legal opinion, one-on-one, but beyond that, to actually like advertise about things. Right?
Yeah.
And you want to be careful about saying anything on, you know, to me, because you know this is going to be broadcast. So you know, it's kind of funny. Like, I feel like we're dancing around.
We're doing a little dance here. We're screwing
we're doing around this little dance.
Yeah.
But which is really interesting. So, you know, even sharing truthful information, like I've said magnesium solves, helps you sleep this certain type, and, you know, one of the first things many of us will think of if somebody's complaining about muscle cramps, for example. Correct. So, but you have to be careful.
Yes.
And, you know, you could know as a fact, because of published research, because of your training, because of actually knowing that people have had, you know, a specific condition solved by, you know, specific natural health products. You could know to your core. I mean, if you had that problem, or the people you love the most had that problem, it's like, this is what you're taking, or this is what I'm taking, but you can't say it out loud publicly.
No, not really. Not really. You know, you say it. I usually say it like, well, I personally.
Well, I don't want you to get into trouble. Let's be careful
okay.
here.
I can say I personally take, and that helps with the liability.
Right, but
I can talk about myself, and I take this for this, and, you know, but I would like to just be able to talk honestly, you know, with the person in front of me, you know, that's come to me looking for guidance, and just say it how it is, from this research and this research and this research, and this is what the conclusion was. That would be nice.
That, you know, you've just said something really important. So, and I run across this with store after store after store, manufacturer after manufacturer after manufacturer, where they want to be able to tell you the truth, but they're afraid of getting into trouble. So it's kind of like, they'll dance around as much as they feel they can, but they're all holding back.
Yes, we're all holding back.
Like, you're holding back, your staff's holding back, everyone's holding back. and which is really interesting. The amount of censorship, Kimberly, and the amount of fear is interesting.
Yeah, and it's very real. When I took over the store 20 years ago and had my degree, we did training on this very specific thing, what you can and can't say legally. And, I took it, to heart that, I'm not a doctor. But a lot of times the doctors don't have any education in nutrition at all. And it's really a shame that we can't integrate and have them support us and say, go here and take this, because, it's really simple stuff, because it's just the physics of the body. The body needs this to do this. And so we're not doing anything that the body hasn't already told us it needs. We're just supplying it because our food's not so great.
Yeah, let's unpack that. So, because I mean, you're trained, you've got a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition. You've been doing this for 22 years. You've been getting educated. So you tell me when I get off the rails here. So the human body is an amazing thing with an incredible ability to heal itself, but it needs a whole bunch. We list, it's not a secret. It needs a whole bunch of nutrients.
100%. Yep.
So, it's almost like if you tried to run your car without gas and oil, you know what? You're just not going to drive far. Same thing with the human body. It's a wonderful thing, but predictably, it needs a whole bunch of nutrition.
Correct. Yep. And a lot of it's basic, and a lot of it should be coming from our food sources. But as we know, our food sources are highly corrupted, stripped down, and there is an addictiveness of food, junk food, because they make it taste so good that it makes us bypass eating, the great salad, over a bag of chips, because the chips taste good. The salad, doesn't taste that great. It doesn't have all, because it's Mother Nature, and she hasn't boosted up all the flavor molecules in it, right? So yeah, we need these things. So if we don't get them from food, we have to take them externally to keep that body functioning, so we can feel young, do things, and keep our immune systems up. And we have life things that are stressful. Body needs a little help. I'm overrun here, and food doesn't do it.
Just unpacking that a little further. So body needs nutrition, but
yes.
You were saying, like, our food supply, it's compromised. So the nutrients that were in our foods 100 years ago just aren't there anymore, because we only fertilized with a couple of elements, not with everything we need. And so it's basically impossible, just even if you're trying to eat well, to get what we need, isn't it, Kim?
It is impossible because of the food changing. The soils aren't amended. We don't do any biodynamic, fertilization or re-putting back or crop rotation that they used to do back in the day, so that we could put the nutrients back in. That technology is all lost. So yes, food is not the same at all, and it has nothing. Even the beautiful lettuce and the beautiful tomatoes, they're still lacking so much nutrition now, even if you grow them yourself.
Yeah, and as I interview people, basically everyone is saying that. And when I ask them personally, like, well, do you supplement yourself because you believe you can't get what you need? Basically, everyone says yes. And I'll tell you, I supplement for that very reason, right? And I expect you have your own specific regime just to make sure that you're getting the nutrition you need to stay healthy.
Absolutely. I have, it's a busy job. You're managing teams, you have stress, you've got worrying about orders not coming. Like, there's just so much dynamics to running a store that I personally, my adrenals couldn't handle it unless I gave them a little bit of love. And the love only can come from external, supplementation to keep them happy, so I can show up to work and, have energy to get out of bed and, have cognitive thinking. These are all things that, I need to keep at a premium level so that I can function really well and do my job.
Yeah.
And
so, I mean, just the point is we have to supplement just to stay healthy. And
Yes.
when we're lacking certain things, the body tells us, it gives us symptoms to say there's something wrong.
That's right.
And the something wrong is we're not giving it what it needs. Like this is the whole approach of nutrition and health food stores is okay. There's predictable things that happen when you're missing certain things. And so health food stores help us understand, well, you might want to try this or that.
That's
And
right. Fill those
it's
gaps.
it's as simple as that, isn't it? These are the foods you need because that's what the supplements are. It's just the nutrients we need.
Yeah, exactly. Just the nutrients. If we can just slide those in, they'll just make it a little bit easier to close those gaps so that there's not such a large amount missing, right? Zinc is a really simple one. I love it this time of year. You know, I love to take it so I can boost my immune system. And, you know, it's great if you've been a little bit sick. It just helps in so many things. And it's a real simple mineral. You know, it's something, where are you going to get zinc? Who knows? You know, go chew on something outside. We don't really have food sources for it. So it's something that's really nice to just, you know, be able to have something that we can offer, you know, someone when they're presenting those symptoms that show the deficiency.
Now, some people watching this might not understand at all, you know, what types of things you'll find in a health food store, right? Like, you know, we'll think vitamins and minerals and that, but it's much broader than that. So can you share with us kind of the different types of things that if somebody comes to visit Health Matters in Edmonton and say, hey, Kim, you know, what's here? What types of things would they expect to find in a health food store like yours?
Yeah, so we would have the classic things like vitamins and supplements. So that's everything from A to Z. So all those vitamins and minerals, we carry all those. We carry a whole extensive line of herbs. So pretty much same thing, A to Z of herbs. We carry lots of combinations, which I love. A lot of our vendors are really put a lot of research and thought into really good combinations. So you only have to buy one product, not 5, and create your own. We also carry protein. So lots of different kinds, vegetarian, and your traditional. The biggest craze now is beef. So beef protein is very tasty. It's very cool. I thought it'd be really beefy, but it's not. It's very satisfying. Lots of collagen. We like to sell some food things. So salt is super big. The Celtic salt, the Himalayan salt, and we know from our vendors, you know, that they're really good quality. We carry a lot of local, so we carry skincare, your toothpaste without fluoride, your skincare that doesn't have chemicals in it. We carry makeup. We carry lots of cool drinks because we have a whole fridge full of drinks, probiotics. Any kind of probiotic that you could think of, we carry. We carry a lot of juice things. Like I said earlier, I love homeopathics. So I have a whole wall of homeopathics, and we carry professional lines. So those are the lines of supplements that typically your naturopath or your practitioner would recommend because they're kind of developed a little bit more specific for very specific things. So they're a little bit, a lot more research goes into their combinations. And so we carry them because A, I have a naturopath that works for me, and B, because I'm a practitioner, it allows me to have those very unique products behind the counter in my store. So that's, and then
it's quite broad.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, even, you know, you want some kombucha,
Yeah,
it's going to be there type thing, right?
that's right.
So,
Exactly.
and if you don't know what kombucha is, Google it. You'll like it. So,
yeah, exactly. You're 100%.
So Kim, something else I wanted to talk about, and again, I don't want you to get you into trouble, but I think we can have this conversation without there being any recommendations. But, you know, somebody might pick up a vitamin bottle. So let's use vitamin D as an example. Oh, yeah, and I saw the lips move there. See, but we can do this without getting you into trouble here.
Sure.
So let's just, you know, do that little that little safety dance. So somebody might pick up, you know, a bottle of vitamin D, And, you know, it will basically have a dosage on there of, let's say, 1,000 IUs at the most. Am I right about that? And IU just means
got a little
international.
better. We got 2,500 now.
Oh, that's right. We bumped it up to 2,500. That's right. We were limited to 1,000 IU.
Yeah.
Forever. And
Forever.
on that bottle will be the percentage of the recommended daily allowance. And every vitamin has this, you know, RDA. And somebody picking that up that doesn't know any different might think, oh, recommended daily allowance, that's the maximum that I should take. You're not giving any health advice, but, you know, what do you think of these recommended daily allowances? And then I'll give you and the people watching a history lesson on this.
I know that the recommended daily allowances are the very minimum that you would have to take to actually stay alive. Just alive.
Okay.
That's how low they are. They're so low that they barely would keep you alive. So they're too low for any kind of real, because foods change too, since a lot of them were put out, that, you know, they were always thinking you would get them, the rest of the vitamins, from your food sources, but that's not true anymore. So those really low levels are even now more low because we're not getting them from the food.
So you basically said, if you follow those, like you'll be lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
And why this is important, because people who don't know, they're going to pick up that bottle and go, oh my gosh, you know, maybe I shouldn't take that much. And
Correct.
so, Kim, most people don't know where the recommended daily allowance or RDAs came from. And it actually comes from World War II, because the Allied forces were planning on invading France and creating a second front. And they weren't expecting that only one beach would break through. They were actually expecting each beach to break through. And so they're going to have soldiers like just going deep into France. And they had a problem. There's no way we're going to be able to supply these soldiers. So they had to determine what's the minimum amount, because they're having to carry ammo and food. What's the minimum amount of basic nutrients, keyword minimum here, that a healthy 20-year-old male needs to stay alive for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Person can they drop dead after 2 weeks, but they just have to be able to fire a rifle for 2 weeks, the minimum amount. And somehow this became used by Health Canada as, you know, a maximum. People get into trouble if they go over. I learned during a court case where I'm cross-examining a Health Canada person, and you know, we get all this disclosure, and they'll agree this isn't secret. So Health Canada, any RDA, so the maximum, so vitamin D, 2,500 international units. The RDA is the amount that every single Canadian can take every day of their life. So you're born, you're not even a day old, till you're 100. So every Canadian from birth to death can take daily, every day of their lives, and we will not see a single adverse reaction in the population. That's how they set the RDAs. It has nothing to do with what you actually need to be alive.
Right.
So yeah. I don't even know why we have to put them on the bottles, because it's absolute madness, and people who don't know and follow it will be chronically malnourished.
Correct. Yeah. And Health Canada uses those guidelines as to what they'll allow in a formulation too. So it's tying the hands of the developers to put something that's actually really going to be impactful.
You just said something really
too low.
You said something super important here, Kim. So before, we didn't need Health Canada pre-approval to sell a supplement. And just recently, I mean, we started in 2004 this process of starting to comply, but really we didn't have full compliance till around 2015, 2016, arguably even later. So this is brand new that we have to get Health Canada's permission. Well, everyone's had to drop the level of nutrients. And if they want to put something new in, we're basically forced on our vitamins and minerals to have amounts that you can't be healthy taking.
Yeah.
And there's no good health
No.
reason for it. So a product of this regulation is that unless you know, you see a nutritionist or naturopath, is somebody to tell you, well, ignore the label. You have to take this times more. You're basically wasting your time.
Correct. Yep. And the science will back all that up, because they'll do studies and it was at this amount, but Health Canada won't allow them to put that amount in whatever, new product they want to do. No. They got to go back to the RDA.
And this is important to know. And Kimberly, you tell me if you know of any nutritionist or healthcare practitioner that will disagree. You can't be healthy with the amounts, these RDAs, that Health Canada sets out. You can't be healthy, but Health Canada attacks anyone that tries to give us the nutrients we actually need.
Yeah, absolutely. And when your body's in a crisis mode, it actually needs maybe 10 times more, maybe 30 times more of what a normal person without something going on would need, because of whatever's going on. Because, we have vitamins and supplements that the body just burns up in literally hours. So it's not helpful. They can't, it's not enough. It's highly deficient in its levels to even make a change for somebody.
It's fascinating, because
it's so negative. You put you almost in the negative, because there's just not enough.
Sometimes, so people watching might not know. So I'm a lawyer. I practiced for, I'm in my 32nd year of practice, but the last couple of years I'm not really practicing. So I practiced for 30 years, and half of my practice was basically, trying to prevent Health Canada from shutting natural health products down. So manufacturer would be charged, primarily manufacturers, or not even charged, but Health Canada, most of their enforcement action is outside of court. And you're running interference. And Kim, so you learn things like these RDAs, like if we follow them, we will be chronically malnourished and we will be chronically sick and we will suffer and die much younger than we should. Like it's absolute madness. Like on what planet would any regulatory body suggest anything as asinine as what we have as RDAs? But then when Health Canada's attacking companies, you've got a vitamin where your vitamin C is over the recommended daily allowance. Just ignore that an orange, it will be 10 times over that. We need you to shut down. We need you to recall this product. We need you to take steps that will basically put you out of business. Especially back in the day, we had primarily small players.
Yeah.
And it would grieve me, Kim, because we basically have this machine with unlimited resources forcing us to be chronically malnourished.
Yeah. It's not about health. It's not about health. Their mandates are not about health, because if they did, they'd look at the research and they would update something that's from the war. They would update that to now, based on research, what the findings are. And the findings
they're asking the wrong question. And this is interesting. This is like, so they just want zero risk. So the RDAs, as I say, are the amount that every Canadian can take every day of their lives, including the day they're born. So, you're born, you're 5 pounds, 8 ounces. Well, you can take 2,500 units, international units of vitamin D on the day of your birth, and every day thereafter, and you'll never have an adverse reaction. But you need so much more. Like the question should be, what's our optimum nutrition level?
Correct. Yeah.
How do we actually be healthy and prevent chronic illness, which the numbers would be like geometrically higher?
Yeah.
So it's actually morally wrong that we have this regulatory body that's forcing us to be malnourished.
Yeah. And that's exactly it. Because if we could handle some of these deficiencies easily, and it would keep people out of doctors' offices, and it growing into something even more, even higher deficiency, then now you've got really bad health concerns. If we could handle it at the low levels,
it just accumulates and you just get more unwell. And
Mhm.
as time goes on, I mean, I'm not young, I'm not 20 anymore, and I need more than when I was 20, so it's a real shame that our hands are tied, our vendors are tied, the manufacturers are tied, the practitioners are tied, that we can't say what we need to say, and we can't get people to optimum health, because we all want to live longer, and we also want to live longer with a better quality of life. And that could easily be done with, if our hands weren't tied and people had better access, better pricing, because of all the regulations, things are just getting crazy price. It would just make it more accessible for everyone, and people would have a better quality of life.
So I just want to use, because for whatever reason, magnesium biglycinate became a theme in the show. So we have at the health show, and I'm not going to name this lady, but just watch the show, who's sharing a personal health journey, Kimberly. And it's interesting because she basically then became a nutritionist and started helping people because of her health journey.
Yeah.
But she's a young mom. She's got 2 young kids, and she develops what the doctor diagnosed, the medical doctor, as restless leg syndrome. And she said, she was okay during the day, but as, night came, she would start getting this, almost like shooting, like she was being shocked in both legs. And if she went to lay down to go to sleep, she's getting this restless leg syndrome that was really uncomfortable. And the only way to get it to stop would be to walk around.
Yeah.
So she can't sleep. I mean, she's the mother of 2 young kids. Like, already that's taxing. Help me out here.
That's right.
So at least that's what I was told when,
Yep.
when, the mother of my young kids were young. I said, hey, this is hard work. So, so she's getting exhausted. Her immune system's getting run down because she can't sleep. She's becoming cranky. She's becoming hard to live around. She's catching everything because her immune system's compromised. The medical doctor, if I recall her story correctly, didn't have any solution at all, but was suggested that she go on a medication that they use to treat Parkinson's disease. She doesn't have Parkinson's disease.
Right.
She's got restless leg syndrome. But because the doctor doesn't have any other chemical drug to help her, suggesting this drug for Parkinson's disease, which she researches, and like the side effects are just crazy. She comes across magnesium biglycinate, and of course, and that's why you're smiling, but I don't want you to get into trouble, so cover your mouth so you're not communicating by smiling. And it goes away, and it's transformative. And so she's now down this journey, right? Because it's helped her. And it's kind of like, why didn't the medical doctor know this? Well, because they get maybe 2 hours of nutritional training.
Yeah.
The medical school's curriculum is controlled by the chemical drug industry, which funds the journals, which funds the medical schools. Yeah. And they don't want restless leg syndrome solved by people understanding that, well, maybe they're missing some nutrients, and it may not be magnesium, or it may not just be magnesium. I get that. I can give you health advice without getting into trouble because I'm a lawyer. I'm not selling anything. Isn't that crazy?
Yep. Yep.
So, but people that are trained and selling these things, they can't.
Yeah.
What a fun world we live in, eh, Kim?
It's interesting. Some days it's really interesting, and it's disheartening because we really want to share more. We really want to educate our consumers so that they feel empowered, and then we know that they'll maybe help somebody else because of their wins. Which is taking something so simple that I think magnesium does. I don't know, a couple hundred things in the body. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Well. Do you know the work of Dr. Carolyn Dean?
Yes, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so you know what? So just for the people watching, so Dr. Carolyn Dean, was a medical doctor that practiced in Canada, and then the sugar lobby went after her when she was sharing things that you're all going to know is true. Oh, maybe processed sugar isn't good for us, and we should limit it. So she was getting tired of the attacks in Canada. So she's now practicing as a medical doctor in the US. So, but I remember watching a presentation by Dr. Carolyn Dean where she's got up on the, on the display, all the symptoms of heart disease. And then she says, well, let me put up the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. They were identical. And don't say any, I don't want you to get into trouble, Kim. I can talk. I'm a lawyer. So, and how many people, and the doctors aren't going to know this, the medical doctors. So how many people are going to the hospital, going to a doctor, they're suffering from magnesium deficiency, not heart disease, and they're treated for heart disease?
A lot.
Because the doctors aren't trained in nutrition. So here we have this fact. Anyone can say I'm a kook. The human body needs nutrients. If it doesn't get nutrients, it suffers. And you stop that suffering by giving it the nutrients it needs. Okay, call me crazy, but that's true.
True.
And if we don't train the medical doctors, well, here's what happens when specific nutrients are missing, then they can't solve that. And how did we end up in a world where doctors are not trained to understand the symptoms of nutritional difficulty, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it starts there. That's kind of a basic thing that should be changed. I mean, we've been doing medicine the same way for hundreds of years, and we're not solving a lot of things that are solvable if things, if the education was there and we worked together. Absolutely, we could eliminate a lot of stuff going on and human suffering, really, because a lot of it is just human suffering, and it's hard. It's heartbreaking. You work and people come in and they're afraid to take supplements and they're on meds, and that's a whole nother thing. But we work with prescribing pharmacists to help solve that equation for them, because I can't say anything, and some things I can, but some things I can't. And so we've buffered ourselves with that and sent them to a prescribing pharmacist that loves supplements and knows and understands physiology, so that he can fill the gaps for them and help them on their journey. Because we don't like to see the suffering. I hate it. I if I could, I would give away everything for free. Like if there was those things in the world where we could just offer it and get people well, I would do it. If I had the means and could do that. Because I think so many things can be solved by something really, really simple. Really simple. But it's not the world we live in.
I appreciate your heart, and it's interesting. So, we're doing a fair amount of pre-recording for the health show because we're actually traveling during the health show. So there's really no other way we can do it. There'll be live content, a fair amount of live content, but we're also having to do pre-records, and I'm having people share their stories, like this, restless leg person. And Kim, every one of these stories has a happy ending. But I'm actually finding I'm being affected emotionally in a negative way. And just let's use this restless leg syndrome as an example, because I know there's a whole bunch of people out there with the same issue. So they're having restless leg syndrome because they need magnesium, and they're going to the doctor, and they're now suffering on Parkinson's medication, for example, just to use that story. So the magnesium deficiency isn't being corrected. So those symptoms can't go away because the body's suffering because it's missing a nutrient. You stop the suffering by giving it the nutrient. It's not being given the nutrient, but now it's also having to deal with having to have a synthetic chemical drug for Parkinson's, which it's no secret. It's in the drug monograph, has a whole bunch of side effects and ill health effects. So now, so I'm grieving because people like you can't talk about this. And so I know there's a whole bunch of people out there suffering needlessly, and they don't have to. And that's why we're doing this health show, because you can refer people to us to tell their stories, and that doesn't get you into trouble.
Right.
But you can't share them or you'll get into trouble. And we need Canadians to understand, and we're not here to knock the mainstream medical system. I get in a car accident, I want to go to emergency.
100%.
And we've all had those experiences where we're grateful. But, there are people that aren't finding relief there, and they're getting hopeless, and they're suffering, and their families are suffering. Don't lose hope.
No.
You're going to find the solution. You just have to keep looking. And we're all individuals. We're all different. And, I guess, my message would be, and this is your interview, sorry,
Okay.
but don't lose hope. Keep looking. You'll find it.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my go-to is Dr. Burr, because he's a medical doctor, does tons and tons of research, and he has great YouTube. So sometimes that's my voice. That's how I can get people to be educated. Then they just come back in and they say, I need this, this, and this. I want to buy this, this, and this. And, I watch Dr. Berg and I'm like, okay, let's go. Let me get a basket for you. Because that's the hope, is that we can get past this point of hopelessness because we can't help people. So, we got to find workaround. But yeah, it breaks my heart too. I see it all the time, every day, and hear people, that same on meds and the side effects from that. And I'd hope they come and see me first.
and you can't say what you want to say.
I cannot say what I want to say. No, and it's sad. And it makes you, I don't want to be jaded. I don't want to be, I don't want to be that person that's upset about what I can't do. I just want to help elicit change. And so, that's part of, being part of your program, is so that we can educate people, support your local health food stores. We need your support. We're here for you. We just want to help. And that's why you talk to any entrepreneur owner, and our first button is that we want to help people to be well and be their best and help them on their journey.
Oh,
So,
it's so true. So I hope that message gets out through this show, that we have a precious resource that we can't replace.
no.
And we need to protect it, and we need to benefit from it. So for those of you that, actually, and it's a different feel. I just find health food stores, they're literally healthy spaces spiritually. Just know, if you haven't been going to a local health food store, just start going and you'll understand exactly what I said.
Yeah. We just love people and we love helping, and it's, just such a positive environment, to be in, that, that's what drew me to the industry to begin with, was, visiting health food stores, and they're helpful and they're wonderful and the people were great and super cool products, and, they love to support local. So, you find that's a lot of what you'll find in health food stores is really niche-y stuff. So yeah, that's
right. Also the local. Also the local. I hadn't thought of asking you that, but yeah, most health food stores, they try to source local as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Now, Kim, I'm going to have a final question, which
Okay.
I don't want you to answer yet, which is going to be, what's your message to Ottawa? So don't answer that. I thought before I ask you that final question, I'm just going to ask, is there anything important that you think we haven't talked about?
We've touched on a lot of things, and I think you've touched on a lot of the heart things that really make a difference for us every day. And I probably the biggest, maybe something we haven't really touched on is, the escalating costs of products. And it's not that the product, some of it, a little bit is, the cost of goods has gone up, but the majority of it is all the legislation and all the extra fees that are put on top of products. And that's what we're up against this last bout, is that they want to add this extra fee on already products that have had 50, 100,000, 200,000 for one product to get it to market as fees. That's not including any of their research and whatever. So I would like to make people know that, and Ottawa too, is they need to keep this accessible for the average Canadian, that any of their stuff that they're doing is just adding to a burden and a hardship. And the manufacturers are trying really hard to keep that off the consumers, radar, and they're doing their very best to cut corners and, in being economizing so that they don't have to pass that on to the consumer, is what I'm trying to say. Because they don't want to lose the consumer. Because if a bottle of vitamin D that's $10 is now $30, we've just lost a whole margin of people that could afford it. Now there's a whole bunch that can't. And that's just fees. That's not, products, supplies don't go up that much.
I think I'm glad I asked you that question, because this is an important topic. So people have to understand, I mean, natural health products are primarily just food supplements. They're vitamins and minerals, they're concentrated foods. They're things made from plants and animals. Like that's by and large what natural health products are. And we weren't regulated before. We didn't have to get this pre-approval. And, listen, if a company is going to create a synthetic chemical that's never been in the human body, and we know that synthetic chemicals as a class are one of the most dangerous substances that man has ever ingested. So in every Western, country, including Canada, one of the top 5 leading causes of death are pharmaceutical chemicals taken as directed, not abused, taken as directed. And this is just a fact. So these are highly dangerous. When you create a synthetic chemical and you put it in the human body, it's a fact, it's highly dangerous. So that, maybe you need to do safety studies and pre-approve that, get pre-approval before you put that on the market. Maybe that's a good idea. Now, it may not be a good idea. That's a whole different discussion. And, we're going to have regulatory experts. And I know that in some countries, they're actually having this discussion. Is this actually in the public interest? But that's not where I'm going. But, when we've been using ginger tea for 3,000 years to safely treat nausea, maybe we don't need government approval. Maybe we don't have to go through a licensing process to, for the first time, not be able to use ginger tea to treat nausea, because now that's illegal in Canada. So after, 3,000 years or longer, now in Canada, it's illegal to use ginger tea to treat nausea unless you get Health Canada pre-approval. And it's likely, Kim, that there is no pre-approval to use it to treat nausea. It's probably some milquetoast claim like, supports digestive tract or is calming or something like. So we can't even tell you the truth.
No.
So we have to go through an expensive licensing scheme to say the partial truth.
Right.
And you see the madness of that. And this makes ginger tea expensive. And then, so use vitamin D as an example, like we have to do more and more and more. When it's an essential nutrient, in the Northern Hemisphere, we don't get enough. Your immune system and a whole bunch of other parts of your body need it. Medical doctors in the know will go, my gosh, take vitamin D and ignore the RDAs. It's essential, but we need to get government pre-approval and pay all these fees so that lower income Canadians can't afford vitamin D, which is an essential nutrient. That's where we already are. We're already, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, because people come into your store and they can't afford it. A number of Canadians can no longer afford essential nutrients that are necessary for them to be healthy.
Correct. Absolutely.
And that's because Health Canada is over-regulating them. There's no other, across the border, they're cheaper. They were cheaper here before we had to do this nonsense.
Yeah. And you can see on Amazon, or even people ordering stuff out of the States, it's a lot cheaper. And it's not even the dollar, it's that they're not regulated as heavily. They don't have as many fees on their products down there. So they can do things a lot more inexpensively.
Yeah. So
even if you just go shop down the States.
So let me just give you another real life. This is a real life example. So Nature's Sunshine. It turns out that parsley has some positive health effects. And you know that, Kim, but don't tell me. I don't want you to get into trouble. But parsley, so the stuff you buy in the produce aisle, it has some health benefits. And Nature's Sunshine long ago wanted to help Canadians with those health benefits, so they encapsulate parsley. Now, it's actually safer than the stuff you would buy in, the produce aisle because they're selling it for health purpose. They're testing for heavy metals and microbes and that. So it's the same stuff. It's the same plant, just for sure, it's sourced better. Well, they try to get a license with Health Canada, but they can't prove to Health Canada that parsley's safe. Because don't you know, Kimberly, nobody's done safety studies on parsley. Nobody's taken the money to run clinical trials to prove that parsley's safe. Well, of course we can't license it. There's no clinical evidence that parsley's safe. And this is the madness. This is the absolute madness that Canadian manufacturers have to face to provide you with nutrients that you need or you will be sick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's terrible. It's, I think it's almost to the point sometimes inhumane, be it as when you think about it, that you're denying people things that are just really simple. I heard too that the Native Indians, that they're trying to squash them with any of their folklore and any of their herbs, that they're not going to be able to talk about it or use those. That's something else that's on the chopping block too. And they've been using it for how many centuries? It's a cultural thing. They're even going after all that. People that have used basic herbs in their culture for thousands of years, and they're trying to stop any of that knowledge being shared or changed or anybody doing it. So that's not good either.
Yes. Now, thankfully, we're on the Charter Tour. The Charter of Health Freedom not just protects natural health products, but also traditional healing practices.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
And that's because they do work and they are essential. And we shouldn't be telling cultures that they have to abandon healing practices that are part of their culture. Why can't they decide to continue doing what they want to do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they're so harmless. They're so beneficial, and nobody gets hurt. Right. So, I know.
Okay, Kim.
It's a big, wide world of crazy. So I'm glad that you're tackling it, Sean, and really appreciating you doing this health show, because we have to enlighten people. We have to get people to understand the risks, the things that are hanging over our head. I just had to sign my lease, and I was in fear. I didn't know whether I should, and I only signed it for 5 years, because it's like with Health Canada breathing down our neck since 2015. Every year it's like stressful, because I don't know if I'm going to have a business. I don't know if I'm going to have supplements to sell on my shelves. If the policies all go through, I don't have a store. I don't sell enough food.
It is interesting, because Kim, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, if a health food store owner came to me and said, "What should I renew my lease for 5 years?" I'd probably say I wouldn't, right? So back to, and so just so Canadians understand what, Kim's alluding to is Health Canada has this new policy called the self-care framework, which if they finish implementing it, they're about 2/3 of the way through. If they finish, we're done. And one of the things they wanted to do, and they promised to do it this calendar year. Now, I have heard on the QT that, at the high levels, they're thinking of delaying it. Delay, not end it. But, you can go to their website. They're still planning on this year. And the last time I had a talk with a high up in Health Canada a couple of months ago, no, we're going ahead with cost recovery. So they basically want to start charging fees for licensing, fees for yearly for renewing licensing for products, and then also for every building that you manufacture or label or warehouse in, charging you a yearly fee. And I was on a call, it's probably about 16 months ago, that Health Canada was having with the industry, because they've actually published this in the Canada Gazette. Here's the proposal. Here's the proposed regs. Here's what we're proposing to do. And the industry is saying, like most of the manufacturers on the call were saying, we're gonna go out of business. For those that also are in the US, well, we're just going to stop in Canada. Some are saying, well, we'd have to drop like 8 out of 10 of our products, like 80% of our products. Like literally that alone will be a total bloodbath. And for those left standing, the cost will be higher.
Yeah.
And then, so there's more Canadians that can no longer afford basic nutrients. Well, they're going to start trying to buy from the US. Now there's fewer. What's separating you, Kimberly, now from, Walmart or whoever else has a pharmacy?
Yeah.
And then now the local stores are out of business because cost has become so overriding, and now we've lost that resource.
Yeah. And it'll be, a hardship. Just think of all the people that support all our vendors, the trucks, the car, like all the billions of jobs that are tied up with just a health food store, the people that drive things here, the people that package, the labelers, the bottlers. Like, we are a really big billion-dollar industry, and they literally want to shut us down. So it's going to suffer for our economy. All the people that I support, with a wage that, they're a single person and they live on their own, they need their job. They're not going to have a job if I can't keep my doors open and I don't have enough products to sell. And even with the clinic, there's only so much you can do with that. There's only so much income you can generate from that. The bulk is our supplements because they're portable and they're consumable. And, I will be heartbroken if, I've been in this industry for close to, I guess 25 years is a good number. I like that one.
And Kimberly started when she was 4. Yes. So.
Yeah, exactly. No, I had my 60th birthday this year. And, I think a lot of my health and wellness is because of what I take and, my mobility and my energy, and I'm not on any meds and I feel great. But if I lose all that, if I lose my ability to share with people and help them on their journeys and their wellness, that will be a tragedy. That is something I'm not willing to do yet. I'll fight.
No. So Kimberly, then the last question, what is your message to Ottawa?
My message to Ottawa is step back, really look at what you're doing and how negatively you're impacting all of us and all the billions of jobs and the consumer at the very least. You need to step back and not be so overbearing with your regulations. We're happy with a little bit. We're happy with good manufacturing. What's on the label is what's in the bottle. Those are perfect. That gives customers and consumers really good confidence in products. But the rest, step away. For us to have to make a health claim so that we can actually put something on the market, leave that up to the professionals. Leave that up to the consumer. There's so much education out there, and you have really good stores with really educated people. We can do that. People aren't stupid. They can figure it out. And my message is, step back, Ottawa, and let Canada have a really good health system so that we can support the people and not have all this overbearing regulations that stop a billion-dollar industry from making people well. Because by us being helping the person, we also keep them out of the emergency or in other things. It also takes a burden off our healthcare system if we can help at whatever level. It needs to be a joint venture. That's my hope and dream. Get the doctors on board. Let's work together. That's always been my dream. So that's my message. Step away.
That's a wonderful message. Thank you for sharing it with us. And on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show, I sincerely thank you for coming and sharing. It's your heart for wanting to help people just shines through.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. And thanks for the opportunity to share my story.
And I think we kept you out of trouble.
We'll see. I'll let you know.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again.
Bye.
So Section 7 of the Charter is the interpretation section. If you recall, Section 6 set out that things like natural health products and traditional healing practices and low-risk medical devices and other treatment modalities that are low risk are no longer going to be regulated under the Food and Drug Act and by Health Canada. They're going to be regulated solely under the Charter of Health Freedom. Well, when we say that, so for example, that natural health products are going to be no longer regulated by Health Canada and the Food and Drug Act, but under the Charter of Health Freedom, well, what is a natural health product? Well, we have to define that. And so Section 7 is where we define it. Section 7 is where we define what the traditional practices are. So for example, in the natural health community, for decades, there's been a yearning for a third category so that natural health products would not be regulated as a drug. Well, this is happening under the Charter of Health Freedom. There is a specific definition of natural health product, and it is not a drug under the Food and Drug Act. It has its own category under the Charter of Health Freedom. So this is what Section 7 does, is it spells out what all of these things are so that it's clear to everyone what the scope of the act. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Deb Mason. Deb, welcome to the health show.
Thank you for having me.
And Deb, you're here to share your health journey with us. So
yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge. My issue was hypoglycemia. I had been put on metformin.
So I'm just gonna slow you down here.
Okay.
So can you explain what hyperglycemia is? Because many people watching will have no idea.
Okay. Hypoglycemia is basically when you run on very low blood sugar rather than hyperglycemia, which is high blood sugar. So in my case, having hypoglycemia, I was exhausted all the time. And we had to do a lot of research to get it all figured out.
Right. And I'm just going to slow you down. So, I mean, when you say you were exhausted, this was totally impacting your ability to do things in your life. Do you want to just kind of explain that? I don't want people to, I want them to understand what you were experiencing. So,
of course. Yes, I had basically no energy. And I would literally make deals with myself psychologically to try and accomplish one project per day, rather than just sitting back and doing nothing and being labeled as depressed.
Okay, and you're seeing the doctor.
I am.
And what's happening?
Well, I was basically put off. No, it wasn't a sugar problem. No, it had to be something else. And if I can say, a person has to be their own health advocate. Sometimes you end up in a situation where it's not going to be done for you. So I had to do a lot of research, and I actually went onto the Diabetes Association webpage and took their test to confirm what I suspected. And then
I'm just going to slow you down again because something was happening with your eyes that encouraged you to do that. Do you want to share that? Like, weren't you having blurring vision and that?
Oh, yes, I certainly was. And at the time, I was told to go and get my glasses upgraded. So in the end, I went with my knowledge back to the doctor and said, perhaps we could try monitoring my situation. And even at that, it was kind of put off. We don't think we have to go that route. And that's when I became firm and stern and said, what have you got to lose? Write me the prescription, I'll pay for it. And if it turns out to be bogus, we'll move on and look for something else. So lo and behold, through the monitor, we discovered I had very low blood sugar.
Which explains your being tired all the time and your eyes blurring.
Oh, it just explains so many things. And it was rather nice in my state to feel vindicated that I listened to my body, that I listened to my mind, and that I didn't listen to the medical system, in that, you know, we're all told we're individuals and everybody's body is different, yet we're kind of slotted into this department box, and everybody should be treated the same. Well, it didn't work for me.
So now, once the doctor comes to understand, well, wait a second, Deb's got low blood sugar. What was the treatment for that, and how did that go?
Well, I was given the conventional medicine of metformin, and the first round of metformin was at 500 milligrams. It wasn't very good. I still had my peaks and valleys, as I call it, where my sugar would be way up, and then I would basically crash and go down to 3.2 or 2.9, which would just send me off into another direction altogether. I'd become very forgetful, despondent when my husband was trying to talk to me. I couldn't comprehend what he was trying to say. It was pretty devastating. He was beginning to wonder what was going on with me. He figured it was something other than sugar, like maybe having mini strokes or something. In the end, even with a drastic diet change, the ups and downs continued, and we took another blood test, and this time the doctor said, well, we're going to put you onto a higher dose, and that should make you feel better. Well, no, it didn't. That's
And
when
I'm just going to back you down before we get to the higher dose, because my understanding is it also caused, you know, stomach upset and
it
nausea
did.
and diarrhea.
It,
Can you
it
share
did.
with us that? Like, so you're still going like up and down with your blood sugar and having to deal with that, but that wasn't all of the side effects you were having.
No, I with the low dose, I had upset stomach, dry heaves, because sometimes it was so bad first thing in the morning when you get up, because I hadn't eaten yet. I was just basically waking up. It also affected the bowels, and that wasn't very pleasant. You didn't want to leave the washroom too terribly far. I was feeling downright miserable, to say the least. Any woman out in Canada would be able to correlate how I was feeling to a bad case of morning sickness, just to try and put it into a little bit of perspective. Not a great feeling. And when you're feeling like that, the last thing you want to do is sit at the table and eat.
Oh, okay. So this drug is supposed to help it so you can, you know, deal with food properly by having enough blood sugar, but it's making you nausea. You're having diarrhea when you do eat, and your stomach's upset. So you don't want to eat in the first place, which would aggravate the situation that you're trying to solve.
It almost like a gerbil on the wheel. You know, at what point can you try and straighten these things out? So in the end, back to the doctor we went, and he said, okay, well, we can fix this. We can fix this. Yeah, it is some side effects of the metformin, but we can fix this, and we got to get your sugar under control. So up went the dose to 850 milligrams. Well, I swear to goodness, in my opinion, I had been fed poison, because the reaction to that was unbelievable. It doubled the symptoms. I was deathly ill, so much so that over a 3-week period, I lost over 5 pounds. I was finding it difficult to even take fluids in, because now the nausea had turned into dry heaves and vomiting if I had eaten. And the diarrhea was pretty bad. So anything and everything that I was trying to put into my body was going out just as quickly as I could put it in, hence why I had the weight loss.
And are you able to function at least? Because you started taking the metformin because you were lethargic and basically really couldn't function. I mean, you're describing you would pick one task a day and kind of have to make a mental deal with yourself. I'm doing that one task, which doesn't sound like quality of life, Deb.
No, it wasn't. And after the uppage of the dosage to 850 milligrams, I pretty much came to a standstill. I was in company with a friend of mine, and we were running a greenhouse. And not only do you have to have your physical capabilities in place, but you have to have your mental capabilities in place. And greenhousing, planting, working with plants is something that really brings me a lot of peace up here. And it's also very rewarding, because you can harvest your crop and you can put it away knowing that there's no bad chemicals or bad fertilizers in your part of the food chain, because you know what you've dealt with for the plant. So needless to say, I had a very good understanding French. She knew I was having a difficult time, very tolerant of what I was going through. And we decided in talking that perhaps it was the metformin that was creating havoc in my life. And I said, you know, would you think I was crazy if I went to a naturopathy? And she said, absolutely not. What could be any worse than what you're dealing with now? So off to naturopathy I went.
Yep, I'm just gonna slow you down again before we get to the naturopath doctor, because I want people to understand where you were, because my understanding is you really couldn't work in the greenhouse at all.
It wasn't fun. I was sick. I was irritable, and I didn't feel that I had the energy or the mindset to deal with the things that I loved. So yeah, you can basically say that I was at another standstill in my life.
And how were you reacting to this emotionally?
It wasn't good. There was lots of times I'd go in a corner and cry, because I wasn't getting the help that I needed. So it was at that point in time that I felt if I didn't get control on this, life was not going to get any better. We've all been taught to suffer in silence. We've all been taught not to talk about your health problems, because really, who wants to hear it? And thank goodness for my good friend. And thank goodness for my husband, because it was through their encouragement that it was decided that I have to find an alternative method to deal with this issue, because where I was going was not good.
Do you think you might have ended your life eventually?
I don't know. I really can't answer that simply because I've always been a person that tries to look at things optimistically and turn over every rock possible to make sure there's not an alternative sitting elsewhere that I've overlooked. I honestly don't know if that would have been an option. I just can't answer that right now. I'm a fighter, and anybody that knows me, closely knows me, knows that I will not take what the system hands out to us. I push back, and my way to push back and to deal with getting well was to start doing more research and finding an alternative to conventional medicine. And honestly, I remember sitting here in the chair one evening and thinking, how did people deal with illness back in the old days? And that's when we turned to naturopathy.
So share with us that journey.
It was actually quite positive in that I had an acquaintance in a community called Stonewall, northeast or southeast of where I live. And she was going to a naturopathy, and she had nothing but fantastic things to say about her treatment, her care, and her alternatives that had been given to her. And I went to the exact same place that she did, and I was very, very fortunate to end up with the doctor that I presently have with naturopathy. And it's because of these people in my life that things started to turn around.
Okay, well, now do tell. Share with us what happened, because there'll be other people that will be experiencing what you experienced.
Basically, I went to Dr. Danner in natural medicine in Winnipeg and told her my plight. And she said, well, we have an absolute safe alternative for you. It's called berberine. And if you're willing to give it a good try, I'm willing to be with you every step of the way. And I said, I'm willing to try. And she said to me, congratulations, you've just taken control of your body. And as a matter of fact, you know, I believe in divine intervention, and getting back to when we were having technical difficulties to try and do this interview. Of course, it delayed everything for a week, and I was upset because I wanted the story to get out. But I had also taken a blood test and through naturopathy, and it takes a couple weeks for it to come in, because with naturopathy and going to get your blood test, you're almost discriminated against, because there's only certain days that you can get your blood tests done when you're presenting as a naturopath patient in Winnipeg. So it tends to delay your results by a couple weeks, but persevered. And while we were having our technical difficulties, my blood test came in and it was very positive. So the berberine was working well. And through the berberine, I lost the nausea, I lost the diarrhea, I lost the not wanting to eat feeling. I actually look forward to breakfast now in the morning, which is very good for my sugar levels, I might add. It works. I'm sold. Having me go back to conventional medicine, I think the only way that's going to happen now is I have to be in a nasty car accident, can't speak, and being transported by ambulance to wherever they think they're going to save my life before I'll say, yes, give me conventional medicines here to help me live.
So this has kind of been a real transformation for you.
Yes. In that, I feel like I have my life back. And the only way I could get my life back was to be an advocate for myself, an advocate for my body. Do your research. And trust me, I spent hours and hours and hours doing the research to get to where I am today. And in my opinion, the metformin was just not the answer for me. And what's really interesting, if I can just back up here a bit, metformin was accepted by Health Canada back in the 70s. There was also a drug called fenformin. Fenformin and metformin were brought to the table back in the 70s. Fenformin was discontinued because it had such a nasty reaction of nausea, diarrhea, upset stomach, loss of appetite. So they didn't even put it on the market. Metformin took the place of it. So I'm thinking to myself now, if this was the reaction I had to metformin, how is it better than the fenformin that was actually taken off of the market? So at the end of the day, it is our responsibility as a patient to question, research, and look for alternatives as to what is good for our body.
Right, be an advocate and never give up.
Oh no. Like I said, anybody that knows me, I push back when the cards are starting to fall. When the chips are down, that I go into survival mode.
Now,
I don't
how
give
long,
up.
Deb? Oh, sorry, Deb. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
that's okay. No, I just don't give up. Yes, you can be down and out, and yes, I'm not going to deny I didn't go through a period of feeling sorry for myself because I was feeling so terrible. But you still have to pull up your socks and dust yourself off and get out there and start looking for alternatives.
So when was it that you first went to the naturopathic doctor and tried berberine?
Okay, so it would have been late winter of 2025, but I had been to see the naturopathy for other reasons.
We're not in the late winter of 2025 yet. So.
Oh, I mean, sir, early, late 2024 and early part of 2025. Sorry.
Okay, so I mean, you've basically been 10 or 11 months of, and how has that 10 to 11 months been different from before?
I want to be part of life. I don't want to go into a corner and wait for the feeling of sickness to pass. One of the things that's not so good about hypoglycemia is that you can present like a clued out drunk when you have low numbers. And it's embarrassing because people think there's something wrong with you. And 9 times out of 10, there is something wrong with you. And if you have a really bad episode, you can pass out, and that creates a bit of a commotion, and it's embarrassing for me. I've had a couple episodes here in home, which is okay because it's in house and it's my husband and he knows how to deal with it. But when you're out in public, it's a completely different story. So you tend to isolate yourself from the world because you're not feeling well. And I don't think that's just with hypoglycemia. I think that's with a lot of illnesses. When you're not feeling well, you don't feel like being part of the world. You just want to be left on your own devices to cope with matters the best you can.
So you're engaging in the world now. You're not worried about passing out. You're
No.
Basically you're
No.
normal, right? Would it be fair
Well,
to say you're normal?
I believe I'm normal. Other people may have some some opinions on that, but no, literally on a day-to-day basis, you feel like being part of life. You go outside, the sun's shining, it's not cloudy, so to speak. Even on a cloudy day, the sun's shining. You just have to look through the clouds. And it's the same way with being ill. On a day when it's cloudy in here, you have to remember the sun's still shining. You just have to look a little harder for it.
Are you able to work in the greenhouse and do other activities again?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm looking forward to late spring coming up here in 2026. My friend and I have some adventures that we want to go on with the greenhousing that we're doing. And we're sticking close to nature with some of the things that we're thinking about doing.
Now, when you were dealing with the medical doctor, the only option given to you was metformin. Why wasn't berberine an alternative?
You know, I'm glad you asked that because in my opinion, I do not believe the doctors are given that choice to promote it. I believe they're given the choice of promoting whatever the pharmaceuticals put out. And it's interesting in that at one point, I actually, through Meadow Health, I have this connection where I can get in contact with my conventional medicine doctor. And I ended up emailing him for a number of reasons. One was that I wanted it to be in my medical record in case he ever got audited for whatever reason. I wanted him to have it that it was my medical choice to use berberine. And I thought if there was ever an audit, he can't be blamed for prescribing something herbal. Now, I'm not sure how it works with the College of Physicians here in Manitoba. My understanding, it's a little bit different in each province. But I think it takes a lot of advocacy on the patient's part to demand, if that's the proper word to use, an alternative from the conventional metformin, because he was very quick at getting back to me and saying, oh yes, berberine has many good results. There's a lot of research out there for it. And I bit my tongue because at the time I was still feeling terrible. And as I mentioned, I'm quite irritable when I'm terrible. And I really didn't want to go down the road of the blame game because you can't burn all your bridges. You never know. You might need conventional medicine. But after I got off the phone with him, I said to my husband, well, if it's well researched and there's positive results, then why wasn't I given this alternative at the same time that I was offered metformin? It could have saved a good year and a half of my life from feeling so miserable.
Deb, what would your message be to Canadians that are finding themselves where they want to go and cry because they're suffering and they they don't feel that there's an answer for them?
I know. Don't give up. Please don't give up. Your body belongs to you. You have a right to say and put into it what you want to put into it. You have to pull up your socks. And when you're sick, it's really difficult to do. It's a challenge. But do like I was doing. Make a deal with yourself. If you're going to accomplish one thing for the day, push back. We have the right to bodily autonomy. And somehow along the way, we've lost that. And that's why I believe it's so important that we all do what we're doing today, speaking out, letting people know there's hope. There is someone to listen to you. And at the end of the day, you can feel much better. You can feel much better.
Deb, berberine it's made from herbs.
Yes.
And you know, and we're doing this charter tour, and we're doing this health show to bring awareness to the fact that Health Canada is threatening to take things like berberine away. What would be the effect on you if you lost access to berberine?
Well, number one, I'd be in panic mode. What do I do now? Number two, I'd have to research to see if there was something in the conventional medicine that wouldn't be as toxic as metformin. But this is not a route and a path that Health Canada should be taking. If they truly are here for the rights of the people, then don't play with any of the herbal medicines and don't sanction anything. Just back off. Just back off.
You know, Deb, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, you know, I'm interviewing a whole bunch of practitioners. So I've interviewed a couple of medical doctors that have become integrative medical doctors. So they've learned about nutrition and you know, different treatment modalities. I've interviewed naturopathic doctors, and you've had tremendous success with a naturopathic doctor. And they say, well, we look at the whole body, like not even just physical. We look at you emotionally and spiritually also. And I'll just tell people, you want to watch the presentation of Dr. Eric Arata, because he, when you're seeing the interview, you won't be realizing that I'm thinking, you know, I'm not sure that I'm buying this emotional thing. And then he gives an explanation, which it's like, okay, I get it, right? Like what I'm liking about this health show is I'm learning so much. But Deb, one message that's coming out loud and clear, and I'm almost embarrassed to say it because it's just so obvious. It's like the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, can anyone argue with that? Like the human body needs some nutrients to be healthy. We're not getting them in our food supply. And when the human body doesn't get what it needs to be healthy, guess what? It becomes unhealthy.
I agree.
And we call that sickness. And you don't give a chemical for the symptoms. You give the body what it needs to become healthy again. And why do we, how is it that Health Canada gets to say we can't have nutrients that we actually need to be healthy? Like this isn't rocket science. Like I don't understand how we got here.
Well, quite often I say the same thing, but I look at it from my perspective. I look at it that grassroots is on the bottom, when technically with health, we should be on the top. Health Canada is a government organization, and there is overreach. And we're at the point of overreach because we, as grassroots, have not pushed back and said, whoa, wait a minute. How do you as the government have a right to come and sit at my dinner table and tell me what I can eat? Tell me what I can take to make my sugar levels better. You don't have that right. And if you're going to take that right away from me, well, then we're talking a whole different ballgame here in our country. Are we talking freedom anymore? Now, without getting too political, and yet it's going to sound political, Health Canada has to start protecting the people. And in my opinion, not the pharmaceuticals. That's how I believe we got here.
I agree with you.
At the end of the day, government does not belong in my household. There's just not enough room. They can stay in Ottawa, but listen to the people. And if it's going to take the transportation of the health charter, then I'm all in. I will fight tooth and nail because this is my body now, and you're going to interfere with my wellness. That is just totally, totally unacceptable. No, I won't stand for it.
Deb, I hope that every other Canadian feels the same way, because I'm totally perplexed. Like, it, as we're interviewing people, it's just become so clear. Like, we're talking about things the human body needs to be healthy, and nothing can get between us and things that we just need to live healthy.
Well,
and
sorry.
No, I mean, please.
You know, it brings up another issue. I also use vitamins from True Hope. Best decision ever. Just for general maintenance and well-being of my body. I mean, there was a time when in my bathroom counter, there'd be a dozen bottles of different vitamins that I would try and take to supplement what I thought I was lacking in everyday eating. We've knocked all those bottles down to 2 bottles. And, you know, now I know True Hope has had their tribulations and bridges to cross. And God bless them for taking the stand that they have. And I'm thankful that they're there in place as an alternative. But why is Health Canada so against this unless they're protecting the pharmaceuticals? The answer's out there. It's pretty simple. And it's like you said earlier, why are we treating the symptoms and not the cause? It just doesn't make sense. Now, for what I've gone through is just minimal compared to what many others have gone through in this country. I'm just a little cog in the wheel. But somebody that has some really drastic issues such as depression, bipolarism, or the like, why is the government fighting the alternative? I don't understand it unless they're protecting the pharmaceuticals. That's my opinion.
So Deb, just so that people viewing understand, so Deb's referring to a company called True Hope that makes a vitamin mineral supplement where they treat serious health conditions, mental health conditions like bipolar disorder. And Deb and the audience, so just watch for the, we have a presentation by Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. And Dr. Kaplan set up, so in Calgary at Children's Hospital, there is what was called the Behavioral Research Unit. It was a branch of the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Calgary. And she set up and ran that Behavioral Research Unit for about 35 years. So that unit just ran clinical research. And the Alberta government was funding a double-blind clinical trial on this True Hope vitamin supplement you're talking about. So imagine this, people. So the Alberta government is using taxpayer money to fund a double-blind clinical trial run by the Behavioral Research Unit, a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary, at children's hospitals. And she explained, like, I mean, even though it's a vitamin and mineral supplement, like, you can go to the health food store and buy it as a vitamin and mineral supplement. They had this trial designed as if it was a chemical drug, Deb, like right down to a psychiatrist on 24-hour call, and they're doing regular blood work, like, you know, and it has ethics approval, it's run by a group that this is all they do. They've been doing it for decades. Health Canada shut down the trial. After the news came out that this product is super successful and the trial's running, and Dr. Kaplan, and you guys can watch her presentation, she said she's speaking to some high ups in Health Canada. She won't name them. She's been very kind. And she says they're making it clear this is about something else. The trial's going to be shut down. You're not going to win.
Wow.
So, Deb, you know, I think we can all be forgiven for thinking that that there is a system being protected, but it's not our health. And I've sure enjoyed this conversation, Deb. It's, you know, your story is compelling, and it just illustrates why we have to take our health freedom back.
I agree. It was important to me, even though I was nervous at first when contact had been made that you guys wanted to hear my story. I thought, oh, what could I possibly offer? But like I said, through divine intervention, we were having technical difficulties here for a while, and it gave me a week to reflect on a lot of things. And I thought, if I don't speak out, then what's the point? What have I accomplished? So it was important to speak out for me. Plus, I have the blood test that proves the result of the berberine and where I'm going. I'm going for another checkup in January for my blood because my doctor believes that we have to keep tabs on things and, you know, make sure that I haven't cheated too much through Christmas, because Christmas is a bad time of the year for the good foods or the junk food, so to speak, where we like our baking and our sugars and everything else. But I have to watch my diet. I have to make sure that the food that we put on the table is wholesome and it has the nutrients. And what I'm missing, well, that's where True Hope comes in. And my naturopath doctor was only too happy to hear that I had also taken some vitamins from True Hope, and she had nothing but positive things to say about the organization. And we discussed family issues on mental health matters and how it can certainly change things around in a family. I'm sold. I'm sorry. I just cannot go back to conventional medicine unless it's going to happen to me in an incident where I have no capacity to speak at that time. So in other words, it better be a darn good emergency that gets me going back to conventional medicine.
Deb, I'm asking everyone kind of a final question, and that is, what is your message to Ottawa?
Oh, okay. People require the right to bodily autonomy. When the government thinks they know better than I do about what my body needs, or that of my naturopath doctor has to give me, to me that is government overreach, and it has no room in my life, no room in my household. And people in Canada better start watching the shelves and realizing that the vitamins are slowly being taken away off the shelves, and just the simple thing like vitamin D could just disappear off of your shelf, then you have to know that there is a sinister movement on the go. And the only way you can remain positive is to push back. So my message to the government is whip Health Canada into shape and have them look after the grassroots, we the people.
Thank you, Deb. So I'm glad we were able to iron out our technical difficulties. People watching won't know we've tried this. This is our third try at the interview. So I'm really glad that we were finally able to have this discussion. I can tell you, Deb, that I really, really enjoyed hearing your story, and you had some important things to share with us. And
Thank
on
you.
behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me the feeling that what I had to say mattered.
No, we were honored to have you. So, and a lot of people are going to get strength and hope from this. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's talk about Section 8, and that's the section that deals with a presumption of safety. So natural health products and the traditional practices and the other low-risk treatment modalities that the Charter regulates are presumed by law to be safe, and the government is only to interfere with them if the government has evidence of harm. And this is just to reflect that these treatment modalities are such low risk that it would be inappropriate to start with the legal presumption that they're dangerous. Now, by way of comparison, the exact same products, so what we call natural health products, in the United States, their law, they deem them to be safe. So this is not something out of the ordinary or unusual. It's just when you look at the low risk profile, as Congress in the United States had done years ago, it's actually appropriate to start with that, because there's also a danger to removing products that are effective that people are relying on. So we need to be very careful and have the proper presumptions, and that's what's happening in Section 8. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Eric Arata. Eric, welcome to the health show.
Thanks for having me, Sean.
Now, Eric, you are a naturopathic doctor, and can you share with us the education that you went through to become a practicing naturopathic doctor?
Well, my personal journey started with an undergraduate degree in cellular molecular biology. I did a year of clinical research in Montreal on potential treatments for HIV, and then entered naturopathic school afterwards. So that was a 4-year program with, for me, a year residency. So
right, and you did that in Seattle, is my understanding.
That's right. Yeah, Bastyr University in Seattle.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so that was basically, so your Bachelor of Science, was that a 4-year program?
I did a 4-year program. Yeah.
And then you did a year of clinical research.
That's right. In Montreal with the Clinical Research Institute of Montreal.
And then you did, 4 years of study to qualify as a naturopathic doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And then you did a year of residency, which is where basically you're learning under other naturopathic doctors the practice of naturopathic medicine.
That's right. I mean, the last 2 years of the naturopathic program, you are in clinic. The final year, the 4th year, you're what's known as a primary. So you're actually seeing patients and supervised by another naturopathic doctor. And I just wanted a little more experience in a few other areas clinically. So I applied for residency and got in.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So basically 10 years of study before you started practicing as a naturopathic doctor.
Yeah. I sort of, you say that, I sort of wonder if I was always intended maybe to stay in the ivory tower, but yeah, it was a long time.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked that, or I point that out, Dr. Arata, is a lot of people in Canada, they don't understand that, naturopathic doctors, traditional Chinese practitioners, homeopathic doctors, and like basically train as much or more than medical doctors. And that's why I'm asking the question and pointing that out is I think it's important for people to understand just how much training goes into becoming a naturopathic doctor. And also, I'm wondering if you can share, what is the practice of naturopathic medicine? How do naturopathic doctors approach healing?
Well, in the simplest terms for people who have never heard of naturopathic medicine or are unfamiliar with it, I usually tell them it's like being a family doctor, but instead of using pharmaceuticals or minor surgery, we tend to use more natural products and approach it in a more holistic or unified manner. That's a very sort of thumbnail sketch of it. The whole premise of the practice, like I just alluded to, is holism, right? So when someone comes in with symptoms, they're just that. They're an indication of something deeper occurring in the body, an imbalance. And so my task then becomes, how do I unwind their history, including their lifestyle and habits and the greater sort of environment around them, whether it be just family, social, or literally the physical environment, to understand what is contributing to their symptom picture. So, people will usually have an intake. You come in, and the approach is, okay, we look at the obvious things first. How long have you had these symptoms? Which symptoms you have? Have you tried anything else? So on and so forth. But the idea is to bring together a picture of the person and lay out steps that then can be addressed, so you ultimately can achieve lasting resolution of those symptoms. So the practice of naturopathic medicine is based on principles which include first, do no harm, doctor as teacher, food is thy medicine. So they all relate to a natural approach that tends to respect the built-in mechanisms of the body, the natural process of well-being, and what the presence of symptoms actually indicate to that process of well-being.
Okay, no, I'll just stop you there, because in our government-funded system, which is an allopathic model, which means that the focus is not on actually treating the underlying condition, but the focus is on treating symptoms. So that's what our mainstream system is built on. So, if you go there with arthritis, for example, I'm just picking an example. So if I go to the medical doctor with arthritis, the medical doctor isn't there to actually stop my arthritis, solve why I'm getting arthritis. The medical doctor is there to give me things to treat the symptoms of my arthritis. But naturopathic doctors can actually try to figure out, well, what's causing the arthritis, and actually address that rather than the symptoms. Did I get that right?
That's right. I mean, an analogy used, perhaps overused, is, if you have, like you alluded to, someone has arthritis, it'd be akin to having the engine light come on your dashboard of the vehicle. And if that light really bothers you and you pull out the fuse, that takes care of the symptom, that is the light coming on, but it doesn't deal with what's actually happening in the engine. And it's the same thing with the body, right? Arthritis is just a symptom of a certain degenerative process that occurred for a reason. It's not just a willy-nilly happening within the body. So identifying why that, in this case, arthritis developed, is really important to ensuring sort of the person actually does get effective relief long-term.
Right. Okay. So it's kind of a bigger approach. It also, you guys, look to see what the emotional state is, what the spiritual state, what their environment is. It's kind of a bigger approach. Am I correct about that?
That's right. And all that can be identified, depending on the naturopathic doctor, either through the consultation, the initial consultation that's had, or the intake form, because that affects everybody, right? It's not just how you're doing and did you get enough sleep, and are you eating your veggies? It's the social environment at home, right? What's happening at school or at work? What might they be exposed to as far as any toxins or other items because of hobbies of parents or their own that they might do? What's their neighborhood like? All those type of things play into the health of an individual. Where those sort of stack up as far as when you address them or where you address them in someone's health journey varies, but they all need to be considered. Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So why, like you've practiced, as I understand it, you practiced for 29 years as a naturopathic doctor, starting in actually 1995. How many patients do you think you saw in that period of time?
That's a really good. I wouldn't even know where to start. Yeah,
that is a hard question. If somebody asked me how many clients I had, I'd be like
thousands.
I don't know, but
yeah.
Okay. Well, what is the practice of naturopathic medicine like? Like actually being in your office and seeing patients. What's that like?
Yeah, it's something I loved. You go in and like you have your schedule. People are booked and they come in and you get to sort of walk along with someone as they share their story. In the process, you're identifying, okay, yeah, this needs to be addressed, that needs to be addressed. I need to pursue this further as far as questioning to find out how much of a role it plays. And you lay that all out. You go potentially through your physical exam. And then there'll either be another consultation set up or you give them an initial protocol to consider, to go through. So my day would be taken up with initial consultations, follow-up visits, treatments, reviewing, lab and other diagnostic reports, their medical history from their family doctor, otherwise from, at least here where I am, Alberta Health Services. All that would be taken up. And what I really enjoyed is everyone's story is special to them. It's their life, it's their story. And that made it special for me. It was important to them. And that was enough, right? To go through this detective work and sorting out process as a support for them. So it was always exciting. There was always a new twist around the corner. There was always a different take on a particular, whether it be a symptom or an event that occurred in their life. The variability, the variety of what I do in a day and of people I'd see was pretty exciting. Yeah. So I don't know if that was what you were asking, or something else?
No, I mean, I really was trying to figure out, what's it like to practice, and what you're sharing with us is you actually enjoyed, first of all, participating in people's stories, like hearing their life, their health journey, so to speak, and part of your practice, you have to actually find out about who they are, what their life condition is, and then basically being a detective and trying to figure out, well, how do I help these people? And
yeah,
and I know you have, just you have a desire to help. Like it's clear.
Yeah, you see someone suffering, and my first inclination would be, all right, what's available? What can I do to help them? And people come in with symptoms. That's what they want. Whatever symptom it is, whether it be, sneezing and coughing, whether it be pain, whether it be some digestive symptoms, what have you, they want those symptoms gone. So the first step is always, how do you try and get rid of those symptoms? And then the next step, really incorporate into that whole initial approach, is, well, how do we do this long term? What else do we need to consider? So not only is it creating a plan, but it's creating a plan that is acceptable to the individual, because you have to meet people at different places. They're not all ready to change their diet or work on their, anger issues or whatever it may be, right? You have to meet them where they're at. And that's part of the beauty of it too. It becomes an art and a science together, which is nice when you learn to sort of meld them adequately together. That helps actually bring people into the fold. Right. That is, go ahead.
Well, you mentioned two things that I found interesting. So you mentioned diet, and you mentioned anger, and that's just when you're answering another question. And I'm just curious, if you can share first, like, why would diet be important? Because in some instances, you're thinking that people need to be changing their diet. So, why is changing diet important in many of the cases?
Well, the digestive tract is the foundation of all health. If we get away from the actual, genetics and birth component of it. So what you take in, what you actually are able to digest, the nutrition you're able to pull out and subsequently assimilate, all help determine one's health. And a lot of the food people are eating today is not as nutrient rich as it used to be, either because of how it's grown or how it's processed. And there's actually increased nutrient demand through some of the nutrition we're taking in, through some of the food we're taking in, because of, let's say, some of the agrochemicals it's grown with, or the processing. A lot of the nutrition is lost, or it requires increased nutrition to deal with the chemicals already contained in that food, let alone the actual digestive symptoms someone may experience, like bowel issues or gas and bloating and things like that, pain. So we talk about, if you don't mind, anger. So digestion is a process that's designed to take place in a relaxed state, right? The body, basically the nervous system, the part of it that we don't have conscious control over, the autonomic nervous system, has two parts, stressed and relaxed. And the relaxation response is also known as the feed and breathe response, right? It's predominantly used during sort of for eating, digestion, and for reproduction. Whereas the stress response is designed to obviously get the person out of a stressful situation. If someone is angry, which is physiologically a stressful situation, that compromises digestive function. So their ability to physically digest the food, let alone assimilate the nutrients and eliminate waste, is compromised, right? And some people come in and you can tell they're just hotheads, or they're worrywarts, or they have some larger emotional state that's sort of prevailing that can affect numerous symptoms. And the foundational piece to start with in this case would be digestion. Okay? I mean, we could go on and on about digestion and food. That's a long discussion in of itself. But the bottom line is this: we eat effectively to gain nutrients, calories, and electrons. And electrons only come from live food. The older food is, or the more processed, the more deficient it is in electrons, because that's what our body ultimately uses to generate energy. So if you're eating a standard American diet, you know, the SAD diet, your back's already against the wall.
This is interesting, because I think a lot of people viewing might not understand just actually how important nutrition is. So, and correct me where I'm wrong, but I mean, our body requires, you know, a set amount of nutrition, and the North American diet challenges that for two ways, as I understand what you've said. Is first, the nutrition isn't there anymore in our foods, and second, you know, we have chemicals and processing in that actually may require more nutrients or actually take nutrients from us, and so we're not getting what we need, and that can lead to chronic illness.
Yeah, your body needs basically nutrients, calories, and electrons to stay healthy. Anything that would impede any three of those starts to weaken the organism or our bodies.
Right. Okay. And then it was interesting, you were talking, like, because you were, you know, answering a different question, and you basically that some people aren't ready to change their diet or address anger. And I'm thinking, oh, well, what's he talking about anger here? But you actually, so, you know, we don't want to be in fight or flight if we want good digestion. So, you know, basically, if we're in that stress mode, our body is not going to be digesting, and anger puts us in that situation. And then we're not getting the nutrients we need, and that can lead to health conditions.
That's right. And it happens more than people are aware of.
Okay. And so that's one of the reasons why naturopathic doctors are trained to also consider the emotional state of people, because the emotions, that's one pathway of affecting the physical, is we're not going to be digesting properly.
That's right. You know, absolutely. And it may not be something the individual doctor themselves deal with, but if they're aware of it, then at least there can be a referral made for someone who can help.
Right, right.
But it's important to realize the part it does play in one's health picture.
Yeah, and I appreciate we're only addressing one, but I actually hadn't thought of, oh yeah, you're not going to be getting the nutrition because you put your body in fight or flight. And when you're running from a saber-toothed tiger, your body's deliberately not digesting.
Yeah, it's got other things to worry about.
It's focusing otherwhere. Yeah, I mean, it's a normal, healthy function, but if you're locked in that, when you're not running from a saber-toothed tiger, then you're not getting the nutrients, and so that system's being hijacked by your emotion. I hadn't thought of that before.
Absolutely.
So
and that's, sorry to interrupt, but that's where the whole idea of holism comes in. You can't tease apart these individual fibers and threads. They're all related. We just don't understand it that way, but that is the reality.
Right. Okay, so I want to ask you about what are the patients that impacted you the most? And I'd asked you that question, before we started recording. So I didn't deliberately ask, what patient, what are your most biggest successes? I asked, what patients impacted you the most, which is different because that can be failures too. And you shared with me a couple, and The first one was a 10-year-old girl. And do you want to just share with us, basically what her health journey was and what happened?
Yeah. So this 10, 11-year-old girl came in with her mother, brought in by her mother. She'd been exhibiting symptoms of allergies, runny nose, sneezing, watery eyes, a little fatigue for about 4 to 5 months prior. Had not been getting effective relief from, antihistamines and the typical allergy medications. And next up was going to be set up for some desensitization shots by the allergist, and her mom was a little wanted to try other things before that approach. So she came in and went through my initial intake. She had filled out the questionnaire, and early on it became evident that there was a sort of a tension within the relationship between the mother and the daughter. And so I created a protocol, some of which involved some dietary change, some involved some nutrition, and a third element involved addressing the sort of the daughter's emotional state. And the stuff, sort of that third component, we were able to provide a couple remedies for her to take home. And the other sort of 2 lines of treatment, I told her mom to go home, look it over, and then give me a call. We could discuss it, just shedding questions about it. So her mom ends up calling me about 2 weeks later and says, well, I said I'd call, but really I don't have any reason to. And I said, well, what's going on? Why is that? She said, well, my daughter hasn't had any symptoms for a week. And I said, okay, well, that's great. Good for her. You sure you don't have any questions? And she goes, well, no, if I can. If she's staying symptom-free, well, let's keep going. And if symptoms return, then we can address these other treatment areas you talked about. So I said, okay, well, let's keep in touch. As it turns out, we did keep in touch monthly afterwards. Her daughter remained symptom-free. And all I had done on that initial visit was sort of address her emotional state, which was sort of some anxiety and anger she had in her relationship with her mother. And that seemed to unravel the symptoms she was exhibiting because there were no other changes she made in her life. So that was sort of one. There's so many people that have an impact, as everyone. Yeah.
Well, I want to unpack that one a little bit. So this 10 or 11-year-old girl, I mean, you said she had allergy symptoms for 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is like they were debilitating. These weren't minor symptoms. The mother was seeking out medical attention, first with the doctors and then with you, because this was a real problem for the daughter.
It was a problem. It was affecting her sleep. It was affecting her energy, her ability to participate in school and sports that she was involved in. She'd always have to have a Kleenex around, and people were sort of a little concerned, friends, particularly because she was always sneezing, and they didn't want to be around someone who was always sneezing. So yeah, it did affect the girl. They were pronounced.
And the medical system, I mean, it progressed to where they were going to do these desensitization shots.
Mm-hmm.
And the mother was concerned about that. So she seeks you out. What I found interesting, Dr. Rad, about that is, well, 2 things. First of all, it came up as an important, impactful case for you, which, I'll ask you separately. But you viewed the emotional aspect of what was happening, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, as really the most significant causal factor for the daughter's allergies. Am I misreading this?
It was possibly so, right? I wasn't sure at the time, but I knew it was part of the picture. How much of a part, I wasn't sure. And it's like some of the lifestyle recommendations that may be made for people, they need time to sort of think them over and see how they might include them in their lives. And so it's just the what she had been provided specifically for her emotional state had an immediate and lasting effect. And that turned out to be the primary contributor to her symptoms. Honestly, I wasn't aware at the time. I knew it was a part. I just didn't realize or wasn't aware of how large of a part in her case. Right? But I knew it needed to be addressed, and it happened to be at that point the simplest one to do.
Okay, and the reason why I'm focusing on this is I have to just say frankly that surprises me as somebody who doesn't understand that, you know, an emotional dynamic between, you know, a preteen girl and her mother would be leading to, you know, allergy symptoms that are persistent and persistent and persistent. But the reality is actually it was a significant contributing factor.
It was. I mean, I don't know if you'd like me to talk about why, in a physical sense, that might be the case.
Yeah, please. I have to say I'm a little intrigued by this.
Okay. You know, the nervous system in the body, there are basically two nervous systems. I'm simplifying a little bit. One is a part we have conscious control over, allows me to move and talk. And there's a part that I don't have obvious conscious control over, which is digestion and breathing and heart rate and all those other functions that go on in the background. That part, the unconscious part, has two parts to it. The sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight, and the parasympathetic, which some people call the feed and breathe system. If digestion is governed by the parasympathetic, or the feed and breathe, the relaxation response. So, and those two states of the nervous system, stress and relax, don't occur simultaneously. One tends to predominate over the other at any given time. So if someone's predominantly in a stressed state, that compromises digestive function, which means not only do you not break down your food, you're not assimilating nutrients, and you're not effectively eliminating waste. And potentially, if it's strong enough or goes on long enough, it starts to create inflammation in the digestive tract, in the cells of the digestive tract. And in the intestines, if that's pronounced, larger food particles make their way into circulation, which then your body or your immune system in circulation in the blood vessels then need to deal with. They need to grab them and get rid of them because they shouldn't be there. Well, the first major sort of capillary or small vessel bed where the immune system typically resides after the digestive tract is in the lungs and respiratory system. So if there are food particles going in to the bloodstream from digestion and they make their way up into the respiratory system, the immune cells there are going to recognize them and try and get rid of them. And one of the first steps that can oftentimes be stimulated in that response is the allergic response. Histamine is released. So the tension she was exhibiting between that relationship with her mom had been going on long enough for it to affect her digestion and allow sort of these food particles to get in there and stimulate an allergic response in the sort of upper respiratory system. And lower, actually, she had, but.
No, and thank you for sharing that. So, and this is an example of the type of thing that, you know, when you're saying you're looking at the holistic approach of how emotions actually affect our physical body. So they have to be taken into consideration when you're trying to kind of do your detective work and get to the bottom of it. So my final question on this case is, it was a case that came to your mind when I asked, you know, what are some of the most impactful cases you had? Why did this one impact you? Because it's, you know, will be one of probably 100,000 or more patients you've had. Why did this girl come to mind for you?
You know, there was nothing particularly strange about the consultation, but what really grabbed me was the fact that she had such effective relief with the emotional support. That was one of the first cases, at least the ones that I recall, that really hit that home for me of how much it impacted. I always knew, and that was always addressed, but this is the first time it ended up being so profound, so strong.
Right,
Yeah.
which would reinforce the importance of watching for that when you're trying to help people.
Yeah. And it ended up changing the relationship between the mother and daughter, right? And that, in effect, was the long-term resolution of the daughter's symptoms, was improving the nature of that relationship.
I have to say, I'm finding this fascinating. You shared another one in answer to the question, share impactful cases about a boy that was age 5 and had leukemia. Can you share that story with us?
Yeah, I had a family. This would have been in, early noughts, 2003, 2004, somewhere around there. They came to me with their 5-year-old son who was diagnosed with leukemia. He wasn't doing well with treatment. Obviously, they were concerned for his son. And so they came to me. And I said, well, obviously this isn't a cancer treatment, but what I can do is look to try and support your son so he receives the therapies well. His body does better with these treatments, tolerating them. And so he was given.
Are you referring to, is the child on chemotherapy? Are those the treatments you're referring to?
Yeah, that's right.
And what were you given kind of the prognosis of what the oncologists were predicting for this child when the child came to you?
Yeah, when they came to see me, they told me the prognosis was about 8 to 10 months for him. And so we started a protocol to try and sort of improve not only nutrition in his body, but also to try and improve his tolerance of the chemo medications. He ended up living about a year and a half, just over a year and a half, ended up passing. And in his passing, nobody obviously wants to see a child die, and no parent should have to suffer their child passing before them. But it really, for me, was a reflection of, all right, well, it caused me to reflect on my practice and what I do, and did I need to improve or in any way or grow from it. So it really, it helped me as a practitioner as far as what else I would use with people who would come to me with cancer. There was a time where I ended up supporting quite a few people with cancer. I ended up just turning away from it because it was like banging your head against the wall in dealing with the cancer centers. They were unsupportive of people receiving any other treatments or support. And so it ended up creating too much work for me and anxiety for the patients to try and be their own middleman between, myself and the cancer centers, even though I tried to initiate communication to co-manage a patient, but that was never well received. But beyond that, it did change how I approached people, and all people, not just with cancer, but with all their symptoms. Yeah. Because like I said, everyone's life is their own story, and it's important to them, and that it is enough to make it sort of important to me. I would expect the same for me. My life is important to me. Okay? You may not understand it, you may not know, but people coming in and sort of putting their trust in me, that's a special relationship. That's a special ask.
Yeah, just I think that's one of the reasons why I asked you the earlier question, what's it like to be a naturopathic doctor? And you're sharing something really important. So it's a heavy burden because people are coming to you who are suffering, like often they're really suffering, and they're placing trust in you to help them. And you take that on personally is what you're sharing with us.
Yeah, I don't know that I would see it as a burden. I just saw it as, I just realized how important it was being given that. Everyone has their own way of dealing with responsibilities provided to them. That was just what I did. Right? People would come to me. I had the knowledge and education, and I was willing to sort of work with them and learn more. And it ended up being part of the development of a relationship, right? And deepening the trust, and not simply, you know, I'm the guy for the job. I'll fix your oil. I'll change your oil. You know, I'll get rid of your symptoms. It was, how do I affect change to not only remedy the symptoms, but how do you, for me, how do I sort of educate and sort of develop a relationship with this person or people, if the family or others were involved, partners, to then undertake and support these changes in a greater society. Right? You get someone to, as an example, to all of a sudden start eating more veggies, and now they're at the grocery store getting more broccoli or cauliflower or whatever. They go to the farmer's market, or now they want transitional food or organic, and now they so it creates actually a larger impetus for change as well, person by person.
Yeah, well, thank you. So that's a case where it, and again, these are just ones that came to mind in answer the question, impactful cases. So this one, you know, you just kind of understood, or it just impacted you on your relationship as a healer in helping people through their journeys, and just being the best, I guess, naturopathic doctor that you can be. It was just part of your journey.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also shared with me an interesting story about a nurse who was 60 when she came to see you. Can you share that story with us? And
yeah, there was a nurse who came to see me with tremors. Tremors she'd had developing for at least sort of 7 to 8 years. Hadn't been able to get rid of them. There was no particular diagnosis, idiopathic tremors, and which basically means that she has tremors for reasons we don't know. And she was looking for an answer because she was let go of her job. She really enjoyed nursing and also needed the income. So we went through the intake and her history and sort of what I identified, because we went through everything she had tried and her symptoms and how they evolved and the different specialists she'd seen and treatments. And I said, well, one of the areas, so one of the things here in your intake that it identifies is you have a significant history of amalgam or mercury fillings in your mouth. Mercury is known to contribute to neurological symptoms. At the very least, let's test for it and see if it might be something to consider. So we did a test. It turned out her tissue mercury levels were significantly higher than average. So we talked about it, and she decided to pursue a treatment to remove mercury. So we did some chelation therapy, IV, oral, and sort of some IV nutrient replacement. And her symptoms began to resolve within about 3.5, 4 months. Were completely gone after about 8 months. And after subsequent testing of mercury levels, they were found to be well within the normal range. She was symptom-free and able to return fully back to work.
so let's just, I just want to make sure I understand that. So she's her job is a nurse. She's 60 years old. How many years had she been suffering with this?
She claimed at the time the symptoms had been there for about 7 to 8 years.
Okay. And so she's clearly exhausted the medical system. So for 7 or 8 years, she's trying to find an answer, including, she's seen specialists, I assume a neurologist or two.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
she at the time had been slowly having the responsibility at work reduced. So she enjoyed being with patients, and ultimately they ended up putting her in a sort of a smaller administrative role, which she wasn't particularly happy with. And then after that, she was removed from the position because she couldn't even write due to her tremors.
Okay, so this is significant. I mean, when you say tremors, that could mean almost anything, but we're literally talking somebody who couldn't do bedside nursing because of them, and then couldn't even write at the end. So she's disabled.
Yeah, she lost her job.
Yeah. Okay. So this is, I imagine it would have been, significantly impacting her personal life also, not just her work life.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she couldn't, it was a great challenge. She couldn't hold on to cups or forks or spoons. It was a challenge to to function. Fortunately, she had a partner that supported her through that, but her symptoms weren't getting better, and obviously she was getting desperate.
Right. Okay. So, and I want to make sure we're not minimizing. So she can't hold a fork. She can't hold a cup. Like, so this is somebody who actually is now needing care. Not only is she not able to care for others, she's basically needing help eating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, she needed care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she comes to you. I mean, I call that disabled. So you can agree or disagree. She comes to you, and because you're looking at everything, not the symptoms, you're trying to figure out what's going on. And I think some people won't understand. So you say mercury amalgam fillings, like a common filling in Canada, it's got mercury. It's called a mercury amalgam filling. And that mercury, they put the filling in our teeth, but our bodies are absorbing this mercury from our teeth. Do I have that right?
That's right. I mean, amalgams, they're not really put in nowadays, but they had been, and they're a combination of tin, mercury, and silver. And mercury is volatile, that it becomes a gas at lower than room temperature, and it's warmer in your mouth than room temperature. So between the abrasion of chewing and hot foods or temperatures, or just body temperature, you start to actually off-gas that mercury in your mouth, and that it gets absorbed throughout the body. And it tends to predominantly accumulate or affect the nervous system, the immune system, and the kidneys.
Right. And mercury, I mean, it's well known. That's why I have mercury guidelines in our food, because we know that it harms our nervous system. So you find she's super high, and you said you used chelation. Just so that people understand, when you say that, that's just a term for treatments that will grab things like mercury and help your body get rid of them, right?
That's right. Chelation is a treatment whereby, products are used to bind heavy metals and remove them via the kidneys.
Right. Okay. So you guys do that, and basically she gets her life back.
Yeah. She was symptom-free. Effectively, she returned 100% back to the work she'd been doing 10 years prior. She was fully able to care for herself and go about her life. It was a great case.
Yeah, that's got to be really emotionally satisfying when you're able to help somebody like that.
Yeah. It doesn't take many, right? But you go for those wins, and when they come, they're great. Not just because people suffer, and it's nice to relieve that suffering. Yep.
Now, what percentage? I'm just curious. So, this is a nurse that came to you after she tried medical treatments for, I think you said 7 or 8 years. And so she's coming to you, really as in a journey where she wasn't willing to consider seeing a naturopathic doctor for a long time. And I expect she continued to see you afterwards. But what percentage of patients, when they first come to you, so they're not a repeat patient, but when they first come to you, what percentage of patients like her had basically tried to solve their problem in the mainstream medical system first, and then when that failed, came to see you as a naturopathic doctor?
Yeah. When I first started practice, it was probably 50-50, 60-40, like 60% had tried, 50 to 60% had tried a medical approach, and we're now looking for another option. And then over the years, that sort of shifted to more of a, 40% had tried a medical, treatment or approach, and we're looking for another option. So it shifted as, I guess, awareness of health products increased, and at the same time, increasing awareness of the potential impacts of sometimes conventional medical treatment.
Interesting. And I appreciate that because you've, given the example of the 10-year-old girl, and you've actually, explained fight and flight in that, sometimes part of the treatment is, emotional or lifestyle changes, and there's dietary changes because of our food. Are, what we call natural health products or nutritional supplements, are they significant to helping patients when you're a naturopathic doctor?
They are. I mean, they're predominantly what we use, right? That the body is remarkably effective at healing itself if we just get the obstacles out of the way. And on a very basic level, the body really needs oxygen, water, nutrients, and as part of the food and water, air, electrons, which I won't get into, but if you give the body those and the environment is otherwise clear of challenges, the body can do really well, amazing things on its own. But when you start to put too much of a load or decrease the nutritional content or increase the nutritional need of the body, or challenge the normal recuperative pathways of the body's normal pathways of healing and health, that's when you get into chronic issues, things that don't resolve, but that just either stay the same or just progressively get worse over time. And that's not really a good quality of life, typically long term.
Right. So, but I'm trying to find out if having access to natural health products are important. Like if there would be a health consequence, because we're as you're aware, Health Canada periodically and currently is trying to take steps that really actually threaten healing traditions like naturopathic doctors being able to continue to use products that they rely on. Would there be health consequences if we were to lose access to products that you use to help people?
Yes. And I can say that, well, one, because of just that's what the community, the health profession uses, naturopathic doctors among others. But also there are people that, I've seen patients, they come to me and some will say, yeah, these are the medications I'm on. Others will say, yeah, these are the supplements I'm on. This is why I'm taking them. This is how they've helped me. So not only have I seen how some of the recommendations I can make can help people, but what they've already done for themselves has helped them, right? And so, yeah, I do feel there'd be a great loss, not only in the ability of people to sort of improve their quality of life and their health, but if you take that away, that's going to put a larger burden on the health system, which is already in a fairly compromised state. So that is concerning, right? People, Hippocrates said, food is thy medicine, or let food be thy medicine, right? That goes back a ways, and that's always been the case. Humans evolved and got to the stage where we are now because we were able to care for ourselves and we used the food and the medicines available in the natural world. And still do without actually realizing it. I feel it'd have a big impact on people's health and the proper administration of healthcare.
So I'm just wondering if I can push this further. So if naturopathic doctors lost access to natural remedies that they use, would some Canadians basically be disabled that otherwise, could be healthy?
Well, yeah, I mean, those people would end up in the medical system, the allopathic medical system, right? So those people who were getting help would no longer have it, or would no longer have their symptoms addressed or minimized, and they'd go elsewhere, and that's going to be the medical system. When people approach right now natural health products and self-care products, that's out of their own pocket. It's not the government paying for it. They pay for it themselves because that's a priority. They see it as not only important, but obviously effective if they keep spending money on it. And so losing it rids that sort of agency for people over their own healthcare and puts a much greater demand on the current system, which is not meeting demand. So it's not an optimal situation at all. You know, actually, it's quite compromising to everybody. And if anything, there should be greater access to those things. If the government were really concerned about the welfare of its society, particularly with relation to health, they would look to put legislation in that would improve the quality of the food that we get, that would improve access to natural products and self-care, and allow people to make those reasonable, rational decisions for themselves. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, I think so. And I get that I ask a question. I don't know what the answer is going to be. It's just I have the impression, and not just from interviewing you, Dr. Arata, but other practitioners, that some people come into their office like this nurse who's totally disabled. The medical system, the mainstream system, despite its best efforts, has not been able to solve the problem. Like you're describing this lady that can't eat. She's like, she can't hold a pen, she can't hold a cup, she can't hold a fork. And yet, using chelation and other treatments, she's able to return to full health. And I expect you've seen that time and time and time again, where the only thing that worked for them were naturopathic treatments, where they would be totally disabled without them. And in many cases, those treatments would be natural health products. Am I right about that?
That's right. Yeah. And it's not for lack of effort or desire on the medical side at all. It's just that when you deprive the body of what it needs, it can only go so far as recovering fully from symptoms and ill health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm about to ask you, kind of the final question, and you already know what that is, and I don't know what your answer is going to be. But is there anything else that comes to mind that, you think it's important to share with us, be that, another patient that comes to mind, or just something about the practice of naturopathic medicine, or something altogether different?
Yeah. So my particular perspective, and I was planning to go into allopathic medicine. That was my life's path. I'd written my MCAT, I'd done what I need to do. It's just somehow when I was, in my bachelor's of being educated, some parts just weren't making sense. So when it comes to what I've realized then is in that time that people need natural health products and quality food to maintain health. We want to get away from a sick care system and actually allow our healthcare dollars to function optimally, which is a large line item in both the provincial budget and what's available federally. Natural health products and certain healthcare products need to be made available to people. A lot of people inherently know that that's what's best of them and for their body, which is why they pursue it. And it's such a large and growing industry. And the other part of that is when it comes to, let's say, concerns around the safety of healthcare products. Humans have been using natural health products, herbal products related ever since we've been around. And of late, with the commercialization of it, there have actually been very few significant concerns related to the use of those products. When you look at products that have been either labeled correctly, as they should have been by like regulation, and used properly, right? Outside of that, when you look at sort of, you know, what's known as polypharmacy or iatrogenic effects. So polypharmacy is people on multiple pharmaceutical medications, and iatrogenic is basically hospital-caused or physician-caused issues. Those are a remarkable contributor to hospital admissions and clinic admissions, which has a significant dollar amount associated with those.
Can I just, you know, participate in what you're saying? So you're basically saying, look at chemical pharmaceuticals, so the synthetic drugs taken as prescribed, and medical errors or treatments by, you know, doctors and hospitals are a contributing cause of hospitalizations. And my understanding is even one of the leading causes of death in every Western nation are chemical drugs taken as directed.
Yeah, the statistics bear that out.
Yeah, and so you're contrasting that, saying, well, but these natural remedies we've been taking for as long as we've been around, like you're hard pressed to find a significant adverse reaction. I mean, they're so safe in comparison.
So safe. I mean, one of the big, for examples, you know, one of the big, at least when it comes to cancer support, one of the big concerns was the use of high dose vitamin C. You know, people said, it was said in the literature in the medical community that if you use high dose vitamin C, anything over 5-6 grams, you're going to get kidney stones and kidney problems and other issues arising. And that has never borne out in the literature in amounts given IV upwards of 100 grams. Not that I'm suggesting that for everybody, but that's just one example of the safety threshold for natural products is remarkably high. That is, the amount you have to take to do any sort of potential harm to the body is typically vastly greater than any amount anybody would actually ingest, even if they were to down a whole bottle. Again, not that I'm espousing that, and I'm not trying to be fantastical, but the safety profile of these products is remarkably high. It's so good. Yeah, every now and then you're going to get a batch, for example, that was mislabeled, or some company that's producing, you know, poor quality stuff. Yeah, that's commercialization, right? People want to make a buck and it's not right, or always right. But if you label it properly and you follow regulations, you know what? They're very safe and can be quite effective and help sort of. Anyways, go ahead.
Well, I just, you know, you're talking about that, and I know that too, because I've been in kind of the regulation of drugs for my legal career of 30 years. Dr. Rada, what frustrates me and why I was asking you the question, you know, would literally losing these products lead to disability, is, you know, Health Canada will go risk, and I've always viewed it as a paper tiger, because it's just, there's peanut butter is more dangerous than all of the natural health products on the market, because peanut butter demonstrably causes a number of deaths each year in Canada, but we're hard pressed to, I've never seen a credible case of a death caused by a natural health product in Canada. And it doesn't mean that there aren't any, but it means they're so few and far between that we can't even see the safety signal. And you know, lightning kills a number of us each year. Like, so the whole industry is safer than lightning. And the last time I saw a risk analysis, like lightning is 14 times more dangerous, and we're 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than killed by a natural health product. And that risk analysis person had to use statistics from other country, because it was Professor Ron Law from New Zealand couldn't find a death in Canada documented by an NHP at the time. So we've got all this risk that isn't there, but Health Canada never looks into the benefits.
That's right.
And if we want, like, so let's say there are risks. Well, okay, let's realistically address what they are. But to get good health outcomes, we also have to look at the benefits. If we just say we're going to regulate the risk away, we actually create risks if there's a whole bunch of benefits and we take the benefits away. That's the real risk. That's what frustrates me. The real pressing risk, and why I was asking you, is there a risk of taking the products away? The real pressing risk is taking away the benefits because they're just so pronounced and so life-changing. And yet, because we refuse to look at the benefits, it's illegal to share. It's illegal for you as a doctor, because you're not practicing anymore, by the way. So Health Canada and college, you can't go after Dr. Retta. But, you know, I defend people that health for 30 years, you know, half my legal practice has been running interference when Health Canada is attacking primarily manufacturers, but also practitioners. I would be hard pressed to find a single case where the real issue was that the person, you know, was sharing truthful health information of benefit. So it's illegal to talk about these benefits. We have to hide the benefits so that we can't actually arrive at what's going to be the best health outcomes when we regulate.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we keep looking at, you know, the safety of a product and protecting the public from a product. What about the benefits? And the benefits typically will greatly outweigh any risk attributed to it. What about the benefits people get from having symptom relief, from not accessing the healthcare system? I mean, from improving their quality of life over, like you alluded to, you know, imagined or minuscule, if at all, existent risk. It's it's an imbalanced discussion and appraisal.
And just to put this in context for the people watching, so Dr. Rata, you've been highly trained in these natural products. I mean, you're not going to provide them if they provide a risk, because you're trying to get good health outcomes. And you've used them for 29 years of practice, and you haven't seen the risks. So, I mean, you're really speaking as an expert with experience. Wait a second, I see benefits. I have to assess any risks in my practice, and they're just really not there.
No, I mean, if we were using products that were risky, if I was using products that were risky or had been, I wouldn't have a practice, right? Bad review is much stronger than a good review. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, and I feel personally very misguided. Yeah, there's more we could say about that. It is unfortunate that this is even actually an issue. If anything, we should focus a stronger light on the pharmaceutical approach and approval process if we're concerned about safety for the population.
It is a double standard, isn't it?
It's clearly a double standard. Yeah.
Right.
And not to say pharmaceuticals aren't useful and have their place. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is it's an unlevel playing field.
So, Dr. Rada, my final question to you is what is your message to Ottawa?
My message would be repeal sort of Division 31 and allow natural health products and self-care products for people, and consider enacting or adopting something like the Health Charter of Freedoms. I mean, it seems odd that we even have to say that. I mean, there's been nothing to prove or show that further regulation and diminishment of natural health products in the Canadian marketplace is necessary. Yet here we are discussing it. So I'd like to, people of Canada, and if you're out there for the true benefit of the citizens you serve, you make the proper choice and repeal that section of Bill C-5.
Well, Dr. Rada, I sincerely appreciate you coming and sharing with us. And I have to say, I've been fascinated by the conversation. especially your explanation on how emotional states, you know, there's a real physical, you know, basis. And I know there's more to it. I'm just saying I really appreciated that part of the conversation. And I also appreciated, you know, when you were discussing, you know, the 5-year-old boy with leukemia, just because I could see that it impacted you personally and that you have a passion for helping people. So it's just been a pleasure. And I think I speak for those that watch this, just to get to know you better as a healer. So on behalf of the Health Show, I just, again, sincerely thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope it helps.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Gail West. Gail, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you so much for having me, Sean. This is exciting, and all the work that you're doing.
Well, we're excited actually to hear your story. So
Okay.
I can tell you that as we've been interviewing people, we've been absolutely blown away. There's something about hearing people just share their stories for the rest of us to hear. I mean, I think we're naturally storytellers and we like to hear stories. And it's so important. It's so important for others to understand that there's hope if they're still suffering. And your story is very compelling. Like, there was a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just make you a little bigger on the screen. So do you want to just kind of maybe start when you were a kid, because you had a lot of trouble at the beginning and that led to trouble later on. So do you want to share your story?
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, as a kid, you know, I started having a lot of health issues, probably around 7 years old. And, you know, you go to the doctors and it was issues with bladder. And so a lot of infections all the time and antibiotics. So I would be put on courses of antibiotics for 3 months at a time. And then they decided that they were going to do some different procedures to try and alleviate the problem, you know, to get to the root of it. And so I'd go and stay in the hospital for a week at a time. And, you know, that was a long, long time ago. I'm 63
So
now.
how old are
Yeah.
you when this is happening, Gail?
About 7 years old.
Oh, that had to be quite traumatic.
Yeah. And, you know, I was just saying to my daughter that, you know, back then, as I'm 63 now, you were dropped off at the hospital door by your parents, and that was protocol. And you were hospitalized for however long it took. So there wasn't phone calls, there wasn't, you know, daily visits from your parents. And so you were, you had other people that were on that floor, you know, that, but again, as a kid, you go to your room and that's where you stay and you go in and out of these procedures. And then when it was time to come home, your parents picked you up at the door, and it was just crazy because you know, certainly you weren't asking any questions. You just simply did whatever, you know, you were told, of course, and then you went in and out of the procedures. So yeah, it was crazy. And that was probably done about 4 times.
What exactly was the sicknesses that you were experiencing when you were so young? Because 3 months
So
on antibiotics is the example you gave. That's a long time
right.
to be on
So
antibiotics.
yeah, I would go on them for a little while and then it didn't work. So really my bladder just wouldn't drain properly. So therefore, whatever didn't drain backed up and infections, you know, were just there. So it was a repetitive deal. And so they just said, okay, let's go in and see if we can stretch those tubes. So they would go in and insert like a hard plastic tube at the beginning of my hospital stay. And then before I left, they would remove it and to see if that had stretched it enough. And then we would go again and try and get through all the different antibiotics and that kind of stuff to see if it actually worked. And at the end of this, I think it was around 4 times that I was in there. They put the tube in and they ended up leaving it there. So that stayed. And I'm going to say the 4 visits took place over the course of probably 2 years. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
now that set you up for other problems. Do you want to share with us that?
Yeah. So all throughout my teens, it was antibiotic on top of antibiotic, and we would double up on them. And then when I was probably about 19 years old, I found that I was just constantly sick. If I ate, it left my body within about 10 minutes. And back into the doctors, and then they said that I had Crohn's disease. So protocol for that after steroids and different things, but no nutrition education at all. Then they suggested a surgery because the part of my intestine that was damaged, or actually how it shows up on scans or screens, is it's blackened. And it's like it just, food hits that part of your intestine, it stops, and your body gets rid of it because it just cannot get the value out of it. So they feel if they went in and removed that piece, put it back together, it would be good to go. But that's not how that works. So I remember going in and having the surgery, and I was in the hospital for a week, and I was sedated 24/7 after having it done, just so that I stayed still. And yeah, and then
So this is actually a bowel resection in a way. So they take out part of your intestine, and then sew what's remaining back together.
Right.
And you're in the hospital a week, sedated, basically 24 hours a day, because they don't want you moving.
Right.
Can we just back up a little bit?
Yeah.
Because some people don't understand what Crohn's is and really what it's like to live with. But it's very painful, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It has such a domino effect on your body. The longer you have it, of course, more symptoms show up. But initially in the onset, it is instant. You eat, and no matter what it is, and it has to leave your body that quick.
Meaning diarrhea, like
Diarrhea.
You pay attention to exactly where each bathroom is. You're not going
or
to
you don't
get in the
go.
car and drive across town because you're not going to make it.
Right. And I guess if you want to find the silver lining in that is that you don't have to wait very long. It's going to happen right now. And so you eat at home, which is what I did. Then, okay, we get rid of that food. So you're getting no value from that food at all. It's gone. And meanwhile, your body just starts to, weird itself out in all other areas as well. You don't have the nutrition there. So, yeah, it's painful. You go on steroids, which is what they put me on for a while, which then so during all this too, I had lost so much weight. Like I probably was down 45 pounds, and which left me very thin. And
You're
then
a young woman at this time when they have the surgery. How old are you?
I'm 63 now. I had it when I was 22.
Okay, so you're a young woman. You're basically disabled at 22.
Yes. Yeah. And at the time, I had my third child by the time I was 23. And so, you know, all that stuff happening in there as well. And you've got to look after, you know, kids, work a job. And, you know, at the time, you just don't realize how much you've worn your body down. It is, you're going on fumes all the time. So, yeah, it's a rough way to go, but it becomes the new normal, you know, and you try another drug. And at the time, I didn't know anything about alternative medicine or any other options. And so it's another prescription and more antibiotics. And so all you're doing is, okay, if you're lethargic, let's try and bring that up. So a steroid's going to do several other things for you. But then there's all the other side effects to that. So one day I just woke up and went, what am I doing all this for? This is crazy. It's putting me backwards and I can't afford that anymore. So, yeah.
So how, because my understanding is at some point you moved to the United States and that's when things start to change. When did you move to the United States?
I've been here now for 36 years.
Okay, so
Yeah.
36 years ago, you moved to the United States.
Yeah.
You're doing everything the medical doctors are telling you to do.
Right, right. But
And
still no nutrition training, you know?
but you're doing everything the medical doctors are telling you
Yes,
to do.
yes, for
Right?
sure. Yeah,
But
for
tell
sure.
me why it's annoying you that there was no nutrition training.
Well, because that's key. That's absolutely, that's foundational. Without that, you have nothing. And so I went from constantly sick, like you didn't think you could go and
Well,
go to the
let's not
bathroom
get there
anymore.
yet. I
Yeah.
wanna people to understand when you move to the States and it continues, right? Like
Yeah.
chronic diarrhea, chronic malnourishment because everything's leaving you. What did you look like physically?
Dark under the eyes. I just looked at some pictures the other day and I was so dark under the eyes. I mean, my face was so hollowed out. I really looked very anorexic.
What about your stomach?
At the time, it was over time, it starts to just get bigger. Because again, everything happens in the stomach, for the better, for the worse. And so initially, I mean, you know, the old saying, you could spit through her, that was it. I was that thin. And then over time, your body starts to flip and say, I just can't anymore. So then the weight started to come on, the inflammation, and my stomach was out, at least looking like I was about 6 months pregnant.
Okay, so you're skinny as a rail because you're malnourished, but you've got the distended stomach that actually comes with chronic malnourishment.
Right, right.
Like when you watch age videos in Africa and stuff like that, these people that are clearly dying of hunger, but they have extended stomachs. That's you.
Yes, yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay. So
Yep.
you're in starvation because you can't keep food down, despite
Right.
doing everything the medical doctors are telling you to do, including taking steroids.
Right, right. The steroids was just such a volatile way to go when my body was already so degraded. When I took the steroids, I honestly didn't know what hit me. I thought this absolutely can't happen. You know, it was crazy how ill they made me.
Okay. How were you doing emotionally and spiritually at the time?
There was nothing spiritually. Let's just go with that. This was about existing. This was about getting up in the morning, doing what I absolutely had to do, and trying to function. But you're not leading a full life. It's not like you have a social life, you know, it's not like you're looking to climb up the ladder, if you're in a corporate position. None of that. This is about existing. And it's one of those things where you just don't realize how ill you have become, because it's gone on for so long that what does a normal life even look like anymore? So, yeah.
Right. And the medical doctors have no solution.
No, there was nothing else, Sean. When I went back to them and said, okay, we did the surgery, the drugs, the rest of it. Okay, what's my next plan? And I honestly thought I was going to get an answer. And they had nothing. I mean, I was in seeing specialists. This was in Winnipeg. This was when I moved to Minnesota. There was nothing there for me. So yeah,
Okay.
you then are on your own.
So when you came across a chiropractor, can you tell us about that journey?
So a dear friend of mine in Minnesota was going through cancer treatments, and he also had the foresight to look for an alternative doctor. And this is a doctor that's in Minnesota that I have seen probably now for 34 years. And he is the first doctor that spoke to me about nutrition. And so I remember him sitting down and as chiropractic kinesiologist, and he drew diagrams and he said, okay, so this is what's happening to you. And this is what we're going to do to calm it all down. To him, it was just another day in the office. It was common knowledge to him.
What was that like as the person who was being told there was no answer with the medical community to actually sit down with then this chiropractor doctor who, as you're saying, it's another day in the office. Oh yeah, okay, here's what's wrong and here's how we solve it. Like, how are you processing this? Because it had to be an interesting mental experience.
I honestly, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I trusted my friend that sent me there. The doctor seemed great. He had an answer, but I'm still sitting there thinking, okay, I guess this is just what I'll try next. But I did not comprehend how critical it was to get the nutrition and to find out how to take the layers of this illness away.
Okay, so tell us what he had you do and what happened with this.
Yeah. So he tested my body and then he said, okay, so there'll be no more gluten, yeast, dairy, or sugar. There, that's what we're doing. And so now you're just going to look at a label. So really what that meant, to keep it simple, was you're going to go and get some organic meat, not processed. You're going to eat some actual whole fruit. Yeah, you're going to basics with your food, which was music to my ears because it just doesn't get any simpler than that. And then to support my body while I was healing, there was he has very, I'll say, high-end, meaning incredible supplements that he uses, and as well as a protein shake that it's a medical shake actually, and it comes in and detoxes but allows your body to get back up. So it's something that it can digest. It doesn't have to work to digest. And
right,
that's how we started.
That was the theme with him at the beginning, is you need nutrition without your body having to work at it. So it had to be fluid and very easy to absorb.
Yes. Yeah. And I would say by the end of that first week of following his protocol, I already knew that I was going to make it. And to be honest, I was so young at the time, so much going on in my life. I didn't realize how devastating, if you keep Crohn's in your life, how devastating that is to you in the long term. I mean, it's not a real good ending. And so it was really by the grace of God that I was led into Dr. Nash's office and got this incredible care. And once you allow your body, and I have never forgotten it, Sean, you allow your body to get back up, take away the stuff that it doesn't need, and give it something it can understand and use, it heals itself.
Okay, so slowly, your bowel settles down so you're not having to run to the bathroom every time you eat.
Right, right. Which I hadn't remembered how long that had been. And that's exactly what happened. All of a sudden, and it really maybe was within probably 2 or 3 weeks of this, where all of a sudden my stomach started to go down. I was processing the food properly, and I wasn't running to the bathroom. And it was, yeah, it was like the heavens opened up. Yeah.
Okay, because now you're not chronically malnourished either, right? Your body's getting
Yeah.
nutrition. What was that like? Because I imagine you started feeling different in every way, like physically and emotionally and spiritually.
Yeah. And it took a bit for me to get up and start opening my eyes up, to really the whole picture or the possibilities. Because after being sick for so long, you kind of wait for the bottom to fall out of of what you're doing. And when I saw that wasn't the case, and my body had quit wanting anything that didn't serve me, you think, okay, how am I going to cut out gluten, yeast, dairy, sugar? Very easily. I mean, it all of a sudden your body just doesn't want it anymore. And then you pick yourself back up. Then I was able to start living a life again where cycle.
Can you you froze for a
There we
second.
go.
Can you just repeat that?
Yep. Then I was able to get up and start riding a motorcycle and taking trips, attending my kids' school trips that they had. And yeah, starting to live a life again. And honestly, when I got going on that path, Sean, I no longer had Crohn's. I mean, we think that we have that diagnosis for life. No, we don't. Our intestines will heal themselves. And that's the power of the natural medicine.
Which really is just nutrition, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
When you were starting to talk about what you could do, it kind of drove home how your life had shrunk, because one of them was you could go on field trips with your kids. So here you're a mother of 3 kids, little kids,
Right.
and you're not able to participate in school field trips. You're not able to go and do activities. You can't go on a motorcycle ride, stuff like that, because you're too sick.
Yeah. And you don't have the strength for it. I mean, there's the bathroom issue, but you don't have the strength for it. You are simply doing what you need to get by. And then as my body healed, my life opened up. And then it just the social things started to come into view. Then I grew my business. Then I was with my kids and more present. Then we traveled. It was night and day difference. Could get teary-eyed just thinking about, you kind of forget, but how life changed.
It's okay if you do. But it's just interesting, Gail. One of the things that's becoming so clear as we interview people for the show is that, and it's almost revolutionary, although we all know it, but the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, it's as simple as that. And we even know which ones. Like, there's some major ones there that we know, and we even know the ratios we need and all of this. And listen, people, and disagree with me. If the human body doesn't get what it needs to be healthy, it's not healthy. That means it's unhealthy. Like, we think it's rocket science, and yet we're in this world where our regulatory body, Health Canada, is basically guaranteed that we cannot get what we need from our food.
Right.
I mean, it's basically guaranteed. And you're here telling us that really you came from incredible sickness just with nutrition.
Right. It was solely nutrition. It was solely nutrition. And again, when it came to a shake or a supplement, it was all balanced to give my body what it needed without working for it, which is the leg up that your body needs when it's been down for so long. And, the effects of all the prescriptions I'd been on for so many years. And it takes such a toll. And I thought at the time that if I just pulled up to the pharmacy, this little yellow bottle was going to take care of it. And whew, the problems were going to be over. And it's just not the case. And I'm not trying to say that that they don't have a place, but when we need to really take care of something, let's get to the root of it. And nutrition is it.
Yeah, like you suffered for 16 years with Crohn's.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like you can't ever get that back. And it was, what you're describing sounds just horrific.
And you end up with more than Crohn's, Sean, because I don't remember a time prior to going to Dr. Nash when I didn't have some level of infection somewhere in my body at any given time. Your body's remarkable, but it does get tired. It can't take that beating all the time. And prescriptions, just in my case, knocked me down quickly. And I didn't know how to get back up.
Okay, so when you're 16 years with Crohn's, it's like before Crohn's, you're suffering from infection after infection after infection. So what happened with the status of your infections after you started eating properly?
They were non-existent. There was no need for that, because when my body started to get what it needed again, my immune system popped back up. And my blood became cleaner. My cells became cleaner. I detoxed. I mean, you just inadvertently detox when you're eating good food. And, in my case, I was blessed to be under great care where, he was watching things happening and he would go, okay, so here's our next move. But the base stayed the same. Nutrition was it. I did not veer off from the dietary requirements. And that was
so
mainstay.
You ate properly and you took supplements, which, you're in the US, they're called dietary supplements, but really it's just natural health products like vitamins and minerals, protein shakes, just supplementing the food to make sure you got everything your body needed. And you became healthy.
Yeah. It was amazing because, again, I thought once you've had Crohn's, you've always got it. And I will say that that's not the case. You can, if the piece of disease is your intestine, and we have cleaned that up, and I've gone in for scans, to keep my insurance here. I've gone for scans, and they can see where the bowel has been, where it was sewn together, but there isn't disease there anymore. I mean, I've seen it on a scan. It's gone. And that's the game changer when you know how you feel and you know how your life is operating. But I needed to go into the hospital 2 years ago for something totally unrelated. And they said, you know what, you haven't had this or this test for a while. And it was something that was non-invasive. And the gastroenterologist came in to see me after. And he said, you know what? I mean, we saw the dissection, but someone your age is as healthy as you are. Typically, we are seeing people your age in a wheelchair and with a colostomy bag and on a lot of prescriptions.
Who were on Crohn's and just followed the mainstream medical system.
Right. That is the path.
So your path was wheelchair and colostomy bag and being sick. But
and
for the last 33 years, you haven't been sick.
No. Many prescriptions. I mean, you need to be on stuff for pain at that point. Some form of antibiotic, some form of steroid. That's your life path.
And are you on any prescriptions right now?
No, not a thing. No, there's no need. Again, I'm not telling you I live this perfectly clean life, but it's pretty dang clean. And again, the longer, after a year, they say your body has reset. you can have the odd slip, but I'll do something like a non-GMO wheat where I'll make my own sourdough bread and have some of that. But it's not gluten at that point, so yeah, there is a way to heal. And that is a message that I want everybody to hear out there. There
Okay,
is
we'll
a way.
give that message. So for people with Crohn's
Yeah.
or, some other condition that they feel that they're trapped, like you had shared with us, basically you had gone back to the doctor saying, okay, I've tried this, what's next? And they'd run out of tools to use.
Right.
So basically you were going to be locked in this chronic illness for the rest of your life, which would progress and become worse.
Yes, as well as what tends to happen is you end up with other things, diabetes, etc. Again, your body starts misfiring. It doesn't just stop there. And so my message is, people, just let's go back to basics. And if we think it takes too much time, it's too expensive, whatever our thought, whatever we think is true, just go back to some basics, some meat and potatoes, and cut out the extra stuff. Your body will let it go, and allow your body to start healing. And we can find somebody that can help direct us through this as well. It's been a game changer in my life, obviously, but yeah, to hear the medical field say, you know what, you would have been in a very different place right now. And I know that. I will say, Sean, I have lived a very full life. I scuba dive, I ride motorcycles, I travel. There's nothing that I don't do. And
You
that
participate in your kids' life and your family's life.
Totally. My daughter and I are out paddleboarding. We have our e-bikes. I go to fall festivals with the grandchildren. Um, Absolutely everybody can have this. This is not just my story, but we just don't. And I just get chills when I think about it. It leads, and you asked initially, Sean, about where was I at spiritually wise. There was nothing there. And over time, as I came back to life, I became more intuitive. I was sitting in church one Sunday and I just said, God, okay, I should be happier than I am. I've got a pretty nice life, but I should be happier. And I will now surrender to you. And I will do what you want me to do. I know I'm meant to serve in some way. I'm not a patient person. I run at 100 miles an hour all times, but I will stop and listen. And a friend had invited me over to come and paint, watercolor painting. And I did it. Certainly, I didn't think that was my strength. And my very first painting, Sean, I titled it Fall in Manitoba. That's where I grew up, around Lundar, Oak Point area. And people liked it. I sat down to do a second painting, probably a year later. And I said to God, I don't want to be a one-hit wonder. I want to paint some more. And he gave me a prayer. I mean, I was just told then, I ask him for his breath before I start any piece. And I ask him to take me out of the equation. I want the viewer to see and feel what they see and feel in it, not my interpretation of something. And that's my belief is that's what happens when the density leaves your body, when you come back to life again, when you take ownership and say, I'm going to figure this out. And how do we figure something out? At least my brain works better when I start. What's the very simple basic level here? What's the core problem? And my body moved from this dense, for lack of better words, it was darkness. It was sheer darkness and heavy. And when my body moved out of it and I realized that I was out of it, then you start to ask different questions of yourself and of God in my case. And I was a churchgoer, but that's about as far as it went too. And that's when, you know, he was able to seep into my life. And for many years since, I think I've painted now for 9, it's the only place in my life that I really don't judge myself. And you can tell that it's spiritually led. And yeah, I probably have painted, you know, over 90 pieces in the 9 years. And yeah, it's, they are divinely led. And so that's especially the part of the story that I could cry over, because my life was on a very, very different path. And I encourage people to step outside of what you're told. And there is a better way to do it. And you don't have to pick exactly my path, but ask yourself what sits right with you. You know, the spirit is within all of us, whether we recognize it or not. And we will be told what to do. And, you know, at the time, I certainly didn't know to ask. And, but you do, you know, you call it the gut feeling, or, you know, it just seems to sit right with me. Follow that, everybody. Yeah, it'll take you places different than where you're sitting now.
Well, Deb, you know, we had a pre-interview, and in fact, and you know, I was excited because you were saying, listen, I want to let people know they're worth it, right? Like, because you just get in this, you described it just now as a density, like literally you said you felt you were in darkness. So you're in survival mode. Your body's in survival mode. You're just have enough to do what it takes to get throughout the day. And that's a place of darkness. But you actually describe it as density, like literally, like there is something pressing down on you.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really view yourself within yourself, to be honest. You are so busy living life outside of yourself to get yourself from A to B and get up and do it again, that you don't get to live within yourself. And that's where I felt the density, the yeah, when you've been in it so long, you don't know. You know, I liken it to the frog in the pot, and that pot gets warmer and warmer, and then the frog can't get out. Well, I was in it for so long, and I was blessed, you know, to be honest. When I moved to the US, to have my friends step in front of me and say, hey, I'm going to go and see this guy. And I thought, you know what? I trust Dean. I know that I've got nothing to lose here. And I want to save my own life. That's what it comes down to.
Can I just follow up on something you said earlier? Because you said you were in church, but you're realizing you're not as happy as you should be. Like, because you're now physically well, things are going well in your life, but you're not, there's something inside that's wrong. And you said, okay, so I said I would surrender. What's important about that, and what happened? I just want to make sure that I understand what you're describing there.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, when you just, you know, you can say things to God that you don't to other people. And I was in a great place, sitting in a place that I was safe. And I just knew that I was meant for more, but I didn't know what it was. And, you know, you hit a certain age and you think, gosh, I'm still looking for what I'm meant to do. And I don't feel like I've hit it yet. And that's again when the Holy Spirit just came within and softened me enough to say, I surrender. That's not typically anything you'd hear come out of my mouth if I was living on the outside of myself. And so I just said, I surrender. I will not look to the left or the right. I will do whatever you tell me to do. I can, it's like it happened yesterday. And this feeling came in me, and it settled in my stomach. And it wasn't something that was harsh or sad or alarming, but I knew when I said it that I just made a huge commitment. And I just said, I'll pay attention. And it took about a year after that when my husband was very ill, and I was just very leveled, and my friend said, come on and paint. That was the beginning. And, you know, I find that God will take us out of our comfort zone. You know, I did not think of myself as an artist at all, had never attempted it, didn't take an art class. That's where he comes in. And that's when I needed to surrender. You know, artists are pretty hard on themselves. They don't want to show a lot of their work. They won't sell a lot of it. They do it and I got to do more on it. God blessed me by not having any of that as part of my journey.
And again, I want to make sure that we all understand. So when you sit down to do a painting, as I understand it, you basically surrender each time you do a painting. That's what you're talking about, is just letting go and letting the Holy Spirit paint through you. And how do people react to those paintings?
You know, one that comes to mind, Sean, is a realtor had approached me and said, can you paint something for a client who just happens to be my cousin? She lost her husband in a car accident, and she was needing to sell her home, 2 small girls. And again, God blessed me in knowing where the boundaries are. And I'll say to people, and that's all you can say to me, you can't say anything more. And because I want him to come through and show me every time what it is that's meant, in this case, for this client, this gal who had lost her husband. And I went home, and we needed the painting within about a month, and I left it alone. Again, it's this process of trusting for me, turning over 100% to God and knowing he'll give it to me when he gives it to me. Sometimes it's in a dream, sometimes when I sit down, sometimes not until I'm in the actual painting. But the prayer is said every time, I ask you for your breath. Take me out of this equation. I know nothing about this. So I painted for her, and it was mountains. And there was, I get the title for the paintings within 15 minutes of starting. I never, ever go away from the title he gives me. And this one was titled, I Will Meet You in the Valley. And I put that title on as soon as I'm done with the artwork, and I gave it to her. I was blessed this time to be able to give it directly to the gal versus the client. And I'd never met her before. And she looked at me after looking at the painting, and she read the title, and she said, do you know where I live? And I said, no, I don't. And she said, I live in the St. Croix Valley. So this was a message coming through from her husband saying, I will meet you in the valley, and God as well. And that's how profound it is when we, when we free ourselves up, when we become light and live true to who we are, not to who a doctor says we are, or a diagnosis, or our family. It is about what is right for me, and that is a long journey. I'll speak for myself. It was a long journey for me, but so worth every bit of it. When I sit down to paint, I liken it to a kid thinking about Christmas morning and what did Santa Claus bring. That's what this is like for me, because I never know what it is that I'm going to open up. I don't know who it's going to sit right with. I don't know. And there's times I have some big clients, you know, I painted for a tribe in Seldovia, Alaska for their clinics. And, you know, you, as a human, you hope they love it. And every time I'm reminded, that's not your business. You're going to sit down and you're going to follow the process. And that is it. And you let it go and you wrap it up. In this case, I was blessed enough to be able to fly it to the clinic for the opening. That's not my business. It is, I asked to be taken out of the equation. That's where I stay.
That's interesting. So that's your continuing surrender.
Right.
He's led you to paint, so that you surrender and he paints through you.
Yes.
How does that feel? Like,
It's jaw dropping. It's humbling. Um, it 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 never it never goes unnoticed by me. I don't take it for granted, because, you know, again, I'm blessed to not have the trappings of maybe being trained as an artist or great at drawing or none of that. None of that's my story. And so I am always, always, I still am able when somebody looks at a piece that they go, gosh, I see this, or how did you get this in there? I am totally oblivious to it. I don't see, there's people that have seen Jesus in my work, though it was for a Christian women's group that I painted for, but I still don't see him in there. And one after another look at it and they say, how do you not see that in there? I still can't see it. So I'm blessed to not be able to see a lot. And it's about the feeling. It's about the feeling that people come away with.
what's been the, because this is a health show, and we've had practitioner after practitioner after practitioner saying, "Oh, you went dark there for a second, Gail. Is
There
your
we go.
camera there?
Sorry.
Okay. It's okay to have the technical problems, I think, are part of the charm. But the we've had practitioner after practitioner after practitioner saying we're not just physical beings.
Right.
We're emotional. And I was actually shocked by, we had, a naturopath, Erica Ratty, sharing how, oh yeah, no, I knew this condition was emotional. And I'm actually thinking I'm not seeing it. So I had to follow up. And I can tell you after the interview, I saw it.
Yeah.
But also stressing how important our spiritual life is, that we're this complete person. How has that affected your other aspects, your emotional and your physical?
I'm just going to say that I have stopped judging on a lot of fronts. There's so much to each person that stands in front of us and around us, whether we believe what they believe, we behave or eat what it becomes irrelevant. We are all very complex people, but at the same time, we are energy, and my business is to keep my energy as clean as possible. And again, I'm a human being, which means it doesn't stay clean near as much as I would like it to. But that the more we practice it, the more we become mindful of having it so that we are not trying to push something down somebody's throat, but instead open their mind to knowing that maybe there is something here for them as well, whether it be our nutrition, our spirituality, whatever. How are we behaving? What's our energy like? And what are we giving back out to the world? How is our light? My light is not just meant for me. That is meant for everyone to experience that cares to experience it. It may not be today, whether it be my artwork, the dinner I cook for somebody. I've been able now to take myself out of a lot of those equations as well. If I want to do it, I'm doing it. And the ones who step to the table or enjoy it, there's the gift.
Gail, just just to help focus this again. So, so we're this whole picture, and I think what you're saying is your experience has been that actually the surrendering has been, key to kind of your overall well-being, and it's about giving back as part of it.
Yeah, very much so. Very
Okay.
much so. Yeah. Yeah, we can think that we don't have time to give back or whatever. Well, if we hold that certain energy, yes, we're giving back all the time. And it's about lightening our load. so that we can live, because that is what I get caught up in things day to day like everybody else, whether the technology works right or not. Am I going to say things the right way? All that kind of stuff. But it is about, is my heart here to serve? God knows my heart. And therefore, I can put it out there better than if I was doing this, trying to do this life on my own. Yeah.
And then as far as your physical journey went, you were kind of clearer. Like, you know, part of the problem when you're chronically sick, when it's all you can do to just survive from day to day, is you don't have the capacity to be spiritual, really, and you don't have the capacity to be, you know, emotionally well.
No, I would say that if you don't, for myself, if I would have had a very spiritual, the spiritual ties, the knowing, I would have maybe had a fighting chance. But when I didn't, and this is, you know, I was sick from a very young age. You're only going to know what you know at that age. And you just, yeah, I mean, you start adding prescriptions in and hospital stays and not feeling good, you don't really find your place. You are, you know, I would think it sometimes, and sometimes I would say it if I felt I was in a safe place to do so, that I felt like I was in the abyss. You don't have the ties. And once, when my body had healed, that's when I was able to lighten up. And yeah, the right circumstances, the right people that I could resonate with came into my life.
Right. So people that are suffering physically and also are just, you know, in complete emotional and spiritual distress, they need to understand there's a way out.
Yeah.
Like for all three. What do you think would happen, Gail, if we lost, like, I mean, you relied on these protein shakes and other supplements to get you out, and I expect you likely still supplement even though you eat well.
Yeah.
What would happen if we lost access to our, you know, dietary supplements, our natural health products?
Well, I think we'd need to up how many wheelchairs we manufacture, how many colostomy bags we make, how many antidepressant medications and all that. You know, my story is the same from the standpoint of illness and the path I was on as hundreds of thousands of other people. Crohn's is hindered greatly by stress. Well, when you don't have a calm life, you have more stress. And if I had not had access, and people, I know a lot of people that have taken the path I have for other illnesses, but have gotten on the supplements, etc., we wouldn't be here. We absolutely wouldn't be here. You, I don't want to say cannot, but you would not be able to live a life that you wanted to. You know, even if I had been in a wheelchair, my brain would have still wanted more. And that's a rough way to go. If your marriage changes, the relationship you have with your children, your family, everything has to change to support that lifestyle. Because it's a lifestyle. In a chair, some of us can't avoid it, but the ones that can, and I am proof, I'm one of them. And without the supplements, the care, the expertise of the good practitioners out there, you know, the acupuncture, the list goes on. I use all the modalities. And we're sovereign people. That's our right to have that. And everybody quit just following along like a sheep. And I'm not, you know, getting into name calling with anybody. That's not the point. We're all incredible people, but I want you to know there's different, and we need to stand up and say, no. Plants have been around forever, homeopathic medicine, etc. That's ours. You know, you don't get to take that away and guise it under that's not safe, or you're protecting us, or that it's not regulated properly. You know what? I seem to be doing pretty good at 63. That's up to me to research my supplements and to buy the ones that I feel are going to have, pack the most punch for me. But that's my business. And, we all have it. We need to stand up for it and say that's enough. You don't get to do that.
Gail, my final question to everyone is, what's your message to Ottawa? I think you've already given it, but I'll ask the question. What's your
Yeah.
message to Ottawa?
Yeah. Government, you have no right in this piece. This is not your business. And I don't believe that your intentions are as pure as you say they are. In fact, I don't believe that for a minute. There's enough of us out here with successful stories and lives to say that this medicine works. It is a medicine. And I refuse to be pigeonholed into a drawer full of prescription bottles. And so I have the right, I can choose, and I stand up for that. And I stand up for other people that maybe don't quite know it yet, but there is a way out for them. And you have no business in this piece.
Well, Gail, that I sure appreciate that answer, and I sure appreciate you sharing with us. As I say, I've been just absolutely overwhelmed. Just in interviewing people, how simple this is.
Yeah.
Like, if we're not getting the nutrients we need, we're not healthy, and that turns into chronic sickness. And where I'm struggling, and I think you're in the same place, it's like, how did Health Canada get inserted between nutrition? We need to be alive and healthy, like, to keep us from suffering. How did they become a gatekeeper where we're finding they're saying no? And who gave them control over our food supply, which has now become dangerous?
Yeah.
If you follow Health Canada's guidelines, you will be chronically sick and will die much earlier. Like, there's just no way around it. And I just find I'm a little lost spiritually over this, because it just is so obvious now, and it's obvious to them, and it's obvious to a lot of people. Like, how can a government agency tell me and tell you that we have to be chronically sick because we can't get the nutrients we need?
Well, in my opinion, Sean, we let them get in this far, and for whatever reason, maybe we thought it would go away, or they could never take this way of healing our bodies. But it's time to stand up, and you might have to speak a little louder now, everybody. And when it comes to, a little lost spiritually over this, I fully believe that not just in this arena, Sean, but in many others on this planet right now, God is showing us the problem. He's making this very, very clear. You drive down the highway as I go from Minnesota into Canada, and I watch the planes coming down and spraying the crops. We've had that for years. That's sitting in our soils. And yet we just go, well, that's just so that we don't get some bugs in there and all the rest of it. There's people within the US, I'm sure Canada as well, that have farms where they have gone back to the old way of doing things, and they're handling their foods just fine. So it is up to us to make our choices at the grocery stores, and with what we're doing, and leave the prescription bottles when we can, as we heal our bodies. So God is showing us. And I say, whenever there's something that's so blatant, and how did people not get it? I say to God, bring it on. Let's go. They have got to see it. That's
Well,
my
Deb,
take.
or I'm sorry, Gail, hopefully with this interview, some's going to become more clearing, because I can tell you what I appreciate about your story is, you were so chronically sick, and it was just nutrition.
Yep.
Like, it was as simple as that. You weren't getting and the fact that for the chiropractor, Dr. Nash, you described your first interview. Oh yeah, no, this is just another day at the office. Yeah, of course it's chronic, and you didn't believe it, but now you understand why he would think that, because once you get it, it's so simple. You're
Right.
malnourished, you become chronically sick.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
well, let's solve it by nourishing you again. But for some reason, that's revolutionary. I could just share with you story after story. But Gail, thank you so much on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association, on behalf of the Health Show, for coming and sharing your story with us.
You're very welcome, Sean. Thank you again for asking. Thank you, everybody, for listening, for paying attention, sitting up a little straighter. And I look forward to seeing you all in Winnipeg, October 17th, I believe it is. I'll be there to hopefully meet a lot of you there.
Thanks, Gail.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And this evening we're in Grand Prairie. We've got a large crowd here, and for those of you attending online, thank you for participating. It has been quite the day. We were in Kamloops last night, had a standing room only crowd, and then we drove part of the way, got into Valemount about 1 in the morning. Had to get up. The cabin we were staying in did not have a strong enough cell signal for us to do our opening, so we had to drive into town, stand outside, use the truck to power the little microphone thing, and in, you know, I think sub-zero, stand still for about an hour and deliver an opening. And then we had to do an interview for Talk Truth. I'm now able to feel my feet again, so that's a really good thing. And then we're driving up here, and we forgot about the time change. And so as soon as we realized that we had an hour less than we thought we had, it was like, we're not stopping for anything, don't drink any water, let's just keep going. So here we are, and really pleased. This is an incredible thing that's happening, and it's so important. I'm going to be discussing Canada's health policy. I'm going to be discussing a little bit of the censorship and trying to give you a bigger picture of what's happening. I know I'm going to shock you, like you think you know what's happening, and you think you know what I'm going to say. I'm going to shock you. I know I am, because it's just too shocking that things are so different than what we think they are. And I don't know about you, but I just grew up in a home we trusted the government. I shouldn't say that. My dad worked for the government, and he really taught me to be careful about them. But that said, you know, I had no concerns about my food. I had no concern about drugs. When, you know, we got sick, we went to the medical doctor, all of that. Like, for me, it's been a complete journey of discovery, which began with me acting as a lawyer for Health Canada against a herbalist. And then I ended up acting for that herbalist against not against Health Canada, against the College of Physicians and Surgeons. And for about 30 years, well, a little over 30 years actually, I have been, about half of my legal practice has been defending natural health product companies when Health Canada charges them. And I have represented more companies than all other Canadian lawyers combined concerning Health Canada charges. But most of the work's out of court. They try to destroy you and bully you without going to court. They don't like that. But when you're dealing with them for 30 years, you really get an understanding. You get an understanding of how the law works, and you get an understanding as to why Health Canada is there. So I'm going to share some of that with you tonight. But before I do, I just need, for those of you who don't know what we're doing and why we're here. So I'm with what's called the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And we're a nonprofit, and all we do is we try to protect your access to natural health products, we try to protect your health rights, and we try to protect truthful health information. And we're marching across Canada. We started in Victoria on October 4th, and then we're in Vancouver, and then Aldergrove, and then Kelowna, and then Kamloops, and here we are tonight with you. And we're continuing marching all the way to Ottawa. We end up in Ottawa on October 25th. We've got another group starting in Charlottetown, and they're going to meet us on the Hill on October 25th. We've got another group starting in Quebec City, and they're going to meet us on the Hill on October 25th. We've got another group starting in Whitehorse, and they're not willing to drive to Ottawa, so we're letting them fly. And they're going to meet us on the Hill on October 25th. And so we're going to have an event on Saturday, October 25th at 1 p.m. on Parliament Hill. And we're going to deliver the charter, and we're going to deliver the petition. And I'm going to explain what the charter is, and then I'm going to explain the significance of this petition, because it's history making, it's really cool, and I'm inviting everyone to come. So, no, truly. So, what the charter is the charter's a piece of legislation we want the government to pass. And it came about, we drafted it in 2008. We had just resisted a Health Canada initiative that was really scary and going to take many products away and cause problems. But we're exhausted. And the other groups were exhausted. So we held a couple of conferences. We brought people in from across Canada, right down, manufacturers, practitioners, patients, consumers, health food stores, just people that were interested, regulatory experts. And we asked the question, how do we solve this? Because the reality is Health Canada is the enforcement arm for the pharmaceutical companies. It didn't take me 30 years to figure that out. They're basically the muscle to take care of the competition. So, it's like we're in a gang war, but they're the police in a war on drugs, a war on nutrition, basically. And, just like they try to get rid of cocaine and heroin, they can't get rid of the demand, so they get rid of the supply. Well, that's what they're doing with natural health products. They can't get rid of our demand for nutrition. They can't get rid of our demand for products that enable us to be healthy. So they're going after the supply. No, they minimize demand by censorship, and I'll go into that. Just like you can't have drug paraphernalia, you can't share truthful health information. And I'm truly going to shock you when I get there. But I'm just back on, where did this charter come from? So that's where it came from. And what the charter does is it just lists the health rights that the courts already say we have. I mean, we're part of this common law tradition, and literally since, what was it, 1076 with, William the Conqueror, we've had this common law. And the courts have set really just like a baseline. Government, you can't go below here. Members of the Commonwealth have these basic, literally human rights, but they're health rights. So we just take those basic bare minimums that we need, that the courts say that we have, and we set them out clearly. So there's no confusion. And we say all federal law has to bend to these health rights. And all federal actions have to yield to these health rights. And we don't ruin it with a, a clause like Section 1 in the Charter where they can demonstrably justify away our rights. No, these are our rights, and they're sacrosanct, and that's it. And then, as I'm going to explain, we really are talking about access to vital nutrition that we literally need to be healthy. And why do we have to fight about that? Like, this shouldn't even be a right. We shouldn't even have to argue about it. It should be a given that we should have access to nutrients that we need to be healthy. So the Charter of Health Freedom creates a new ministry, the Ministry of Wellness, with a legal duty to protect and promote our access. It ends this nonsense with Health Canada. Another thing that the Charter does is it creates some legal presumptions. And one of the legal presumptions that it creates, and I'll just ask people if they can be quiet just because we are streaming online. One of the legal presumptions it creates is there's a legal presumption that the best source of information about whether a product works for the person is the person. And we've learned this is necessary because of what the Department of Justice does. So as I'm going to explain to you in a minute, like all of the legal treatments are synthetic chemicals. And if those synthetic chemicals don't work for you, or you can't tolerate the side effects, it's literally killing you, and you find a natural product that works for you, that's actually keeping you alive, or you'd otherwise be disabled, well, that's an illegal use of the product. I'll explain that in a minute. And if the government takes it away, and if you're one of this really tiny minority of Canadians with the financial resources to take on the Department of Justice, and you go to court saying, no, I need this for my life, maybe, some little regulation that isn't bothering anyone, it can be broken here. Like, nobody's going to be hurt if I stay alive taking a natural product. But what the Department of Justice will do, because they never yield, they will bring in experts who will say, well, actually you have this condition, and there's this approved chemical drug, and here's all the research on that, it works. And there's this chemical drug, and here's all the research on that, and it works. And what you're taking isn't approved, it's illegal, and it doesn't work. You're full of crap, it's in your head. You don't need it, you need the approved chemical drugs, and you can lose in court. And that's nonsense. Who goes to court asking the court to allow them access to treatment the government's taking away if they don't need it? Like, No one. So that's why we put that in there. So that's what the charter does. Well, we drafted the charter all these years ago, and we start a paper petition asking the government to pass it, to try and create that pressure. And, the NHPPA, we've always been a small little group. I mean, here we are, we're our own techies. That should tell you something. And, there were years at a time where we had no financial support, and so strictly volunteer, literally doing as little as possible, but just sticking around so that when the big fight came, and the big fight's now, we would still be standing. But notwithstanding that, people were getting these petitions signed and sending them to us. Health food stores, individuals. Do you know we have 150,000 signatures? The Clerk of Petitions tells us that makes us the third largest paper petition to go to Parliament in history. Isn't that cool? So we're presenting those on the Hill on October 25th. And then the other thing that we're doing is we thought, okay, well, this is a great story. We're going to drive across the country with the charter, collecting petitions. We're going to deliver them on the Hill. But we better have an online health show for the 3 weeks it's going to take us. Is anyone watching the online health show? Okay, very few. You got to. Like, I don't know if you just have to. It will blow your mind. So we have ordinary Canadians sharing how they're only alive, or they'd otherwise be completely disabled if the medical system was failing them, but for natural health products. And we've got medical doctors, we've got naturopaths, homeopaths, traditional Chinese doctors sharing their stories. We've got regulatory experts. It will blow your mind. You'll never be the same. And it's important because this is illegal information. I'm going to share the censorship with you in a moment. I want to explain the drug model to you first, but it's illegal for people who know the information. So it's the manufacturers, it's the practitioners that have this positive information. It's illegal for them to share it. And they get shut down if they do. And so there's a whole bunch of people out there that are suffering in the medical system, and they have no hope. And I'll just give you an example that comes to mind. So I interviewed this lady named Marion. And I like the story because at the time she's working for Health Canada in Ottawa. She's a PhD immunologist, and she gets chronic fatigue syndrome. And it's so severe that all she can do is work. She can't have any life outside of work. And in fact, working at Health Canada, she has to nap during the day. She can never sleep at night. And she has zero life outside of work. And just to give you an example, she shared with us that at one point she got fed up. Like, no, I got to have a life. And she just made a decision, I'm going to go out for supper with a friend. That's it, I'm going. So she took the day off work so she could nap as much as she could during the day. She goes out to the restaurant. At the restaurant, during the meal, she passes out and face plants into her food. If you can imagine, right? How embarrassing that would be. So that ended it. That there's no more extracurricular activities. At the end of the workday, she couldn't leave work like everyone else because she'd pass out in her car. So she'd have to stay after everyone left and try to nap enough so that she would be safe to drive home without passing out. She is completely disabled. She has no life. And she was clear. Her immune system was shot. She's catching everything. She's depressed. She's lost hope. And she was clear if it went on, if she didn't find a solution, she would have killed herself. Okay? So this is life and death. And just to add insult to injury, at the time, Canada's specialist on chronic fatigue syndrome is in Ottawa. She sees the guy and he says, there's nothing we can do, we don't have treatments for it. She comes across St. John's wort. Within 24 hours, she's sleeping the night. 20 years later, she hasn't looked back. Now, how many Marians are out there ready to kill themselves? And now we're making it so easy, like we're going to push you to kill yourself. So how many lives have we lost because they don't understand? It might not be St. John's wort for them, but the answer's out there. There'll be people in this room. There'll be, you know, one of the speakers that's going to be coming up, you know, will share with you, like, there was no hope there in the medical system. And she found hope. So you have to understand, one of the reasons we're doing this is to get rid of, through the censorship, because we're not selling anything, we can do this. Get through the censorship so that people trapped in this system can find hope. Now, let's talk about the system that we're all trapped in. So we're in a drug model, and the first thing about the drug model is the government defines drug. And I'll just back up. Is anyone familiar with President Eisenhower's farewell address as a president? Okay, few people. So he was a general in World War II. He later became president of the United States. And when he was leaving, he gave a farewell address in which he gave a whole bunch of warnings. And I don't want to talk about the warnings, but I want to talk about something else. As he said, you have to understand that nothing happens by accident. Okay, government policies don't happen by accident, even if you think that they were born out of a crisis. Like this morning in the opening, so on these online health shows, I give an opening at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this morning I was talking about how the mainstream media basically has myths, and what myths are. And myths can be true, they can be untrue, but there's just basically, they create a social consensus, which actually can be quite useful. And I discussed how, you know, for example, we're taught we're a democracy. We're taught we have, you know, we're a representative government. And both of those are myths. They're not true when you actually, you know, kind of dissect them. And we're taught to trust our government. So there's a whole bunch of kind of fun things there. But back to this drug model. We actually believe we're being taken care of, and we have no idea of the trap we're in. So the first part of the drug model is you define drug so broadly that it includes absolutely anything that you're going to use to stay healthy, so prevent illness, or to treat illness. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Can you drink some water? You're clearly dehydrated. Oh, I just made water a drug. Thank goodness. No, but I truly did. If I gave her water to treat dehydration, I would be breaking a whole bunch of federal laws. So everything, thank you for drinking that water, everything's a drug, not just synthetic chemicals, but basic nutrients that we need to stay alive. So anything used to stay healthy, to prevent illness, or to address illness is a drug. So that's the first part of the drug model, is you deliberately, I was back to Eisenhower, where I wanted to say is he said nothing happens by accident. Even if it looks like a crisis, trust me, it's not. Everything has a plan. So this drug model has a plan. So the government deliberately made everything a drug. So everything in our food supply is a drug. The next part of the drug model is you make all drugs illegal. So what you do is you pass regulations saying you cannot sell a drug without a license. And what that means legally is every drug's illegal. Every nutrient is illegal. And then Health Canada will grant exemptions in the form of a license. Now think about that from a legal philosophical perspective. It means that the only things you can use to prevent illness or to treat illness are things that the government says you can use. So you actually now don't have the health right to actually decide for yourself how you're going to prevent illness or how you're going to treat illness. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Now, the third part of the drug model is that you make the drug approval process for everything except the most minor of conditions that we really don't care about. You make that approval process so onerous and so expensive that the only drugs that are approved are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they were approved. And for those who, well, what's a patent? If you invent something new, so let's say a synthetic chemical, you can apply for a patent, which just means no one else can make it. For as long as you have the patent, you have a monopoly. And in the drug world, the synthetic drug world, this is really important. The last time I had a drug approval expert under oath, so we're in a court proceedings, the person's under oath, and I ask, how expensive is it to get through the new drug approval process? Without blinking, the guy said $1 billion. Now, on a simple application, you can do it for several hundred million, but $1 billion's kind of an average. The application fee alone for a complicated one is $250,000. So you have to give Health Canada $250,000 just to look at your application. So let's say we had a natural health product that cured everything. We actually could never get through that process because we couldn't ever raise $1 billion, because if we succeeded and got it approved, everyone else could make it because we don't have a patent. You can't patent things natural. And we'd never get the $1 billion back. Do you see the problem? So just to illustrate how clearly this works, is in the lifetime of everyone in this room, the only drugs that have been approved for serious health conditions are synthetic chemicals that had a patent, with the exception of Primarin, which is so difficult to make, it might as well have a patent. So it basically, in effect, it's only legal to treat conditions in Canada with synthetic chemicals. That's the world you live in. That's your reality. And if you think about it, we all know if anyone had to go to the hospital right now for anything, the treatment would be a synthetic chemical. This is by design. You don't get good health outcomes that way. Like if we had no drug policy at all, and we asked everyone in the world, tell us how we get good health outcomes to treat serious health conditions, not a single person in the world would come back to us and say, I got it. I got it. Canada, you're going to be the healthiest country in the world. Just make it illegal to treat serious health conditions with anything but novel chemicals that haven't been invented yet. Isn't it obvious? It's madness, actually, isn't it? And what happens is when the patents run out, and then they're generic drugs, they're on the market for a while, but new ones will get through that have patents. They may be more dangerous, they may not work as well, but that doesn't matter. That's not what our drug policy is not about good health outcomes. And eventually, a lot of them stop being made. They're called orphan drugs. We've all even heard the term orphan drugs, so they're no longer made. So what it means is that you and I will be treated by and large with chemicals that didn't exist when we were born. Our parents were treated with different chemicals that didn't exist when they were born, and our children will be treated by and large with chemicals that didn't exist when our children were born. There's this rollover because that's the business model. So here we're in this country where it's only legal for us to use synthetic chemicals, and now let's talk about our government-funded healthcare, which, in Canada, we can't talk about, right? This is forbidden territory. But health is provincial jurisdiction. But we all have the same health care. We all use these synthetic chemical drugs, not just because they're the only legal treatments, but because the federal government manipulates the provinces into doing that. So what happened with Pierre Trudeau Sr. in the early 70s is he just started taxing Canada like crazy, and then he's got these bags of cash, and he says to the provinces, well, I know you have jurisdiction over health, but I'll give you these bags of cash if you spend it the way I want you to spend it and follow the Canada Health Act. And the provinces made a huge mistake and said yes, because now Ottawa dictates their health policy, and they're addicted to the cash like heroin. Like the citizens would rebel if any province said no to the cash, because our healthcare system would collapse. So now we have government-funded healthcare that limits itself to synthetic chemicals. Well, we don't get good health outcomes that way. We don't. And then we have the provinces participating in this game with giving doctors the medical monopoly. Now, I appreciate that, in some provinces, naturopaths and homeopaths. There have been little niches carved out, but by and large, medical doctors have a monopoly on providing healthcare. They're the only ones that can order tests, for example, in almost every province, even where they're, naturopaths and that are licensed. In Quebec, there was a decision last month, Quebec Court of Appeal, saying naturopathic doctors, you can't diagnose, you can't treat, you can't recommend, because you're not medical doctors, right? Like this is full on, and the provinces basically participated in getting rid of our alternative practitioners at the turn of the century. We used to have homeopathic hospitals in Canada. I remember I was driving to Williams Lake for court late one night listening to CBC. And this would be like 25 years ago where, that was acceptable, especially when it's the only station you could catch in the mountains. And there was a documentary on about the 1918 flu. And what the documentary was saying, and I'll tell you, I can't find it now. There's no way CBC would allow this on their website. But what the documentary was about is if you got if you got so sick with the flu that you had to go to the hospital, if you went to the allopathic hospitals, that's our mainstream medical system, you had an 80% chance of dying. If you went to the homeopathic hospitals, you had an 80% chance of living. Oh, well, I know which hospital I want to go to next time there's a pandemic. I want to go to the homeopathic hospital. Oops. We got rid of them. This is by design. So I'm just trying to share with you that our governments, both federal and provincial, have colluded together to force us into a chemical drug model where we are getting sicker and sicker and sicker. Now let's talk about nutrition and then censorship. If you're watching this health show, you're going to learn what you already know, but you're just going to learn it writ large. So the government's in control of our food supply. Big mistake. So the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada have allowed tons of chemicals into our foods. In fact, everyone in this room, if we tested you, for example, you got glyphosate. Every single one. It doesn't matter if you're trying to eat organic and all of this stuff. You have glyphosate in your system. You got a whole list. It's almost like we're all on this walking journey, and the government's put a backpack on us with a 100-pound weight that we're carrying around called our toxic load. And it is likely that actually none of us actually know what it's like to feel healthy. Like, let that sink in. It is likely that none of us know what it's like to feel healthy. I try to go to a third world country a couple times each year, and it takes me about 10 days. I start feeling better eating their food. And I try to eat well here. And I see people shaking their heads. They know exactly what I'm talking about. So our government has allowed our food to be toxic, and then it stopped being food. I'm going to say something absolutely revolutionary, and you're going to go, what? This guy's nuts. And here it is. The human body needs certain nutrition to be healthy. Oh, like who knew, right? We had at the Vancouver event, Udo Erasmus showed up, and so we put him on the stage, and he was saying, listen, there's this many vitamins, minerals, fats, essential fatty acids that we call essential. And if you're missing, they're called essential because if you're missing any one of them for too long, you die. Like even just one, you die. And if you're deficient in them, you become sick. The reality is, as shocking as it is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. And if we're not getting them, we're not healthy. And if we're not getting them long enough, we become chronically sick. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has for probably 100 years, they have been measuring the levels of nutrition in our foods. And they've been going down and down and down. Like 100 years ago, our foods were just chock full of vitamins and minerals. So just eating normally, you were healthy. Without any concern at all, you were healthy. But now, I think it was their 1949 report, which is a long time ago. They were raising the alarm at how few vitamins and minerals were in, and they actually went out of the way to say, well, if you're missing this, this is the chronic illness you get. And if you're missing this is the chronic illness you get. If you're missing this is the chronic illness you get. This isn't a secret, except that our mainstream media won't share it. But it's not hidden, except by our mainstream media and governments. If you're not getting the vital nutrients, you get chronically sick. And you cannot get them by eating even healthy, fresh, organic. You're not going to be healthy. You're eventually going to become chronically sick. And there's nothing you can do about it except supplement. Now, do you think it's by accident? Remember, Eisenhower said everything's by design. So do you think it's an accident that our healthcare system basically makes it illegal for us to be treated with anything but dangerous or synthetic chemicals? Do you think it's an accident that our food supply has basically become poisoned so that no one in this room likely even knows what it's like to feel healthy anymore? And we've got this toxic load. And you watch the health show, like there's some, one person that comes to mind is the actor Nick Mancuso, has shared with us as a speaker. He was Ray in Stingray. He's, been in Fast and Furious. He had a leading role in the Antichrist series. You see him, you go, okay, I know who this guy is. And he became sick because of basically chemical poisoning, toxic chemical poisoning and radiation poisoning. And the medical system had no answers for him. He's only alive because of the natural health community that solved him. We've got a bunch of speakers that have shared about toxic overload. This is real. Like if you want to be healthy, you have to detox. And if you want to be healthy, you have to supplement. And here we are, where our model is, by design, that we're chronically malnourished. And then when we start to show chronic illness, we treat the symptoms with the synthetic chemicals and not the cure. I'll just share another story of somebody that's sharing in the health show. And so we have this young mom, and she's got 2 little kids at home. And she gets restless leg syndrome. That's what her medical doctor says. You have restless leg syndrome. And what was happening to her is at the end of the day, if she tried to get off her feet, especially if she tried to lay down to go to sleep, she described it as electric shocks into both legs. So really painful and uncomfortable, and then the muscles would start twitching, and so she couldn't sleep. So the only way to stop it would be walking. So she's finding she's walking all night long, she's not sleeping, she's losing the ability to care for her kids, her immune system's getting wrecked, her mood is getting wrecked, her spirit is getting wrecked. And she goes to the doctor, her medical doctor, and the medical doctor says, we don't have a treatment for restless leg. But tell you what, I'll put you on a Parkinson's drug. She refused to do that because she looked into that drug and it was just too scary. And a friend says, go to naturopathic doctor. She goes to naturopathic doctor, like magnesium biglycinate, and like within days it's gone. It was so transformative for her. She is studied as, and now is in the natural health community as a professional. And as I was interviewing naturopathic doctors and, medical doctors that have, become homeopaths or integrative practitioners, and it's kind of like, it's so obvious that if you're having muscle twitches, it's likely a magnesium deficiency. So, and I see people nodding their heads, so much so that you can just say, well, try this type of magnesium. It's not going to hurt you. And if it doesn't work, if it truly is something else, we'll figure that out. But we'll solve it. It's just kind of like, oh, you're thirsty, maybe drink some water. It's almost like I feel people think I'm being stupid just sharing the story, like people in the know. Yeah, you're thirsty, drink, right? Yeah, you got muscle twitches, take magnesium. Well, why didn't the medical doctor know this? Why was the medical doctor prescribing a Parkinson's drug for a woman suffering from magnesium deficiency? I've interviewed personally 3 medical doctors that practiced for over 40 years for this health show. 2 became homeopathic doctors, and they've practiced like a quarter century as both medical and homeopathic, and the other became, an expert in nutrition. And all of them say maybe we get 2 hours of training in nutrition. Well, the reality is likely most of our illnesses, our chronic illnesses that we go to the doctors for, are caused by either toxic overload and or malnutrition and or both. And our medical gods are not taught to even recognize nutritional deficiencies. For those of you who know Dr. Carolyn Dean, she was a medical doctor that got chased out of Canada for saying sugar is not really good for you, processed sugar. I saw her lecture, and she put up the symptoms of heart disease. And then she put up the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. They were identical. How many people with magnesium deficiency, and we're chronically deficient in magnesium, are being treated for heart disease? Our system is broken, and here we are having to fight Health Canada to have access to our nutrients. You have to supplement to be healthy. You must. Get some advice. Go to Homesteader, who I'm going to talk about in a moment. Get some advice and get supplementing. You don't have a choice. But most of us don't hear this information. Do you know that the synthetic chemical drugs, we have Professor Alan Castles from University of Victoria as one of the speakers on our online health show. And he said what I already knew. The third leading cause of death in Canada are synthetic chemical drugs taken as directed. Not as abused, as directed. Don't you think we should be trying to reduce chemical drug use? And that's not even all of the damage. They're also a leading part in another one of our leading causes of death, highly preventable medical errors. One of the most dangerous things that we can do is take a synthetic chemical drug. But we're being forced into this. So Health Canada is taking them away, which is why we're doing this now. But they're preventing you from knowing this. And so let's talk about the censorship. And to do that, I'm just going to share a story. But first, I need to set it up. Remember, I told you get approval from Health Canada to sell a drug. So you apply for a license. Well, when they give you a license, Health Canada takes the position all you can say is what it's approved for. So let's use antidepressants as an example. So let's say a company gets a chemical antidepressant approved by Health Canada. All they can say is it's an antidepressant. It's illegal for them to share any other health information with you. Well, I'm in this federal court case years ago, and Health Canada has hired this outside expert, this psychiatrist that runs a company just to get psychiatric drugs approved. And I'm at him, questioning him under oath for days. And at some point, he just starts talking about something that I'm going to share with you. And you got that inner voice, and I'm thinking, are you really saying this? This, you're under oath and this is being taped, right? But now I know it's no big deal, what he was sharing, because it's so obvious and true. I just found it shocking that he was sharing it so freely. And what happened was he actually started complaining to me on how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved by Health Canada. He says, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. Now, what he means by showing that the drug works is that in a short-term trial, because they don't want to go over 3 months because the placebo effect won't go over 3 months, and they're by and large also relying on the placebo effect. So it'll be a short-term trial, not to cure depression, but they'll just be measuring symptom reduction in generally healthy people that they're not expecting to die or have too bad of safety signals. So we'll have this very specifically designed trial, and if if there's this statistical separation in the trials showing that there's more symptom reduction in the drug than for the sugar pill, then we pretend, I use that word by design, we pretend that means the drug works. So he's complaining to me, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. So he says, right out of the gate, I've learned I've got to run 8 of them to get the 2. So right out of the gate, he runs 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 he needs to give to Health Canada. Now the other 6 he doesn't give to Health Canada. And the other 6, they could all be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals are too scary to give to Health Canada. They could be a combination of all of that. It doesn't matter. They're not going to Health Canada. Now, you probably think, wow, that's pretty shocking. And it truly is. It just kind of shows what a fraud our drug approval system is, and it is a fraud. But the shocking part is, it's illegal for that pharmaceutical company to share with you the 6 failed trials. Let me say that again. I want it to sink in. It is illegal for the pharmaceutical company to share with you those 6 failed trials. All they can share is antidepressant. See how this works? So they could be getting reports of death. They could be getting reports of people becoming disabled. It's illegal for them to share that with you. All they can say is antidepressant. Pretty cool, eh? Now, this protects our confidence in this model that we've been forced into, where the only legal treatments are the synthetic chemicals, and the only treatments that are paid for are the synthetic chemicals, and everything else, if they're used to treat other conditions, if you say it, Health Canada attacks you, because they're the enforcement arm for the chemical drug companies. Now, the law should be that all information about any treatment must be made available to the public. But if it was, we would lose our confidence in the government-funded mainstream medical system. I hope that's clear to you now. So the reason we have the censorship is to protect the pharmaceutical company model. Our whole system is there to protect that model. And our mainstream media doesn't go anywhere near revealing to us any of this truth. And usually when I'm sharing that, people in the crowd, oh, well, because it's pharmaceutical advertising. Well, I think that's part of it, but it's also government money given to the media. It's not just the CBC that's funded by government. All of the private media is funded by the Canadian government. And it's the Canadian government's model. I hope you're feeling really comfortable and happy and all of that. We've got to end this. And this protects the government-funded system. The censorship hurts the natural health community, because we don't have the danger signals. They're just not there. These are by and large vital nutrients and things within our food supply. Like if you eat encapsulated parsley, you're not going to die. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, they're so ultra safe, it's crazy. I remember when a risk analysis expert, Ron Law, was hired to kind of show, okay, in Canada, what's the risk from natural health products? He couldn't find a report of a single death. So we had to go to other Western nations to, try and figure out, okay, well, what is the incidence when we're looking at a much larger data set and population base? And you were 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than to be killed by a natural health product. Now, 14 times is pretty significant. And none of us truly are afraid of being struck by lightning. So the risk is so low that even to think of regulating it makes no sense, because the safety signal is so low you couldn't tell if you're helping or hurting. But we're talking about vital nutrients. Another speaker we have is Dr. James Lunny, who is sharing about how important vitamin D is. Well, Health Canada restricts the amount of vitamin D by law to a level that we're going to be chronically sick. Our immune systems will not work. So let's talk about the recommended daily allowances, and then I'll get to some of our other speakers. So Health Canada has what's called recommended daily allowances for vitamins and minerals. And you'll see, you pick up a bottle, oh, vitamin D, this gives me 2,500 micrograms. Oh, that's 100% of the recommended daily allowance. I better not take more, right? And even the word allowance is interesting, isn't it? And if a company wants to give you more, if the company wants to give you a dosage amount that you actually need to be healthy, they will be shut down, they'll be attacked. So these RDAs are set at levels that if we actually followed them, every single one of us would be chronically sick. Every single one of us. And so let me just share with you where the RDAs come from. But I hope you're shocked that by law in Canada, companies cannot provide you the nutrition that you need to be healthy. And the RDAs actually come from World War II. So, you know, the Allies, they're preparing for D-Day, and they got a problem. Because they actually think they're going to break through every beach. They don't realize they're going to only break through one beach. So they think they're going to break through every beach, and all these soldiers are going to be pouring into the interior of France, and we're not going to be able to resupply them for 2 weeks. And so they had to answer a question. Well, what's the minimum amount of nutrition that a super fit 20-year-old male needs to function minimally for 2 weeks? After 2 weeks, he can collapse, but he's still got to be able to pull a trigger for 2 weeks. And remember, they're thinking, oh, he's got to carry his ammo, got to carry his gun, got to carry his maps, and he's got to carry his food. So what's the minimum amount of nutrition a healthy 20-year-old needs for basically 2 weeks? And that became our RDAs. And our RDAs, and Health Canada will agree with this, is the amount that every single Canadian can take every day of their life, so from birth to death, and we will never have a single adverse reaction in the population. That has nothing to do with optimum health. So, you know, one of my children was 4 pounds premature. So the RDA is the amount that you can inject a 4-pound newborn and not have an adverse reaction. And, you know, hopefully he lives to be 110, and every day of his life can take every single one of those, and we'll never have an adverse reaction in the entire population. It has nothing to do with health. So I'm going to, in a minute, call Megan up, but I want to do a call out to our sponsor for tonight, Homesteader Health, and I'm going to have Megan talk a little bit about Homesteader Health, but they've got 2 locations in Grand Prairie. Oh, yeah, Megan, come up. One of the things, sorry, I'll take my notes. One of the things that we're also trying to do in this tour, so before we go into Homesteader, but they're one of these stores that I'm talking about, is we're interviewing people involved in health food stores because we have to protect them. So what a lot of people don't understand is health food store staff in the supplement departments are highly trained. They are it's very common to have nutritionists that have degrees, or else there's just been tons of self-study. The drug rep, or I shouldn't say drug reps, the supplement reps come, they know them. They do, a lot of the companies do training. There's this feedback loop, what's working, what isn't working. And you get advice. So, you know, my wife Teresa was suffering from migraines, goes to our local health food store. Oh, well, you want to take, you know, magnesium L-threonate, and you want this B complex, and here's the schedule, and I think there was something else. It's because they have that knowledge. You know, if you order online from Amazon, you're not getting that advice. If you go to Walmart, you're not getting that advice. If you go to a big chain, you're not getting that advice. And often you need to be told to ignore the label because it's limited to the RDA amount. And you're not going to get that. And if we lose these stores, we lose this resource. And, you know, you order on Amazon, the NHPPA gets feedback, it was a fake, it was a fake, it was a fake. Yeah, if it's half price, it's a fake. Right? And if you think prices are cheaper at Walmart, they're not. Actually, try your local health food store, you would be shocked. And another thing that they do is there's usually a whole bunch of different products of the same thing, but they're not all equal. And the health food store will be getting feedback from their clients, and then they learn, oh no, actually, you're more likely to do well with this. Or if there's this other complication, this one works better. You can't get that anywhere else. But people are starting to go online, and we're in real danger of losing some stores. And, some chains are being bought up and the culture's changing. I was, at a trade show a couple of weeks ago in Toronto, and I met a lady. I didn't have time to interview her for the show, but in Quebec, she was working at a health food store, and they wanted her to sign a document saying she would only say what's on the label, which is what Health Canada wants. And the document reminded her that she could go to jail and be fined if she went beyond the label claim. Like, the big culture is starting to creep in. And we have to protect stores like Homesteader. And Megan's going to share with you that she's a nutritionist. She's worked at Homesteader for 10 years. And she takes giving that advice super seriously. So I want to do a shout out. Homesteader has, sponsored this evening. Homesteader is supporting you getting truthful health information. And, you got supplements, you got the supplement staff there, you've got beauty products there, you've got produce. You have to eat organic. You have to eat organic. And don't think it costs more, because when you're sick and you're going to the doctor and there's a cost. So you don't have a choice, and you have to figure out how to do it. And actually, it ends up becoming so mainstream, you can do it, right? So I just wanted to give a shout out to Homesteader. And
thank you.
So, if you're in Grand Prairie or Prince George or Fort St. John, you can support that business. But, for those of you online that don't live in those communities, find the local stores. And, I'm going to interview Megan. We're going to talk about what this is like. But we also have had other store owners and other people working in stores sharing exactly what I've told you. And they're there because they're passionate about it. And so it's a theme of the health show is we have to wake Canadians up and get them supporting our local health food stores. So Megan, let's have a seat and have a conversation. So Megan, maybe let's start with your own health story, because that's usually where these things begin. That's how people get into the natural health community.
Sure. So my health journey has been a lengthy one, in a sense that it started out when I was a child. Standard American diet, didn't really know much about much to do with healthy eating and thriving, flourishing, if you will. And I was really sick as a kid. So my parents, the whole medical system, steroids, antibiotics, and just severe reactions to those types of things, obviously. And my gut was destroyed before it could even develop. So,
and I'm just going to slow you down.
Yeah.
So let's talk about your breathing problems.
Yeah.
How old you were, what they were like, and some of the treatments.
Yeah, they started really quickly, under the age of 1. I'm pretty sure there was an infection that came along there, and I was put on antibiotics even before the age of 1 for asthma, autoimmune, and if we know anything, the gut gets quite destroyed through those kinds of things. So I just got sicker and sicker. School age, I was having trouble breathing. I wasn't sleeping well. My parents were definitely not sleeping well. So it was a lot of chaos throughout my childhood. And into my teens and early 20s.
And again, I want to slow you down because it's just sometimes.
You might have to.
No, no, but it's just, so you're actually describing, like as a young child, like, you know, even kindergarten age, for example, you are not able to sleep the night because you're having trouble breathing. So your parents are having to stay up with you because you're having trouble breathing, despite, you know, the puffers and the steroids and that. Like that's, I think it's important for us to appreciate we're talking serious health conditions.
Serious, yes.
Okay, and this went on for years and years.
Yeah, it's a little triggering, so it's a little emotional like most health stories are. And so segue into later on in my teens, I joined the Canadian Forces, and yeah, during that time, I believe I was stable. I can't remember really big episodes during that time, but this one's going to be a little bit impactful, I think. I was training, and they were, okay, you need to have certain round of medicals before you are put into the field. And so I went and I was undergoing medicals, and so yeah, I took really sick after that. And if Sean wants to interrupt here.
No, well, you're just, and so what the medicals were is you were going to be deployed in Afghanistan.
I was training to soldier qualification, yes.
Yeah, and then for that deployment, there was a list of routine vaccinations that they wanted all soldiers to take, and you had an autoimmune reaction
I did.
to that vaccination program.
Yes, I took very sick enough for it not to go very